What's up, fam? Smash the like button for the algorithm and let's get started with the story. The monster with red glowing eyes and sharp teeth was defeated in battle. Misty Flower's team pierced its head with powerful steel. The leader of Misty Flower's team bent down on his knees over the monster, and at that moment, his metal sword stabbed firmly into the creature.
Yunho was the guy's name, and he was a man who lived his whole life for the sake of destroying monsters.
He was also a berserk player. The guy was in one of the 8 black dungeons of the world, and no one but him had ever traveled this far because it was the deepest and darkest place. Yunho fought his battles against the greatest monsters that could not be defeated by everyone, but this guy was a persistent player. Berserk deftly and skillfully wielded his weapon, and his eyes reflected all the emotions and feelings he had towards the monsters. He tightly clutched the sword in his hand and attacked the monsters that were several times taller than him. These creatures were not harmless at all. Player Berserk was very focused because, at that moment, he was thinking only about how he could defeat all these creatures. Yunho had fought these monsters at a rather young age. He was only 32 years old. Unfortunately, each time the guy managed to dodge, it became more and more difficult. The tail of one of the monsters was so large that its appearance alone was terrifying, and it was completely covered with sharp spikes. The guy did not immediately notice this monster, but when he turned his attention to it, he froze for a moment from what he saw and tried to think of his next actions in the shortest possible time. The monster was nimbler and faster and launched its attack on Yunho faster than he expected. The monster had every chance to overpower the guy. Player Berserk, despite his not-so-great position, did not despair and tried to launch his attack on the enormous-sized monster. The monster tried to escape from this attack, and with its tail, it destroyed everything around, leaving only ruins. The guy dodged the shards. The monster began to lose hope but did not give up, trying to strike the player again. It opened its mouth and lunged at him. Yunho, unlike the monster, was focused, and with one deft movement of his sword, while using his strength, he sent the creature flying to the other side. The guy had no time to recover and cope with one monster as he saw that another monster, no smaller in size, was already approaching. The look of that one was also terrifying. Its eyes burned bright red, and just the sight of it could not be tolerated by every person, let alone fight it. Yunho reacted quickly and lunged with his weapon at the monster. While the emotions on his face didn't change, there was still anger and rage. He decided to attack the monster with his sword, but the creature was able to grab the weapon with its jaws, clutching its large teeth tightly together. The monster had such a powerful jaw that it could bite the guy's sword with just one firm squeeze without causing any damage to itself. Yunho was stunned by what he saw and tried to figure out what to do next because he wasn't going to give up. He tried to cope with his own strength and all the experience he had gained in other battles, but the monster's power was too great. The Berserk player was thrown off into the distance by the force of the shockwave, and he managed to stay on his feet with great difficulty. The guy did not give up. On the contrary, he was even more excited by this moment and tried to attack the monster again and again until he won. The two rivals were frozen against each other, and neither was going to give in because they had a lot of persistence. The monster couldn't stand it at first and rushed towards the guy, its eyes filled with anger as it tried to destroy the player with all its strength. Yunho saw the monster's determination and realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He used his strength to wield his weapon. The sight from the outside looked very intimidating, and the force of the blows was incredible. Although the guy was much smaller in size, it did not prevent him from attacking. After a short period of time, Player Berserk managed to make such a powerful attack that the monster had no chance, and the guy's sword pierced the creature, sending it to the other world. After defeating the monster, Yunho was finally able to breathe out and catch his breath, but he didn't plan to stop and was going to move on. While fighting all these monsters, he could not pay attention to what was going on around him, and now what he saw amazed him. He could not believe that his entire Misty Flower team had been destroyed. He looked around again and made a decision to himself that none of this mattered, and he wasn't going to back down from his goals. The guy was even more angry about what had happened, and although he was upset about losing his team, he knew that he would have to deal with it all by himself and destroy the main monster alone. Yunho stuck to his goals and plans and went further until he came to a huge iron wall with an image of some creature on it. The leader of the Misty Flower team, though with great difficulty, managed to boil in front of the battle gate that the guy was waiting ahead. He did not know at all what awaited him. Yunho walked inside the room, trying to find anything and mentally trying to understand and make a plan for what he should do next. He was surrounded by darkness, and although it stirred him from within, he knew for sure that he was moving in the right direction and was confident that the most important monster was definitely here. Although Yunho was looking for the creature he wanted, he still didn't expect the eye of the Darkness Master to appear in front of him in a moment. and it was a very terrifying sight. A bright light pierced through the leader of the Misty Flower team, and it wasn't an ordinary light but an attack on the guy by the main monster itself. The force of the blow from the creature was so powerful that Yunho was thrown a great distance by the shockwave. The berserk player tried to regain consciousness, but it was not easy for him because the attack on him was of the greatest strength. The leader of Team Misty Flower was able to recover a bit and sarcastically laughed as he thought about whether this was the end and if he would be defeated and remain in this place forever. The guy realized that this monster was strong and humanity was now too weak to fight him. He thought that going to the other world in this place was not so bad because it was already the deepest level to which no one had yet reached. Yunho was thinking that he still couldn't believe he had been defeated by a monster. But at that moment, a girl was leaning over him, shouting at him not to dare to give up. The guy recognized Li Wan in this girl and couldn't believe his eyes that she was alive and well. She was trying to help him by using her power at the place where Yunho was injured by the monster. The girl used her power to heal him and was not going to give up, but she also demanded the same from the guy. Yunho didn't understand what Li Wan was doing and told her to leave everything as it was and run away immediately because her safety was much more important to him. The girl was very angry with Yunho and told him to stop saying all this immediately because she would not give up and would try her best to help him. Li Wan realized that the guy's wounds were very serious, and she thought it was a miracle that he was still holding on, but she was still sure that she had to do anything to help him. The girl thought about the miracle, and it dawned on her that she herself should create this miracle so that Li Wan would be able to save the leader of the Misty Flower team. The guy woke up and came to his senses, realizing that this was how it ends, what he devoted his whole life to, namely the destruction of monsters. Yunho remembered everything that had happened to him and had no regrets. If it were possible, he would once again devote his life to it, but he was worried that his partner was all alone. The guy couldn't calm down and couldn't stop thinking about it, but there was nothing left for him but to apologize to his partner if he had ever done something wrong. Yunho never liked to get attached to people, but he was worried about the girl because she had just entered adulthood and had been left alone so quickly. He was grateful to Li Wan for seeing the best in him. Li Wan didn't stop and tried to convey to the guy by shouting that she still wouldn't leave him, even if there was a restriction to return in time. The girl was sure that she absolutely did not care about the price that would need to be paid, and at that moment, her hands were clothed with a golden glow. Li Wan knew for sure that she would save him no matter what, and at that moment, something strange and incomprehensible began to happen near them. A moment later, at the place where Yunho and Li Wan were, there was a huge explosion, and absolutely everything was engulfed in a golden glow. The guy and girl were bent over him, asking Yunho to look at them if he was already awake, but all he saw was not a clear image. It was a bit blurry. After a while, the picture in front of him became clearer, but the people in front of him were happy that he was awake. In front of this guy and girl lay a baby in its crib, who, due to its age, could not even talk yet. The people who were apparently the parents of this child were worried that one of them had probably woken him up, but the child didn't understand what was going on because he had gone to the other world. He thought so because Yunho himself was in the body of this child. The guy who was leaning over the crib, pointing at the girl, said to Yunho that it was his mom, and pointing his finger at himself, said that he was his dad and that dad thought the baby must have woken up to look at him. Yunho reached out his hand and grasped one of his mom's fingers, and even such an action was not the easiest task for him, but he managed. Mom understood what the baby wanted to do, and from such a scene, she smiled because the baby wanted to hold her hand. But the father, at this moment, was a little upset that the baby chose this action and not him. Yunho, who was in the baby's body, realized that this was not another world and that everything happening to him was actually shocking. He could not do anything and could not even move his body normally. He finally realized that he had not gone to the other world but returned to the time when he was only 1 year old. He thought it was all just unreal because it was impossible to rewind time. The guy remembered the last thing that had happened to him and how Li Wan had tried to perform a miracle, and it was this miracle that the girl had activated at the very end, allowing the impossible to happen. Yunho was no longer surprised that Li Wan could reverse time after the moment the girl stood on par with the 12 thrones. The parents at this moment continued to be enthralled with their child. The boy scrutinizing his parents was touched because he could never imagine that he would be able to see the two of them again. Yunho remembered well that his parents had gone to the other world when he was only 6 years old, and they had been destroyed by monsters. It was since then that the boy had despised monsters. After thinking over everything that had happened to him, Yunho realized that he had been given a second chance to make things right, and he vowed that he would do everything he could to ensure the future was changed. The boy, who was the leader of the Misty Flower team, mentally thought it over again and clearly decided for himself that this is how it would be and clenched his fist. But his parents thought this action was cute and wanted to take a picture of it. Yunho was lying on his back and thinking about the fact that even though he was able to retain all of his memories, he was just a child now. The boy knew that this meant only one thing. At that moment, he was completely helpless, and his whole life now consisted only of the fact that he could only eat and sleep. The leader of Team Misty Flower was very grateful for the possibility that he could breathe again, which meant he could at least roll over, which the kid was trying to do at the moment. When Yunho was trying to realize this, a joyful girl stood over him and encouraged him that he would definitely be able to do everything and that he should not stop. Yuna was the name of that crazy girl who was so supportive of the kid, and she was his sister, who was 4 years older. The boy realized that his memory was more vague about his sister than his parents, but he remembered one moment well and in detail. Yunho remembered a fragment from his life when they got into a bad situation with their car. The girl repeated to him only one phrase, that she would never leave him and would always be with him. The boy remembered well that it was the day when the monsters took his family, but Yuna held him very tightly and repeated all the same words. Now his sister was just happy that her little brother had finally managed to roll over, and Yunho had tried to do it not for the first time, but only now had he succeeded. Yuna was very proud that her brother had finally succeeded, and she was just crazy about him. When Yunho was 9 months old, even then mana was everywhere. But even though he didn't have much mana, it was in the air. The guy remembered well that he was always lacking mana, and that's why he had such a hard time dealing with monsters. He knew that now he should definitely take the opportunity to collect it while his body would allow him to do so. The little one never stayed alone for a long time, and it was the same now because his sister Yuna came up to him, very curious about what her little brother was doing. While Yunho was busy trying to gather as much mana as possible, he turned his attention to something interesting related to his sister. He noticed that Yuna was just like a sponge infused with an extraordinary amount of mana. Over this, Yuna really thought about it. Yunho well remembered that when an individual accumulated so much energy within them, it would all end up in pain, which was extremely detrimental to their health. Yuna wanted to help her brother learn how to walk, but at this moment, he was thinking that he should definitely help Yuna learn how to control her mana before anything happened. Yuna was already 4 years old and was happy to be able to walk and talk freely, but she still had a lot to do and was happy to spend more time outdoors. The sister took her brother out for a walk, and only this factor alone lifted the girl's mood, because she was still crazy about her brother. Yuna brought her brother Yunho to meet her friends, and the boys were very happy to see her because they were always happy to see her. Yunho was well aware that, unlike him, his sister was very good at communicating with other people and generally found common ground with everyone who lived in their neighborhood. The boy heard the girl address him, and it was already a rarity because the child himself was not very sociable and more silent. Yunho heard the girl asking him why he came here in the first place, and she didn't like it and didn't really want him here. He explained to the girl, whom he called Dren Mini, that he didn't come here of his own accord. He was brought here by his sister. The girl was even more angry because she had repeatedly warned him not to call her that, to which the guy decided it would be just better to agree with her. The children on the playground asked a woman what they would play today, and she advised them that because they were outnumbered today, they should play cops and bandits. The boy didn't understand why he had to spend his time with these kids when he was already 32, and his 4-year-old sister Yuna was so happy to spend all her time with her brother that her smile never left her face because the girl was still crazy about him. Yuna wanted to tell her little brother the rules of the game because he was going to play cops and bandits for the first time. The boy was willing to do much more for the sake of his sister's smile. He was very pleased to see her so happy and cheerful. After playing games with the children, they went home, walking along the streets of the city, and the sun was shining very brightly. At that time, the boy was dissatisfied and resented the fact that after playing cops and bandits, his clothes were all in the mud, at which his sister laughed quietly. Yuna, with a smile on her face, asked her brother if he had fun and found it interesting when he was playing cops and bandits. Yunho thought back on his time and realized that it wasn't worth it to obsess over the cleanliness of his clothes because it was temporary and not important at all. The boys suddenly heard a sound, and it was the growling of a large and vicious dog that did not cease to gallop. Yuna froze in place, and her face showed how frightened the girl was, while her brother was calm and focused. The boys saw in a dark alleyway among the houses a big mean dog that kept growling at them and snarling viciously. The dog's eyes were inflamed, and saliva was continuously dripping from its mouth. Then the guys realized that it was a rabid dog. Yuna, despite her fear, was still determined and with her hand tried to ward off her little brother. The girl was very tense because of her fear, and it was difficult for her to speak without stammering. But she wanted to tell her brother that everything was all right and thus reassure him. Yuna could no longer contain her emotions and hugged her brother tightly, saying that she would always be by his side. The girl was still covering Yunho with herself for fear that the rabid dog might attack at any moment. But then the boy touched her hand. Yunho didn't stand aside anymore and came out from behind his sister's back, surprising Yuna very much. The girl didn't understand what he was going to do. The boy, deciding for himself that it was before he was weak and just trembling in the arms of his sister. But at this moment and in this life, everything was completely different. He remembered his sister telling him that she would always be there for him, and that memory gave him even more confidence. The boy decided to use his mana, and a moment later, his whole body was covered with a blue glow. His sister, who was watching this action, was very surprised. The dog that had been watching the boy intently suddenly pressed its ears to the ground, and it was Yunho who compelled it to do so. Yunho was very focused and mentally ordered the rabid dog to get out of there and leave him and his sister alone. In a moment, the frenzied dog was already running back into a dark alleyway among the houses, and at the same time, the dog whined incessantly. Yunho was still covered in a blue glow, but the silhouette of the mad dog was almost invisible, which meant that the boy had succeeded. The boy was able to accomplish all this and fenced himself and his sister away from the evil rabid dog. Not all given to him so easily, and so he exhaled in relief when it was all over. Yuna stared at her little brother without blinking and thought about how frightened the girl was. The boy tried to reassure his older sister and said that he was perfectly fine, even smiling while looking at Yuna. Yuna pounced on him with a steady stream of questions. She wanted to know how he had done it, if it was his mana, and she demanded that he teach her how to do it. Yunha listened to all these questions and thought that from the outside, it looked very touching and quite expected for his sister. The boy couldn't take any more of these endless questions, so he just agreed and promised that he would teach Yuna. Yuna remembered another point he had thought of earlier, that he was going to help his sister in this matter. As Yuna heard the positive answer from her brother, she was wildly excited and could not contain her emotions, which were all written on her face. The girl took her brother's hand and said that they should have run home a long time ago, or their mom would start to worry about them. Yunha thought about how he always wanted to protect his sister's smile, and then he also remembered that before his body regressed and his entire family was destroyed when he was only 6 years old, the boy realized that it was necessary to prevent all this at any cost, to change the future, and in any case not to allow such a thing to happen. Yunha was determined to achieve his goal and was willing to do absolutely anything for his family, for the sake of his sister's smile. The boys were in the room, and while Yunha was watching his sister, she was trying to use her mana to spin the ula. Yunha told her sister that this was not right and that she needed to put enough power in the right direction so that balance could be maintained. The boy explained to Yuna that she had been born with the gift of preserving large volumes, but unfortunately, she had no talent for control. However, he believed that someday things would change. Yuna was very angry and very determined that this time she would succeed and would be able to spin this ula the way it should be spun. Yuna's hands were embraced by a blue glow as she applied mana, and her eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, the girl, with all her anger, directed her mana at the ula, and it flew back to the wall. At that moment, Yunha sighed heavily and said that his sister still needed to study and learn. The screen showed a girl with a bouquet in her hands and tears in her eyes, telling her viewers that it was an honor for someone as undeserving as her to receive such a meaningful award. The whole family gathered in the room and watched TV, sitting on the couch, and they were all fascinated by what they were broadcasting, except for the boy himself because he was skeptical about it all. The boy's mom remembered and said that next year Yuna would turn 6 and go to kindergarten. Yunha was completely sure that he didn't need any kindergarten, but his mom reminded him of the promise he had made earlier. The boy remembered that his constant whining had made his parents give up on the idea of sending him to kindergarten, but he promised his mother that he would go to kindergarten as soon as he was 6. Yunha couldn't believe that he would be stuck among the noisy children who started crying for any reason for a long time, and just thinking about it gave him a headache. The TV presenter was telling at that moment that there was only 1 minute left until the end of the current year and reminded his viewers that today would leave a trace in the history of mankind. The speaker asked everyone to be more attentive to all the viewers who were watching TV at that moment and waiting for the end of the year. The reporter girl broadcasted that she was with her team at Jongmyo Temple and said that their ancestors, who were members of the Joseon dynasty, were buried there and that this was the place where a new chapter in Korean history would begin. Yunha was very skeptical of all these words and disagreed with the presenter's words about the new head of the entire human race. He remembered well that after mankind had discovered mana, people had only been using it constantly. The boy knew very well that people did not take into account the fact that using mana generates monsters, and so in 1999, just before the beginning of the 21st century, there was an incident, namely the end of the world. He couldn't forget that back then about 30% of the entire population had been lost, and those were crazy numbers. The boy remembered what humanity was experiencing at that moment, and it was shaking with fear because people had to get along with the threat of monsters that came out of nowhere. He remembered the moment when all the government and laws lost all their power, and the only power that could win was mana, which created a new hierarchy in the world. The most powerful people and players with powerful mana had united into a new force, But the problem was that by the time the situation had stabilized, humanity had already suffered great damage because cities had lost contact with each other, and large areas remained in isolation, and their destruction was a matter of time. In Korea, which at that time was already full of despair, a small light was lit, and all people began to live with this hope. A beautiful girl dressed in a beautiful dress was completely enveloped by a blue glow and continued to walk majestically. The girl was very beautiful. This fact could be said by anyone in Korea. All people admired this girl because she was beautiful to them, and if someone had already looked at her, they could not take their gaze from such beauty. Lim Il was the girl's name, and she was originally a popular actress but became the first goddess protector of all of Korea. The girl could stop the effects of mana and dispel it, and she was also endowed with the gift of white grace. It was decided that all players who defended the altar would become sword defenders of Korea, called the 12 Thrones. The boy knew that the players were run by the Mana Control Bureau, but the strongest of them created their own clans. Lim Il, because she had the rare gift of being able to stop monsters, was a very influential person in Korea and was therefore chosen as one of the 12 Thrones. Yunha knew that players who became a throne and belonged to a clan could use the power of the Bureau while also controlling the power of their clan. They did all this so they could have a way to monitor player activity. Great hopes were placed on those defenders of Korea that they would use all their strength. Lim Il really hoped that in the future, the work of the 12 Thrones would bear great fruit for Korea. The girl approached a sphere that stood on a hill, and this sphere was completely enveloped in a blue glow. Lim Il appealed to the gods of earth and heaven and asked them to give her the strength to protect this country from adversity. The girl continued to apply mana to this sphere, and its glow became brighter and brighter. After breaking through the barrier, the sky above the city was completely illuminated with a bright blue glow. The anchorwoman continued her live report and told her viewers that right now a cocoon was unfolding in front of them. That was a semi-spherical barrier that would keep the mana from raging, and it was coloring the skies of all of Seoul. Yuna heard the latest news on TV and jumped up from the couch, running to the balcony to see for herself. The girl watched carefully and intently from her balcony at everything that was happening while her brother stood at her back. She finally got to see what the girl reporter was talking about, and she couldn't help but be delighted. Yuna was not the only one watching everything that was going on because practically every citizen of Seoul was doing the same thing as the girl. Her whole family was already out on the balcony, and Yuna could not keep silent about how beautiful the sky of their city was at night. The boy's father prayed and was very grateful to all the gods that now they could all finally live in peace. Mom bowed her head at this point too and was very grateful to the goddess for everything that had just happened. Not only did the boy's parents do this, but in almost every home, the pattern was very similar because they were all grateful for what they had been given. Yuna decided that she didn't want to be left out either and wanted to pray, which she did. The girl beckoned for her younger brother to bring words of gratitude as well, but Yunha himself wasn't going to do it. Yunha just did not understand why all people did it and, most importantly, to whom they prayed because the boy was sure that there were no gods in this world. The boy thought so because he remembered that when everything came to an end, the gods were also destroyed. In every house, one could see silhouettes in the windows that never ceased to watch intently all that was happening in the sky above their city. The boy also looked up at the sky and noticed that the skies above the city were beginning to turn black. Yuna, at this time, continued to pray, and the girl asked the gods most of all to let her family live happily. Yunha was touched by what he heard from his sister because family was the most precious thing to him. He did not hold back any longer and began to pray himself, wanting most of all for his family, that they and he together with them would be happy in this life. The boy Yunha was 6 years old, and the very incident that had taken his entire family was getting sadly closer. The boy's parents sent Yuna to a kindergarten called Don, which meant evergreen pine trees, by the time he was 6 years old, as promised. Teacher Tao asked all the children for attention and silence, because he was telling them that a new friend was joining them today. The cheerful teacher Tao asked the boy if perhaps he would like to introduce himself to his new friends. The kindergarten boy only said his name was Yunha and that he was 6 years old. Thinking that was enough, Yunha, already at the very end, looking at all the children who were sitting in front of him, added only that it was a pleasure to meet them. Teacher Tao delicately told the boy that it was very short and that Yunha might want to add something else because the teacher was sure that the children wanted to be friends with the boy. Yunha didn't think he needed children as friends, and as soon as he said that, he heard the voice of someone he didn't expect at all. A girl who was sitting among the other children indignantly started asking what Yunha was doing in this particular kindergarten group. Yunha recognized his acquaintance in the girl who was talking. She was the same Dry Minnie, and the boy wasn't too happy about the fact that she was in this group either. The girl could no longer contain her emotions and jumped up indignantly, saying that she had already asked him not to call her that. Teacher Tao tried to reassure the children that they would still have free time before lunch and asked them to be more friendly to Yunha. The children apparently missed the teacher's words and request and all together rushed to the surprised and frozen boy. Yunha could hear the children's questions from all sides, such as where he lived, whether he wanted to play mother-daughter, or whether he knew how to add and subtract. The teacher looked at them and thought that everything would probably be all right. Yunha could barely escape the endless stream of questions and once again was convinced that he didn't particularly enjoy contact with other children. The boy came across a children's book corner and decided that although these books were for babies, they were an opportunity to pass the time in silence. In the children's library, a girl with a red bow in her hair was already sitting at the table, watching the boy who had just arrived in surprise. Yunha, however, did not notice anything or anyone around him and continued to sit and flip through the children's books he had picked up earlier. The girl who saw him still froze and did not move, only watching her new neighbor with her big eyes. The girl did not even pay attention to the fact that guests came to her from behind until they addressed her personally. The boy, whose name was Cho Yoon-hook, was with two of his companions and sarcastically asked the girl if she was reading again, not understanding what everyone found in those books. Yoon-hook wanted to know from Yang Hyan, that's the girl's name, why she always sat here alone, probably because she had no friends at all. Hyan, recognizing this boy as not her best friend, wanted to ask him to leave her alone and not touch her. But before Hyan could even say a word, Yoon-hook brazenly ripped the red ribbon off her head and said that it was not proper to wear such ribbons. Hyan tried to convince the boy to give her back her ribbon because she got it from her dad. But Yoon-hook wasn't going to do it because he just didn't want to. The guy suggested to the girl that she try to take the ribbon from them and started throwing it to one or the other. Hyan asked the boys to give her back her red ribbon because it was very precious to her. Yoon-hook wasn't going to give anything back, and to the girl's request in response, he just showed his tongue and started teasing her. The boys continued to tease Hyan when suddenly they heard from a strange boy who was sitting at the table that they were being childish. They all began to watch the stranger intently, but only Yunha himself continued to sit still with a bored look on his face. Yoon-hook couldn't stand it at first and turned to Yunha to see what he had told them. Yunha could no longer be on the sidelines and could no longer remain silent, so he stood up from the table. He came close to Yoon-hook and repeated once more, looking him in the eye, that he said he was acting like a kid and that he didn't think it was all that much fun. Yoon-hook wasn't endowed with any patience at all, and so without a second thought, he first insulted Yunha and then threw himself at him. Yunha was able to evade this attack without much difficulty, but Yoon-hook himself was unable to stand on his own feet. The boy had managed to snatch the red ribbon from his attacker during all of this, and now Yunha was scrutinizing it. Yunha walked over to the girl and handed back the ribbon that started this whole conflict. He advised Hyan not to let anyone take that ribbon from her next time. Yoon-hook tried to shout at him and said that he wouldn't let it go, but Yunha wasn't afraid of those words because they were spoken by a child of 6 years old. The boy made a promise to Yoon-hook that he would definitely get to him next time. Hyan touched the sleeve of the boy who had helped her so much and wanted to say something to him, but she was too shy. Gaining courage, the girl sincerely thanked her savior for giving her back her red ribbon. Yunha noticed that Minnie and that boy Yoon-hook had much more mana than the average person, and none of the other kids stood out anymore. He watched all the children closely, but only this girl, Yang Hyan, was not like anyone else at all. Hyan continued to stand and watch her savior admiringly, while clutching her red ribbon tightly to her, while her entire body was engulfed in the blue glow of her mana. The girl had an impossibly large amount of mana, perhaps even more than his sister. The boy noticed that she was very skillful at controlling it, and so the mana around her was concentrated and not dispersed. Such a child would be one of the 12 thrones in the future, or at least their apprentice. Yunha looked at the girl carefully and realized that he had never heard her name before the regression. And even if she didn't become a player, she would definitely become popular because of so much mana inside her. He couldn't fully explain his actions and reasons, and so he extended his hand and offered Yang Hyan to become friends with him. The girl still apparently did not fully understand what was going on at all and answered him with her consent. Yunha knew that mana was a very great power in this world, and so looking at the girl's potential, he knew very well that it would be good to stay close to her. Hyan and Yunha solidified their emerging friendship with a firm handshake. The girl was happy about this turn of events, and the boy in return suggested that they become very good friends. After a busy day at kindergarten, Yunha returned to his home and was glad he did. The boy's mom was happy about such a gift and immediately pinned it on her sweater while remembering to thank Yunha. Yunha realized that mom was referring to the paper carnation he had made in kindergarten, and she had taken it out of his backpack herself. The mom didn't forget to thank her daughter Yuna as well and said she thought it was even better than the actual carnation. Yunha noticed the gift from his sister and decided that if this was also a carnation, then apparently Yuna was very bad at it. The sister took the carnation in her hands and said that here she had another one, and it belonged to her brother, to which Yunha replied in agreement. Mom turned to her son with mortification as she realized that Yunha had made as many as 3 carnations, and apparently one of them was for Yuna. Yunha was in a very awkward situation and didn't know what to say to this. And at this moment, his sister was looking at him with adoration. The boy sadly bowed his head and informed his family that he had made another carnation for his grandmother. He remembered that even before the regression, when Parents' Day came up, they used to put these carnations together at school, and he was made to do them with everyone in the class. Even though his parents were long gone, those carnations were at the bottom of his backpack, and his grandmother would find them every time she packed him for school and put them on the nightstand in the hallway, but never on any of the holidays did he give them to her directly. He thought that when he gave them to her, he would immediately lose his longing for his family and his anger at the monsters. The boy did not show his gratitude until his grandmother went to the other world, but in this life, he would do things differently. On May 4th, the government decided to open the forbidden roads so that citizens could unite with their families in other cities in time for Family Month. A large number of players had been hired by the government to be ready for monsters on the roads, but because of the sudden appearance of the Kraken, many people were destroyed. On the way to his grandmother's house, his family was caught by the monster and sent to the other world. Dad suggested the whole family see Grandma because tomorrow the vacation started and there was free time. While the family was discussing this moment, Yunha, on the other hand, became silent and tried to decide what to do next. Yunha knew exactly one thing, that he must stop at all costs and save his family. The whole family gathered in one room and discussed Dad's suggestion that they go to Grandma's. Yunha knew well that they had only one grandmother since his dad was an orphan, and so he only had a grandmother on his mom's side. The boy remembered that before his return and after his family had been destroyed, he had been raised by his grandmother. She supported him when he was unhappy or if he failed, but then his grandmother had gone to the other world. Dad explained to them all that it used to be very dangerous to go out of town, but this year it should be safer after the government took over the roads. Yunha turned to his parents and wanted to ask them to all go to his grandmother's house another time. The parents could not understand their son's request and why he was refusing now because the government had already taken care of everything. The mother appealed to the boy that if he made a carnation for his grandmother in kindergarten, it meant that he would really like to see her. Yunha agreed with his mother's words and he missed his grandmother very much, but he didn't want to go on that day and suggested that the trip be postponed. The boy understood perfectly well that he was only a child and his word meant nothing, and that's why he had to behave like a child in order not to be suspected by his parents. Yunha shouted that after all, it would be Children's Day soon and he would really like to go to the amusement park to ride the Viking, especially since it was not far from their house. When Yuna heard what her little brother wanted, she was happy to support him and said that she also wanted to ride a Viking. Dad reflected on the fact that none of his children had actually been to an amusement park yet because there was a period of great monster activity. Yun's father still decided that this factor should definitely be fixed, and tomorrow they would all go to that park together. Mom wanted to make her family something delicious for dinner and asked them what they would like. Yuna, without much thought, asked her mom to make her some nuggets and a sandwich. The boy thought that since he could not stand in the way of the Kraken, he could stand in the way of his parents to come to him, and it could change the future. Mom received an unexpected call on her phone, and her face became very concerned with disbelief. She once again questioned whoever was on the phone with her about whether this was about her grandmother. Mom thanked whoever called her and at the end really asked her to take care of Grandma. The whole family was excited and worried because it was about their beloved grandmother and they did not know what happened to her. Yun's mom told everyone that Grandma suddenly felt sick and fainted because of it. Yuna was getting angry because it couldn't be like this. Before the regression, everything had been fine with his grandmother until he entered the Players' Academy. Mom really hoped that Grandma was fine and nothing serious, but because she was very worried and could not go to her, Dad was worried too, and so he made the decision that he would definitely go with her to make sure everything was actually okay. Dad informed everyone that no one could go to the amusement park at this hour, and so tomorrow, as soon as roadside security was prepared, they would all go together to check on Grandma. Mom was now starting to worry about her son. She didn't want him to be upset because they had already promised him. She knew that the boy really wanted to go to the amusement park and so she offered to go to it for sure but some other time. Yunha thought that his grandmother was hurt because he tried to change the future, and he was worried that if he tried to do anything else, who knows what else might happen. There was no way he could prevent his family from meeting the Kraken, and if so, then nothing would be different. The boy thought about the fact that there was one difference and that was himself because now he was completely different. Yunha had begun to accumulate mana since he was a child, and he still had battle experience from his past life. The boy agreed with his mother's words that they would go to the amusement park another time. Yunha turned to his family and said that if nothing could be done, they would go to grandmother's house. The boy had set his mind to the fact that if he could not prevent his family from meeting the Kraken, then he would fight the monster. Yunha wasn't going to give up and was willing to do anything for his family. The Bureau of Mana Control categorized all monsters based on their threat level. Class N9 included those that polluted the environment or spread disease, and Class 8 included monsters that physically threatened everyday life. The 7th class included those who committed robberies, and the 6th class included monsters who terrorized city districts alone or in groups. The 5th class were those who committed terror alone or in groups and had equal strength. The 4th class were monsters leading hordes from the others, and they enslaved people and threatened their well-being. Class 3 are those that threaten the integrity of an entire government and had a disaster-level threat. The 2nd class included monsters that were the equivalent of a catastrophe, and the remaining 1st class were those that threatened the existence of all mankind. The Kraken belonged to the 3rd class. Yunha recalled that even before his regression, around the time he entered the Kraken Academy, the Krakens were relegated to the 4th grade because of the players' great efficiency. The dispersed players of a certain class or rank were too weak to fight the Kraken. The boy was well aware that he could not defeat this monster alone, and there was only one possibility. He knew he needed to wait for the 12 thrones to make it through. Yunha realized that all he could do to help was to buy as much time as possible. The boy was preparing for the trip and reasoned that the weapons a child might have are scissors and a box cutter. And that's it. A kitchen knife would be nice, but Mom would notice if it went missing. Yunha thought that even such a flimsy weapon, if he endowed it with mana, could do some damage to the monster. His older sister peeked into the boy's room to see if he was ready to go. Yuna informed Yunha that they were all packed and ready to go to Grandma's and were only waiting for him. The city's roads were full of cars, all because the government had installed extra security. Yun's whole family was in all this traffic. They were traveling to check on their grandmother. The mother turned to her son and advised him to get some rest and sleep because they had a long road ahead of them. Yunho was fine and he informed his mom about it, but his older sister was already sleeping soundly on his shoulder. The boy remembered that the Kraken had appeared on Sanson Bridge just as they were crossing the middle of it. But his family had already passed the middle and Yunha didn't understand why it hadn't shown up yet. Yunha assumed that the Kraken still hadn't shown up yet because something else had changed in the future. The boy really hoped they would be able to at least just make it across that bridge. Moments later, there was a huge explosion on the Sanson Bridge and everything was engulfed in flames. The boy's dad froze in place and his gaze was disheartened at what he saw. Yuna clung tightly to her little brother and was very frightened, but the boy realized that fate could not be changed. The boy thought that this fate was like laughing at his desperate desire to change everything. Yunha finally saw someone who belonged to the 3rd class and was a disaster-level monster, and it was a Kraken. The Kraken's huge tentacles destroyed absolutely everything in their path and spared no one. The Kraken that appeared on the bridge with its tentacles demolished all the cars, turning them into pieces of metal. People got out of their cars and just ran wherever they could to try to escape and survive. All the people didn't understand where the players who were supposed to guard the road were at this difficult moment. The players finally showed up and rushed to the very epicenter of the disaster and intended to provide protection for all people. One of the players suddenly heard a very strange noise above his head, and what he saw horrified him. The huge tentacle collapsed after a moment and destroyed everything underneath it. The family was sitting in the car, watching all the horror that was happening in front of their eyes, and they were very scared. Dad decided that they couldn't stay in the car any longer and they had to get out, but because of the chaos that was going on outside, they all had to be extremely careful. He wanted to convey to his children that if they moved slowly, they could safely escape. Yunha, who heard all this, did not agree with his father's opinion, but since he was still a child, his reasoning was not very interesting. Mom appealed to her children that they should do everything as Dad told them to, get out of the car, and not worry about anything because the players would protect them. The whole family, sticking to their head of household's plan, got out where the real disaster was happening. Yunha saw his older sister stumble to the ground and the boy was very scared for her. The girl suddenly realized that she couldn't get up because she hurt her leg. Yuna tried to pull herself together with all her strength because she had to get up and move on, and staying in one place would put her in great danger. Daddy saw what happened to his daughter and decided to help her and told her not to worry about anything. He would carry her in his arms. He turned to his son, asking whether he was all right and would be able to move on. 100. The boy replied that he was perfectly fine. The player noticed the family and told them to follow him, and he would show them a place to evacuate the people. Yunha did as he was told and saw that the players were not collected and were in a panic because a 3rd-class monster had appeared. But the veteran players were quicker to adapt to the situation and began to evacuate people. The boy knew that the Kraken was not their only problem and they should definitely try to cross the bridge. The player who accompanied him and the boy's entire family to the evacuation site was suddenly attacked and was unable to repel the attack. Dad, with Yuna in his arms, was shocked by what he saw in front of him and didn't understand what they should do now and how he could keep his family safe. They saw ahead the paws of one of the monsters that had very sharp claws. Yunha, recognizing these monsters, was very upset that they didn't make it out in time to be in a safe place. They were 7th grade monsters that the players within their circle called divers. These monsters had an intimidating appearance and their entire mouth was full of sharp and very dangerous fangs for humans. Players fought these 7th grade monsters as best they could and tried to save as many people as they could at any cost. One of the players found a girl who had suffered from the monster's clutches, and this guy was trying to find someone near them who had healing magic. The woman was already running to their aid because she could help the girl. The player saw that the woman who had healing magic was unable to get to them because she was attacked by monsters, and they were everywhere. A family that was still trying to find where the evacuation for people was taking place was watching all the horror that was going on. Dad tried to reassure his children and told them to trust him and be sure that no matter what happened, he would protect them. He could no longer contain his emotions and shouted loudly for them to run immediately and not look back in any way. No one dared to heed the words of the head of their family, and they ran as fast as they could, and none of them looked back. The Kraken, at this time, continued to rampage and used its tentacles to destroy everything around it. The monster, by its actions, created real chaos and disaster, and a very large number of people suffered from his clutches. Yunha saw what was happening and the boy was seized with a wild rage at what was happening. The boy tried to shout to his father and tell him that what they were doing now was very dangerous. A huge number of cars were already turned into a pile of metal and people were trying to escape who could. The shock wave sent one of the cars flying off to the side and collided with a truck. This collision caused a huge explosion and the whole area was engulfed in flames. Yunha and his family were on a small hill at that moment and watched in horror as the fire enveloped everything. Daddy, with Yuna in his arms, was trying to figure out what they should do next, and he was trying his best to stay calm, so his kids wouldn't worry. The boy had heard that the players did not know where their reinforcements were, even though they had been here for a short time, but they could not cope on their own and were worried that the roads were on fire. Yunha realized one thing. They needed to hold out until the backing of the throne's support. The boy hadn't forgotten that even before the regression, the 12 thrones had arrived 30 minutes behind the Kraken, and he realized that it was unlikely that the players would be able to protect anyone if the escape routes were blocked. The 12 thrones could deal with monster divers when they arrived, but if no one could handle the Kraken, they'd all go to the afterlife. Yunha dropped his backpack and finally decided that he would fight because he had been preparing for this from the beginning. The boy was willing to put a lot on the line, but he would not back down and would defend his family to the very end. He took his weapons out of his backpack, and they were scissors and a clerical knife. His older sister, who was watching him at that moment, didn't understand what he was going to do. Yunha turned to his parents and asked them not to go anywhere until help arrived. Dad looked at his son and was perplexed at what he was even doing and saying. Yunha, as if not hearing his father's question at all, continued to tell them that the players were currently repelling the monster attacks. The boy also said that if anything happened anyway, Yuna could protect them from trouble. Yunha explained that besides himself, only Yuna could control mana here, and he had faith in his older sister. Yuna rounded her already large eyes to listen to her brother carefully and couldn't believe it. The girl tried to stop Yunha, but it was too late. He ran into the very epicenter of the battle. The boy was determined and confident in his actions, and at the same time ran and tightly clutched his weapon, which was a clerical knife. Yunha ran hard to meet his opponent, and it was the third-class monster, Kraken himself. The boy applied mana and his feet began to light up with a bright blue glow, and he decided to use the Sky Step skill. Yunha was so concentrated that drops of sweat appeared on his face, but he wasn't going to give up on his scheme. The boy had often used the mobility skill before regression, but this was the first time he had used it in this body, and it was a bit hard for the kid. Yun realized that no matter how hard it was for him right now, he would be able to reach the Kraken instantly thanks to the Heaven Step skill. The boy made a great leap and in a moment was in the very epicenter of the battle. People fleetingly turned their attention to someone speeding past them. The players noticed the boy and could not understand what he was doing and where he was running to because it was very dangerous there now. The monsters called divers heard a strange sound and all their attention turned towards the boy. Yunha ran straight to meet these monsters while applying full mana envelopment. The boy was jumping from one car roof to another at high speed, and the divers were already rushing to meet him. Yunha, thanks to his mana, could quite easily and deftly deal with these monsters that were trying to attack him. The boy did not pity or spare any of them. He was very determined and thought only that he needed to protect his family. Yunha destroyed one diver with his clerical knife as another monster was already trying to pounce on him from above. The boy was able to handle both one monster and another without sparing anyone. Yunha realized that he needed to gather all his strength and be very careful. The boy actively used his clerical knife as a weapon against the divers. The beast was strong and it wasn't easy to defeat, and so in one of the attacks, Yunha was thrown onto the hood of one of the cars on the road. Yunha was able to get to his feet and using mana was ready to do battle with the monsters again. There were a lot of divers and they surrounded the boy from all sides, blocking all his paths. The boy gathered all his strength and planned to attack the monsters again and win at any cost. Yunha saw memories of his past life in which he fought monsters time after time and never retreated. The boy remembered all the monsters and different classes and levels that had ever been in his path. Yunha was currently still fighting the divers and he was already having more success with those attacks. The boy noticed that skills from his past life began to return to him and he was able to remember the feelings he had when he destroyed the monsters. Yunha felt that right now he was once again becoming someone who could defeat and overpower anyone who would get in his way. He had a second wind and without a second thought, he threw himself at the monsters because the safety of his family was at stake. The boy had gotten into the excitement and was already more confident in his abilities and capabilities than before. He was distracted by his thoughts and musings and didn't notice one of the monsters lurking under the car while the boy was on the roof. The diver wanted to attack the boy, but he failed and he was defeated and went to the other side of the world. Yunha didn't have time to deal with one monster, but a moment later he was attacked by another monster hoping for the effect of surprise. The monster failed to achieve its goal and recovered to the other world following the past monster. The boy fought vigorously and in one of his attacks lost his weapon because the clerical knife failed and broke into small pieces. Yunha was very sorry for this loss as this knife had not lasted him long at all. The boy remembered that when he had packed his things, he had brought a pair of scissors in addition to a pocket knife. He decided that enough was enough and it was time for him to end it all and rushed forward. Yunha ran at great speed just across the roofs of the cars that had been left behind by the people during this chaos. The boy suddenly began to brake sharply because there was a great danger ahead of him. Yunha saw a Class 3 monster in front of him, and it was a kraken whose eyes were burning a bright red color. The boy was forced to fight the monster using only scissors as his weapon. The kraken, for its attacks, used its tentacles that were large in size and could destroy everything around it. The monster swung around and struck with one of those tentacles at all the cars that were left on the road. Yunha barely managed to avoid this blow, and using his mana, the boy managed to jump onto one of the tentacles. The boy tried to find a way out of the situation because he could not give up. He had to protect his family. He broke his scissors into 2 pieces and used them to try his best to stay on the monster. Yunha's size against this monster was certainly inferior, but he had no other choice. The boy used his strength and tried time after time with his weapon to harm the kraken. The monster was not going to be patient and was able to throw the boy off his body quite easily. Yunha could barely survive and noticed that his weapon was already damaged and the single blade of the scissors was already useless. The boy was optimistic and was glad that he had the other half of the scissor blade still intact. Yunha did not despair but instead only moved forward and began to attack the monster again. The boy wanted to repeat his past maneuver and tried to latch onto the kraken with one blade. The monster was already prepared for this turn of events and took a big swing with one of its tentacles. Yunha was thrown a great distance away from the monster by the large shockwave, and it was already obvious that his plan had failed. The boy tried with all his might to slow his fall and break his feet against the pavement. Yunha was upset and frustrated at the same time because his mana was about to run out and he didn't know how to proceed. The boy had been on the bridge all this time fighting monsters, and the kraken decided to take advantage of this. The monster wanted to demolish the bridge support with its attacks and then its problem would cease to exist. Yunha saw the whole disaster that was unfolding around him with renewed vigor. The boy realized that this monster was unfortunately just as stubborn and persistent. The whole road around the boy was turning into ruins, and it was getting harder and harder for him to resist. On this asphalt, each time the kraken did not calm down but continued to rampage, destroying everything it could reach. Yunha tried his best to hold on and not fall, and kept trying to think of a new plan for his next actions. Everything that was around had already been destroyed, all the cars from small cars to big trucks. The boy concentrated and tried to summon all of his remaining mana because he needed it. Yunha gathered not only his mana but also his persistence and shouted to the monster that he would now be held accountable for all that he had done. He struck a powerful blow with his weapon on the entire road, and as a consequence, everything that was standing on it was thrown upwards by the shock wave. Yunha's actions created a massive explosion as several cars collided with each other. The boy clutched his scissors tightly in his hand and had no intention of stopping there. Yunha suddenly began to feel that something was wrong with him as his hands suddenly went numb. The boy almost couldn't move, and that was because he had used up all his mana during the battle with the kraken. He was lying on the pavement, almost exhausted, and didn't know what to do now. Yunha was well aware that if he lost consciousness now, everything he tried to do would be all for nothing. All his attempts to destroy the monster and thus save his family were becoming unrealistic. The boy was losing strength by the second, and his vision was already beginning to blur, and the outcome was obvious. Suddenly hitting the pavement sharply, he tried to pull himself together and not let it end like this. Even though Yunha was now a 6-year-old child, he was the leader of the Misty Flower team in his previous life, a title that was not given to just anyone. The boy knew only one thing: he just had to go all the way, and he had no right to give up. Yunha thought about his parents and his older sister and realized that he really wanted to live this life with his family. The kraken continued to rage, and its tentacles demolished everything in front of it. The boy saw one of those tentacles of incredible size threatening to descend upon him at any moment. Yunha repeated time after time that he would not let the monster destroy him, and he did not know yet how, but he would definitely stop it. A boy who couldn't find a solution to his problem suddenly felt something. Yunha, who appeared as if out of nowhere, shouted to the monster not to dare to touch her little brother. The boy himself took it all as a miracle. The girl was this miracle and hugged her brother tightly, and around them, the boys themselves were enveloped in a golden glow. She used her mana and protected herself and her younger brother Yunha with a barrier against the monster. The monster divers saw what was happening and froze in amazement, for even they had not expected such a turn of events. Yunha used such a strong barrier that a pillar was encompassed, and it looked fascinating. The boy thought that everything that was happening was simply impossible, and it was actually something else than a real miracle, namely a gift that allowed changing the world and its laws. Before the regression, Yunha had only known 4 people who possessed such a gift and ability. Li Wan was the name of the person who possessed such a gift, and the girl was also his trusted partner. Yunha had thought even earlier when he noticed Yuna had such a large amount of mana that his older sister might actually have that gift. Yuna hugged her brother tightly and told him that everything would definitely be fine now. The boy was surprised to notice that his wounds were beginning to heal, and he found it hard to believe. Yunha also noticed that the light that came from his sister was protecting them from the kraken. The boy began to worry because the use of such a gift never happens without a trace, and those who possess it will have to pay a great price to change the world. Yunha became increasingly worried about his sister and asked the girl if she was all right and if anything hurt. Yuna smiled, looking at her little brother, and tried to reassure him that she was perfectly fine and only a little tired. The girl, after a moment, abruptly lost all her strength from the use of her gift and lost consciousness. Yuna couldn't resist it, and a small glow continued to shine above her. The boy saw that his sister had very little mana left in her, but it was enough to keep her alive. Yunha gently placed the girl on the pavement and realized that for her, the price of using the gift was mana itself. The boy decided that what his sister had done was more than enough, but he would have to do the rest himself. Yunha stood in front of the monster and was ready to fight with all his might so that what his sister had done would not go unchallenged. Kren watched all of this closely, and even the monster was amazed at all that had happened. The boy saw that the monster opened its eyes wide and was glad that apparently even the monster was scared of Yuna. Yunha warned the kraken not to even expect to get close to his sister. The boy would never allow it and would do everything possible and impossible to do so. Yunha used his mana and set his mind determined to attack the monster, and nothing could stop him. The boy applied all his skills and abilities and was going to go all the way. Yunha noticed that his mana had recovered thanks to his older sister saving him. The boy was well aware that he would not be able to defeat the kraken completely, but the most important thing was that the future had already changed and his family was safe. Yunha no longer feared anything. He just had to hold out until the thrones arrived. Before the kraken appeared, a man was on the one bridge near the main action scene. The man who was sitting in the car at the time was very indignant that the rest of the traffic didn't even think to move. He was getting angry at the driver for not driving but just apparently steering, to which the driver replied that it was because there were a lot of cars on the road and all the roads around Seoul were like that now. The man in the backseat of the car was already thinking that maybe he should leave the 12 thrones because instead of relaxing on his golden vacation, he was doing something else. He joined up because he wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder with the tough guys, and instead he had to deal with civilians. Suddenly, they saw a great deal of mana ahead and were greatly surprised by it. The man who was sitting in the back seat dialed the phone and immediately asked if he thought it was all up ahead, and the response was that it was. The man on the phone reported that he agreed with the information. He knew it was a Class 3 kraken. The man who heard what class the monster belonged to was very surprised and wary. The driver was listening to his passenger talk about how he could have fun when there was a monster raging ahead, and if people saw this reaction, they would be outraged. The person on the phone said that this was all happening on the Songsan Bridge, and that they couldn't resolve the situation while all those players were there. He was also told that they didn't know the exact damage that had already been done but were confident that the man would definitely be able to end all the chaos that was going on. The last thing he was told was that he could be picked up on the road soon. The man, or rather it was the lord of the clan, did not wait for anyone and decided to leave the car on his own. But he heard the driver ask him what he was going to do. The clan lord explained that it would be easier for him to get to the place he needed on his own because they would not be able to get there because of the traffic jams. The man from the back seat of the car took out his weapon, and it was a big sword because it would be very useful to him in the near future. The driver didn't understand how he was going to walk because it was at least 2 hours to the right place. The clan lord only laughed at this because he only needed 30 minutes because he was going to use his power. Using his strength, he rushed forward to the very epicenter of the events on the bridge. The driver did not expect anything else from him because that man was just obsessed with battles and always wanted to fight against the best. The man who was rushing over was the lord of the Blade clan, and he was also a fire demon, and his name was Kong Henel. Henel, after half an hour, was already there, and the first thing that came his way was a monster diver. The demon didn't bother with the monster for long, and immediately attacked it with a flaming sword in his hands. The man deftly and quickly coped with the first monster and ran onto the bridge, surprised to see the magic ahead, which was illuminated with a golden color. Henel knew there shouldn't be anyone in this place who was capable of such a thing. The fire demon realized well that all this could only mean one thing: that someone new had appeared on the bridge. A boy whose hands were completely enveloped in mana was fighting a third-grade monster. Henel appeared suddenly and immediately rushed into the epicenter of the battle, using his fire skill, which was aimed at the Kraken. Yunha saw the man and was finally able to breathe out a little, realizing that he wasn't the only one fighting the monster. The boy recognized the man as one of the 12 thrones, and it was the fire demon Kong Henel. The monster's tentacles were engulfed in fire, and the Kraken was no longer able to offer any resistance. It was not at all easy. The monster, trying to save itself, left the scene of battle as it could no longer fight back and hid in the water. The man was endowed with the gift of pyrokinesis, which gave him the ability to freely control fire, hence his nickname, the Fire Demon. He looked carefully at those he had come to help, and it was an unconscious girl and a 5- or 6-year-old boy staring at him intently. He was surprised to see only 2 children and even more surprised that there was a flow of mana around the girl, and he couldn't believe that she was the one doing all this magic. The man concluded that because the girl had spent all her mana, she had lost consciousness, and the boy was trying to protect her from the Kraken. The fire demon was already curious to see them when they became players because the children were very strong. Henel saw how wary the boy looked at him and tried to reassure the boy by telling him not to be afraid and that he wouldn't hurt them. The man looked at the boys once more and added to his sentence that at least now he wasn't going to touch them. Yunha looked at the man carefully and wasn't about to trust what he said. Henel informed them that he had a very different goal at the moment, and it was the Kraken, which he was going to get rid of by any means possible. The fire demon advised the boy to stay away because the monster would be coming out of the water soon. The Kraken, which at that moment was at the bottom of the river, was waiting for the right moment to return and fight with renewed vigor. Yunha recalled the moment when he came face to face with a fire demon for the first time in his past life. The boy was wary of the fire demon even then, and the latter informed him that he had heard of him because of his reputation. But Yunha wanted to know what he wanted from him. Henel replied that he just wanted to make sure the guy was as strong as everyone said he was and offered to fight him to test that fact. Yunha saw no point in this battle, and so he simply asked the fire demon to get out of his way. Henel, laughingly, replied that he didn't want or intend to go anywhere and that the guy could only get past him if he fought. Yunha stopped being restrained and, getting into a fighting stance, told the fire demon that he would regret it. Henel reacted instantly and was fully prepared to attack in a moment. The boy, hugging his older sister, looked at the man, remembering all the moments from his past life related to that one. Yunha remembered well the moment when Henel had constantly tried to challenge him to a duel before his return. The boy did not forget that he had never been able to win because he was getting stronger with each battle. Yunha thought he was truly a monster who was born to fight. The Kraken found the right moment to make itself known and surfaced from the water, beginning to attack again. The boys and the man were able to barely stay on the remaining bridge after the monster tried to attack them. Henel saw that the monster was able to destroy the column that supported the bridge, and he was overcome with rage. The man tried to think over his next plan of action, but seeing the guys, he realized that while they were here, it would be hard for him to fight. The fire demon spotted a helicopter in the sky above them, from which the silhouette of the Holy Mother could be seen, and it was very timely. The girl in the helicopter shouted that she had asked him many times not to call her that, but she wasn't old and didn't understand what the word mother had to do with it. It was the Holy Mother of the 12 Thrones, whose name was Pak Harem. Henel didn't understand why the fire demon had run all the way to this place on foot if they could get him here by helicopter. The man replied that he just needed to get to Seoul very urgently, and wasn't that clear? Harem said that reinforcements would be arriving soon, and then they could begin rescuing civilians, but for now he just needed to focus on the Kraken. The fire demon saw that the girl had applied her buffs for them, but the guy wanted to proudly refuse it but failed because Harem was more convincing. Harem informed another man that these guys were on him, and he was responsible for their safety. Yunha gently hugged his sister and still didn't trust anyone, counting only on himself. The Kraken no longer lurked at the bottom of the river and surfaced, fully revealing itself. Henel noticed that the monster had finally fully emerged and, without hesitation, rushed straight towards it while using his mana. The man picked up a lot of speed and jumped off the bridge straight into the water, intending to deal with this monster once and for all. Henel had already resurfaced from the water in a completely different form because he had used his fire skill, and his entire body was completely engulfed in fire. The man, as Yunha had said before, was born to fight, and he even enjoyed it. Henel stood in front of the third-class monster and planned his next actions. The Kraken did not wait but decided to be the first to attack and used its tentacles. The man's gaze was a little wild, and he had no doubt at all that he could overpower this monster. Henel struck the Kraken with his powerful blow, and in a moment, the entire monster was engulfed in that fire and had no chance of surviving. The fire demon, after being able to send the monster to the other world quite easily, began to take on a bit of his former appearance. Henel was already completely his old self and looked with satisfaction at his accomplished work. Yunha watched intently and was glad that the Kraken had finally been defeated. Harem, who had come down from the landed helicopter, ran to the guys to make sure they were okay. The girl tried to calm them down and explained that she would help them now while using healing magic. Harem suddenly noticed something that really struck her because the boys did not have a single scratch on them. The girl thought about whether it was a miracle, and it was the one that was able to heal their wounds. Harem found it all astonishing and never thought she would ever be able to witness a miracle in person. The girl wanted to make sure and examine the boy and the girl more closely, but she was not allowed to do so. The boy menacingly informed her not to even dare touch his sister and was very convincing in his words. Harem froze in astonishment, feeling threatened but not understanding how the boy could threaten like that. The girl was even more curious now and wanted to find out who this boy was. The resulting noise made it impossible for her to hear anything in response as a multitude of helicopters appeared over their heads. Harem saw that it was the rescue squad and decided that it would be better to get the boys to the hospital first and then figure things out. It was reported by the authorities that at 5 o'clock in the evening, a Kraken suddenly attacked the Songsan Bridge and caused a lot of damage to the bridge. All TV channels reported that rescue operations were still underway and people were being given the necessary assistance. Yunha listened to all this news that was reported on TV, but all his attention was riveted and focused on his older sister. Yuna was currently in the hospital and was still unconscious but safe. The girl's physician informed her brother that Yuna was severely malnourished due to the lack of mana in her body, but after she took a mana potion, she would be fine. Yunha was insanely happy that it was finally over and their lives were no longer threatened. The boy was glad that despite everything, he was able to change the future, even though he had no hope for it. Yunha suddenly heard himself being addressed by those he was not yet ready to see. The boy saw his parents rushing towards him and were very excited. His parents' gaze was so intense that Yunha realized he was about to get it. The boy stood in front of his parents and dutifully lowered his head, keeping silent. His mom was the first one who couldn't stand the silence and asked her son if he was okay or possibly hurt. Yunha quietly replied that he was fine and uninjured, but his head was still lowered. Mom asked what about his sister, and the boy replied that she had little mana and that's why she was sleeping now, but she was recently given a potion. The head of their family, hearing his son's answer, breathed a sigh of relief that his children were okay after all. Dad had calmed down a bit and now wanted to know why Yunha disobeyed him and ran away from them. The boy lowered his head even further and apologized to his parents for his disobedience. Yunha only didn't understand why he was apologizing to them since his family had been saved, and it was the best possible outcome. The boy was well aware that he wasn't sorry at all and would do the exact same thing again. Yunha only noticed in them that they were not at all worried about the outcome, but they were worried that he had run away to the monster and put himself in great danger. The boy remembered the feeling well and knew what it was like to lose his family, so he did what he thought was right at the time without asking his parents for their opinion. Yunha now understood what his mom and dad were going through, so he apologized to them more sincerely and said that he understood how wrong he was and that it would not happen again. The boy's mom couldn't take it anymore and held out her arms to him to come to her. Yunha didn't hesitate, and after a moment, rushed to his mother, hugging her tightly because she was very dear to him. Daddy hugged the two of them and asked the boy not to do that again because they were very worried. Yunha couldn't stand it and cried, promising his parents that he would never do that again because he didn't have to fight monsters anymore and could just be a child. And that's what the boy's parents wanted. The next morning, their entire family was still in the hospital after the incident. The head of the family turned to his son and told him to sit still and wait for them while they went to discharge his older sister. The boy obediently agreed and said that he would sit next to Yuna and would not go anywhere. Yunha realized that after the events on the bridge, his parents didn't trust him at all, but he hoped it would be over soon. The boy wanted something to occupy himself while his sister was still fast asleep and found something to eat. Yunha devoured what he could find, and it tasted delicious, leaving a satisfied look on his face. The boy wanted to find something else because he really wanted something sweet, perhaps because he had spent a lot of energy yesterday. Suddenly, Yunha saw a cookie being handed to him, and this made the boy very happy. The fire demon, Henschel, was the one who sat next to him and handed the boy sweets. The boy had not expected this turn of events at all, and now he sat looking warily at his unexpected guest. Henschel, not noticing the boy's hesitation, decided that maybe he just didn't like chocolate chip cookies. The fire demon decided to personally check and make sure, and so without asking, he stuffed the boy's mouth with that very same chocolate cookie. Yunha didn't understand what was going on with the man and why he was acting so strangely. Perhaps he had gone insane, though it was unlikely. Henschel looked at the boy carefully and suddenly decided to ask him how old he was. The man heard that the boy was only 6 years old and his sister 10, and for a fire demon they were still children. The fire demon wanted to know the name too, but the boy wasn't going to tell him his older sister's name without a good reason. Henschel interrupted the boy and clarified that he did not want to know the girl's name but his own. The fire demon heard that the boy's name was Yunha and suggested that he join the academy, promising to provide him with references from himself. Yunha, listening to the man, was perplexed by the fact that he wanted him to enter the academy and become a player, and when he grew up, fight him. The boy was shocked by this conclusion because the fire demon was already raising people to fight them in the future. Henschel said that, in principle, the boy still had plenty of time to think things over. The man spoke the boy's name again and promised he would be sure to remember it. Henschel left the surprised Yunha and exited the chamber where Harima was waiting for him outside the door. Harima watched as the fire demon was just about to leave and thought that this was definitely the kind of miracle that hadn't happened in Korea in a very long time. The man replied that this fact did not bother him at all, and it only mattered to him whether those guys were strong or not, to which the girl was once again convinced that Henschel was just obsessed with battles. Henschel replied that this was not true and that he was older than her, and since the girl was now in the 12 thrones, she needed to control her speech. The man explained his act by saying that if this miracle was as rare as she herself said it was, then the girl would attract the world's attention the moment they told them about it. Henschel added that the girl could never go back to normal after something like that, and he doubted that was what Harima wanted for Yunha. The man also said that if the girl understood all this, she should just forget about it and suggested that she should go to a cafe with him. Harima, behind the cafe, already mentally pictured different kinds of sweets and goodies. The fire demon explained that his offer was quite normal and adequate. He just wanted something sweet because he had spent a lot of energy. The next day, after the monster attack, the whole family was still able to visit Grandma. My mom excitedly asked her why she was standing outside and not resting in the house since she wasn't feeling well. The grandmother answered that she missed her relatives very much. That's why she decided to meet them, and she also wanted to see her grandchildren. She looked into the car and saw the kids sleeping soundly in the back seat and decided, well, let them rest better. Yunha woke up and didn't understand what was going on. He was also very cramped because his sister was sleeping next to him and hugging him tightly. The boy pushed his sister away and didn't realize that it was really so comfortable for the girl to sleep. Yunha turned his attention to his parents, who were sleeping nearby, especially to his mother, and realized that his sister must have gotten it from her. The boy gently tucked his sister in and still couldn't be happy that she was perfectly fine. Yunha, trying to leave the room quietly so as not to wake anyone up, decided to take a little walk. The boy sat by himself outside in the yard of his grandmother's house and thought about what had happened to him during this whole period. He saw that he had a lot more mana now. Perhaps it was because of his gift. Yunha, before his return, was the possessor of the gift of Berserker. The more mana he consumed, the stronger he became, but based on the name, it was important that the more mana spent, the crazier he became. The boy remembered that when he fought the Kraken, his sanity was fine, and if the downside of such a gift was absent, then it was the best gift. Then Yunha suggested that perhaps he was far from knowing everything about berserkers and their abilities. Suddenly, the grandmother leaned over him and asked why he was still awake. The boy thought about how long the grandmother had been there because he did not even feel her presence. Yunha explained to his grandmother that he had gotten enough sleep in the car, and so he didn't want any more for now. Grandma laughed and told the boy that if he wanted to become an adult, he would have to sleep a lot. Yunha always knew that as soon as he got too deep in his thoughts, Grandma would always be there. The boy knew his grandmother was waiting for him to start talking, and it didn't matter if it was about feelings or just about anything. Yunha decided to ask something completely neutral and asked his grandmother why she was awake. Grandma's answer was very simple and trivial. She doesn't sleep because her grandson, Yunha, doesn't sleep. The boy realized what he used to want very much, and that was to be near his grandmother, no longer as a child. The boy's grandmother decided to offer a drink of warm milk, but Yunha refused. Suddenly, a question was asked from behind if he was sure he didn't want to drink warm milk, and the boy was even more surprised because he hadn't noticed her coming. Mom, smiling, pointed to the spread that she had brought with her and to the 3 cups of milk that stood on it, and asked her son if he had changed his mind and wanted to drink it already. Yunha wrapped his hands around the cup of warm milk, enjoying the taste of it and especially the people around him. At that moment, the boy's mother explained to the grandmother how scared she was from that call. And so the grandmother once again repeated that she was perfectly fine and generally thought her neighbor sometimes exaggerated too much. She was still very excited when she was informed that grandma had fainted. Yunha listened carefully to his family's conversation and heard his grandmother talk about how she had just stumbled a bit and still thought she got off very lightly. Grandma reported that she was just distracted, and that's why it happened. But now Mom would really like to know what distracted Grandma so much. The boy's grandmother said that when she was walking up the stairs, she saw someone. Grandma preemptively beat Mom to the punch and replied that she was completely sane and asked her to listen to the rest of the story first. She said that at the top, there was someone waving his arms and trying to convince her grandmother not to climb the stairs. The grandmother looked at her grandson carefully and said that when she started to think about it all, she realized that the person who had said all this was not her but Yunha. Yunha listened to his grandmother very carefully and thought hard about it all. The boy was sure that it would be wrong to take it all as his grandmother's usual fantasy. Yunha knew that if something went wrong, his whole family would go to the other world just like his grandfather. The boy suggested that maybe it was his grandfather after all, but then he was sure that his grandmother should have told him earlier. Grandma thought it was all amazing and like it was all a while ago and went on to tell him that Grandpa told her there was a cute lonely fawn outside, and he, of course, went out to see. The boy's mom heard the story and remembered a similar situation that happened to her. She began to tell him that she too had had a similar dream, and in it, her father had left a deer. The mom abruptly decided to change the subject and asked the boy what he wanted to be when he grew up. Yunha really thought about his mom's question and went deep into himself in these thoughts. The boy began to imagine and see images of different beings who were relentlessly asking him to help and save them. The mom saw the changing emotions on her son's face and asked what was wrong with him. To reassure his mom, Yunha replied that he was fine and just didn't know what he wanted to be when he grew up. The boy was told not to worry about it because it was quite normal if he didn't already know. Grandma went on to explain that Yunha was still quite young, and in general there was no need to rush into this matter. She advised the boy to live the happy and hard moments of his life so that he would make friends and even fight with them. Grandma also added that the boy should study diligently, and then one day she was sure that he would definitely find his vocation. She advised, due to her older age, that Yunha should just live until he finds out what he would prefer. Yunha smiled and thought about what his grandmother was advising him, to just live his happy life. The boy's mom was in complete agreement with her grandmother's words because time was on Yunha's side, and he would definitely be able to handle everything. She told her son that his name is Yunha and it means the universe with infinite power. The mom added that she would always be proud of whatever the boy does because he is her son. The grandmother added that she too will always support her favorite grandson no matter what happens. Yuna appeared very quietly and suddenly said that she would really like some warm milk too. The relatives called Yuna to their house since she was already awake, and the girl's grandmother offered to give her a glass of warm milk. Yunha suddenly remembered something. Just because of all the recent events, he had completely forgotten about it. The boy gave his grandmother a paper carnation that he had specially made for her himself in kindergarten. Grandma was very pleased and said she would be sure to put it on the nightstand in the hallway for everyone to see. The boy knew that if she was putting it close to the entrance, it meant she wanted to show it off, but he was sure Grandma didn't know about it. Yunha thought that it didn't really matter because he had given her a gift because he wanted to. The boy wanted to do for his grandmother to give as many good memories as possible in this life. He was insanely grateful to have her in his life and was glad she had raised him, no matter how hard it was sometimes. The parents called their children to tell them some very important news, and that news was that their family would soon be bigger. The boys were eating at their table at that moment, and when they heard their parents' words, they did not immediately realize what they were talking about. Yuna was the first to realize what her parents were talking about and rushed to hug them, happy that she might have another sibling, and her mom confirmed her guess. Yunha sat unmoving at the table and bowed his head low, and his mother at this moment began to worry about her son's reaction. The boy suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes were tears of joy because he was very happy about the news and did not forget to thank his mother for it. Yunha tried to calm down and, sobbing, told his family that this was the best thing that happened to him after birth, and it was actually the best thing in his life. Dad, seeing his son's reaction to the news, chuckled and said that people might think he was the father. The whole family, upon hearing such a joke from their head of household, laughed, and they all rejoiced in their family idol. The time came, and one day the boy went to his kindergarten again. The girl who ran happily down the hall laughed and shouted that she was already there and asked if Yunha missed her. The boy was no longer Yunha, and according to the goddess's calendar, he was 2 years old in the dream and 7 years old in the ordinary one, and he imagined himself to be a dog. The girls encircled the boy and, stroking his head, thought they were soothing him and asked him why he was crying. They couldn't stop talking about what a good boy Yunha was, except that Yunha was trying to convince them that he wasn't crying at all. One of the girls on the sidelines suddenly didn't keep quiet anymore and said that she personally didn't understand why they thought Yunha was cute. The girl thought it was better to throw this mongrel away, but the boy was angry because Me always provoked him at the first opportunity. She threatened him that she would tell everything to the teacher for insulting her, and then the teacher would punish him. The teacher saw Yunha sleeping soundly and realized that he must have been dreaming. At this moment, Yunha was already getting a little angry because his teacher had thrown him into a cage of dangerous animals while he slept. One of the adults came back and entered the room, thus diverting the girls' attention to themselves, for they were very excited. Yunha, on the other hand, wanted to take advantage of this moment and tried to sneak out of the room without the girls noticing him. The boy walked into another classroom, and it was not empty. At the desk, Yunha saw Hyen, who was holding a book in her hands. Yunha asked what the girl was reading, and she said a book about Sherlock Holmes and added that she had been obsessed with him lately. The boy remembered and told the girl that in the memoirs about Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock and Professor Moriarty at the end fell from the waterfall and went to the other world. Hyen, hearing all this, stunned, froze, and looked with great surprise at the boy. Yunha realized his mistake, which made the girl look at him so surprised because he had accidentally made a spoiler for this memoir. Hyen was upset because she hadn't even finished reading it, and Yunha tried to apologize by telling her that he would be back in one piece in the next installment of Sherlock Holmes. The girl was even more upset and didn't want to hear it, so she shouted at him to stop talking about it or she wouldn't be interested in reading anymore. Yunha was sorry, but it was too late. Yunha decided to find another place to rest and went to another room where a group of guys had already gathered and were discussing something very heatedly. The boys formed a circle inside of which two led their duels, and one boy was defeated but indignantly said that everything was not fair and next time his rival would definitely get it from him. Yunha noticed the one he had wanted to get even with for a long time and said loudly for all the guys that he wanted to find out who was the strongest in their group and addressed Yunha personally, saying that he had come at the right time. The guys started to react very strongly and emotionally to all this because they also now wanted to be the strongest in their group. Yunha or Yunho himself thought about what all these guys were watching on TV, so they reacted like this. Yunho confidently drew his childish sword that he wanted to use in this duel and said menacingly that, in his opinion, this city was too small for the two of them. The boy added that everything would be decided here and now and told Yunha to take his weapon. While Yunha sighed heavily and thought about how he was fed up with all this, Yunho's friends were very supportive of their comrade and shouted that he was much stronger and wanted him to win with a single blow. But Yunha kept thinking only that they were still children. The comrades did not calm down and continued to shout at Yunho to win because they did not like the fact that Yunha was very popular with the girls. Yunha heard his neighbor calling him and thought that she might want to support him, but he was wrong because the girl was only rooting for him to lose. If you think about it, the boy should not expect anything else from her. He didn't think he needed anyone to support him, but he was still a little upset about it. Yunha noticed in the crowd that Hyen was also there and was already happy that she would probably support him and cheer for him in this duel. But Hyen did not hold back her emotions and, with tears in her eyes, shouted very loudly that because of what Yunha had done recently, she no longer liked him and was not going to support him at all. Yunha realized that he, as always, was alone in life and took his weapon in his hands, ready for this battle. Yunho did not hesitate and, confident in his victory, attacked to prove to everyone that there was no one stronger than him in their group. The boys held their baby swords as if they were in a real arena, and all far from games. Yunha was able to repel his opponent's attack without much difficulty with his sword, and Yunho himself lost his balance. Yunho tried his best to concentrate, but he didn't manage to stay on his feet for long, and catching his sword was much more problematic. The boy was unable to fight back Yunha and still fell to his knees, losing his battle weapon. Yunho clutched his stomach and couldn't and didn't want to believe it because he thought that he could still continue this battle. Only if he was able to use his closed powers, things would be different. The boy couldn't even stand on his knees and collapsed on the floor while the boys at this moment were shouting and cheering for Yunho's quick victory. Yunha, hearing all these shouts of joy and support for him, couldn't help but smile and said that it was basically a good fight for him. The guys did not calm down and continued to shout that the boy was very good and strong, and in principle they did not expect anything else from him. The girls also praised him because they liked how Yunha skillfully played when they all played together in the family. The boys were pushing the boy in the back and saying that they thought that if anyone could pull Excalibur, it would only be Yunha. But the boy didn't understand what they were talking about. The boys emotionally said that they never thought they could see someone raise Excalibur and believed only in Yunho. While the boy shyly looked at the sword in front of him, he thought that maybe he should do it after all. Yunha took hold of Excalibur's hilt and decided that since the boys were asking for it, he couldn't refuse them and disappoint them. He did so and drew his sword high above him, and the crowd at that moment applauded him wildly, and the guys couldn't help but cheer. The boys were shouting how strong Yunha was, how good he was for pulling out Excalibur, and the boy was even starting to feel a little proud of what he had done and shyly asked them to calm down. On the city street at this time, someone's phone was left under a streetlight, and there was not a single person around, and such emptiness was alarming. On the phone he had left, the online television news was broadcasting that there was an emergency in the city because of the 7th grade goblins who were trying to blend in with the crowd in crowded places. While all the news channels were reporting that if anyone could spot them, the authorities should be notified as soon as possible, the boys were running around on the playground, playing their games and not suspecting anything. The girls were having fun and happy to catch up with each other, touching and shouting whether they froze or the player melted and could continue the game. Yunha sat in the shade under a tree and watched them all as the boys ran one after another without stopping. The boy wondered if they were getting tired at all because he didn't have the energy for it. He decided to take advantage of the silence to accumulate mana because after changing the future, he needed to use every free second to do so. Yunha knew that it would be a little while before people would start to see more power in mana, and so it would be better for him if he could accumulate as much of it as possible. After that incident, he was already able to accumulate much more mana than he had before. The boys noticed Yunha and turned to him, asking if he had rested enough and urging him to join their game, shouting that he was now it. The boy himself never ceased to be amazed at their endurance. The teacher was able to distract all the kids and turn all the attention to himself, or rather to the ice cream he had brought and was going to give them all. Yunha watched the whole situation as one tried to outrun the other to get to the ice cream and thought about how they were all still kids. The teacher kept handing out ice cream to all the kids and said that if someone didn't have it yet, they should come to him and get it. While being handed out ice cream by the teacher, Yunha and Minnie took up the same thing at the same time and now looked at each other frozen. The kids started arguing about who they thought had taken the ice cream first, and no one was going to give in. The teacher came over to them and tried to understand what the problem was, but Minnie tried to argue that Yunha was a boy and had to give in to her, but the boy didn't agree. The teacher took the ice cream away from the boys and said what he had told them earlier so they wouldn't fight with their friends. Making a decision, the teacher did what he thought was best in this situation and broke their ice cream in half. He gave each of them half a piece and added that this was the end of their conflict because they could always share with each other. The kids decided unanimously that this outcome did not suit the two of them and began to play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the one who wins in the end will get both halves. The teacher tried to calm them down and told them again that they should share and that it was the right thing to do. Hyan suddenly came up behind the teacher and wanted to ask him if he knew where Yunho was now, but he suggested that perhaps the boy was walking in the garden. Minnie was eating her half of an ice cream cone and talking in her ear about how she didn't doubt that Yunho was out there waving his sword. The only thing she didn't understand was why the boy always played by himself and almost never did it in the company of the boys. Yunha was sure that special training should always be done in secret, but Minnie, after hearing Hyan want to find and bring Yunho some ice cream, didn't understand why she was of the opinion that if the boy wanted it, he would come to her. Hyan still insisted on her own because she was sad that he was out there alone while they were all eating. Minnie laughed at Hyan's reasoning and said that her big flaw is that she's too cute. The teacher heard what the girls were talking about and asked if Hyan really wanted to bring Yunho his ice cream, to which the girl said yes. Minnie saw that Hyan was determined and offered to go with her, but the girl replied that there was no need and she would do it herself. The teacher also made an announcement to the kids that as soon as they were done with the ice cream, they should be sure to throw their trash in the designated area. Yunho, while he was sitting and finishing his half of ice cream, heard the kids calling for anyone who wanted to play the freezing game to come over. Minnie walked over to the boy and told him to come over too, but Yunha refused and added that he had enough games for today. The girl wasn't used to backing down and started to insist on her own, saying that if Yunha refused, then no one would play with him anymore. But the boy wasn't bothered at all, and Minnie replied that she shouldn't worry about it either. Minnie wasn't going anywhere without him and explained to Yunha that she had been personally asked by his older sister Yuna to play with him, and she wanted to fulfill that request. Yunha began to think about how nice and caring his older sister was, but his thoughts were interrupted by Minnie, who told him to get up immediately. The kids played among themselves to see who starts driving in this game, and that person turned out to be Yunha. Yunha didn't really like this outcome, but there was nowhere to go, and he ran to catch up with Minnie. The boy tried his best and wanted to catch up with the girl who was trying to run away. Yun's next target was a boy who was also running for all his might so that he couldn't be caught. Yun still managed to catch up with one, and he was able to touch the boy, and according to the rules of this game, he was now frozen and immobile until he was unfrozen. Afterwards, Yunha ran towards Minnie, and in a short time was able to run to her, touch her, and shout that she had already melted and could continue the game. Minnie didn't even have time to move from her seat before another boy ran up to her and was able to pass the baton. She was now it, which the boy reported to all the other players. But the girl herself was starting to get angry. Minnie naturally blamed Yunha for all of this and was going to direct her anger at him, but she had to catch up with him first. Yunha was already enjoying this game a lot, and with a grin on his face, he asked Minnie if she really thought she could catch up with him. The boy suddenly stopped, and that gave Minnie the opportunity to reach him and tell him that now he was it. But that was not what Yunha had in mind at that moment. After a moment, Yunha was completely enveloped in mana and was glowing with a bright blue glow, all because of the feeling of annihilation. But he did not understand how this was possible because he was in a kindergarten. What he saw next amazed him and surprised him very much, and it was a green monster paw with big sharp claws. Yunha took a closer look and became very angry, not yet fully believing that all this was really happening in a kindergarten. The kids who at that moment were playing on the playground also froze and with rounded eyes looked at the one who hovered over them, and most importantly, they did not know what it was above them. So far, on the other side of the fence stood a huge monster with its weapons, and it was a 7th grade goblin. The girl was so scared that she couldn't even move, and all she wanted was for her mom to come to her and take her to safety. The 7th grade goblin was already very close to her and, because of its size, blocked everything behind it. The monster did not hesitate any longer and decided to attack the girl with his weapon without any remorse. At the same moment, mana was released from the hand of one of the kids, and the most important thing in this situation was to make it in time and not be too late. With the help of mana released during the moment, Yunha managed to disarm the goblin and even a little disoriented because he did not expect such a thing. It was Yunha who used his power and released mana to help the girl escape this attack. The goblin quickly got out of the situation and shifted his focus to Yunha, trying to attack him while the boy dodged and shouted to the monster that he was fed up with them all. Yunha was determined as always when it came to monsters and thought that he would try to deal with it quickly and run to help the other kids. The boy and the monster were fighting one-on-one, and each wanted to get even with the other as soon as possible. The teacher at this moment did not stand aside and tried his best to cope with another monster because he had to provide safety for all the kids. He used the first thing that came to hand as his weapon, which was an ordinary broomstick, and tried to shout to Hyan to just stay in one place. The teacher threw his broom at the goblin, and such a picture actually made Yunha stagger in one place in surprise. Yunha, in a moment, was thrown to the teacher's shoulder, and they tried to carry him as far away as possible, and the same thing the teacher was doing to the girl who was grabbed by the arcing arm. All the teacher told them to do was to hold on as tightly as possible. The teacher tried to save the children, but the goblins themselves did not agree and chased him to destroy all of them. The goblin decided to catch up with them as soon as possible and rushed at them from behind in a leap with his weapon already quite close to the kids. Yunha decided to help the teacher and himself as well and once again applied his power, using mana. The boy tried to concentrate, though it was not easy to do so in a hurry, but he did not intend to give up so easily and quickly in front of the monsters. Yunha was still able to accomplish what he had planned, and thanks to the boy's strength, the monster was pushed as far away from them as possible. The boy breathed a sigh of relief at his success, and it was good that the teacher hadn't noticed any manipulation on his part, but was still running forward to find a place to hide. Yunha had already entered the room on his own feet, but the teacher continued to carry the very frightened girl who was even afraid to open her eyes. The teacher, having finally reached a place where they could all take shelter, fell to the floor and began to complain to the director of the kindergarten, while the girl was trying to calm down from the incident she had seen. Despite his fatigue, he still asked the director what happened to the other children, but the woman assured him that all the others had already been evacuated and were in a relatively safe place. Yunha heard the adults talking about how these were actually 7th grade goblins, of which there were 2, and that they had most likely appeared a few days ago. All this information was passed on to the authorities, and now it was necessary to wait for the players who could sort it all out. The teacher said that he would now go and try to barricade the door with the other teachers. As soon as Minnie found out the important information, She immediately shouted to all the adults that they couldn't find Yunho and Hyan anywhere. The principal and teacher were shocked and worried about the children, and Minnie added that she had seen them in the garden recently and they were going to get ice cream. The teacher, despite his great fear, decided that he would definitely bring the children back. But the principal doubted it and was sure that he would not succeed. What they should do now, they did not know at all, but they were very worried about the children. Some of the boys heard what their teacher, Tao, was going to do and started crying, asking him to stay with them and not go anywhere. But the rest of the kids started crying because they were worried about what would happen to their friends and asked teacher Tao to find them and bring them back. At this time, the boy Yunho was grabbed by the monster's paw while Hyan, who was standing a little aside, was watching them with horror and trembling with fear. Hyan saw that the monster was no longer waiting and was attacking the boy, trying to destroy him, and couldn't stay away. She was able to summon her mana and shouted loudly to the monster to stop. The girl was able to use her strength to throw the monster away from Yunho and rush to him to see if he was all right, and they also needed to decide what to do next. The second goblin was not as far away from the kids as before and looked at them with anger, wanting revenge for his kin. Hyan helped Yunho up, and they both looked at the monster and tried their best to think of something to do. Yunho realized that standing in one place would only make things worse for them, so he grabbed the girl and told her to run as fast as she could. Hyan still couldn't understand what they should do and asked Yunho about it. But he tried to calm the girl's panic and said that the adults would find them and that they needed to hide somewhere before they came. Yunho saw a metal hill ahead in the playground and said that they should try to climb that thing, and then the monster wouldn't be able to get to them. The boy let Hyan go ahead and helped her climb as high as she could and wait for the adults to come to their aid. Yunho heard behind him that the goblin was closer than he thought and told the girl to keep climbing as high as she could. But Hyan realized that he wasn't going to climb with her and was even more scared. The boy decided that he should stay downstairs and hold off the monster until the adults arrived and thus try to protect Hyan from the monsters. Hyan tried to dissuade the boy from this idea and to get in immediately, but Yunho himself was ready to face the monster with his child's sword firmly in his hands. The boy gathered all his anger and was ready for this battle like never before because he realized that there was no one else to do it but him. Yunho at this moment visualized the image of someone he admired and wanted to be like, and it was a fire demon. The boy remembered watching his victory over the Kraken on TV and how amazed he was by it. Yunho rejoiced at the fire demon's victory as if it were his own and considered the man a true hero, wanting to become one as soon as he grew up. The boy took the child's sword more firmly and confidently said that he too would be a hero just like his fire demon idol. The goblin was already furious and wanted only one thing: to deal with Yunho as quickly as possible. Yunho was trying to concentrate and convince himself that everything was fine and he just needed to remember all his training. But the monster was already coming at the boy and trying to attack. The boy closed his eyes tightly and tried to overcome his fear by instilling confidence in himself that he would succeed. He was able to repel one blow of the monster, but the goblin was many times stronger than Yunho and was able to trap him in a corner with no way for him to get out. The monster was ready to finish the job. Suddenly, there was another person who could not pass by this battle and, on the contrary, was going to take an active part in it. At the same time, he raised another child's sword. Yunho already thought that he was going to go to the next world and could not continue to look at the monster, so he closed his eyes tightly with his hands and clamped them shut. Hyan, who was watching everything that was going on around her from her hiding place, was very scared but didn't know how to help her comrade. Yunha, who appeared suddenly but very timely, covered Yunho with himself and resolutely rushed towards the monster. Yunho heard the boy say that he had done well and froze in surprise, for he had not expected to hear such words from someone he had recently fought with, wanting to know who was the strongest in their group. Yunha didn't stop at what he had said and looked directly into Yunho's eyes, saying that he thought he was a real man. Yunho was even more surprised at what was said and couldn't understand why Yunha was telling him all this now. The monster decided not to stand idly by and rushed at Yunha, but Yunho noticed it all in time and shouted at him to turn around immediately. The goblin's weapon was powerful and very sharp, and if it could reach its target, the outcome would not be good at all. Yunha managed to turn around in time and repelled the monster's attack with his sword that had mana attached to it. Yunho stood behind him and couldn't believe that Yunha was capable of such a fight and was so skillful at not only deflecting the monster's attacks but also attacking it. Yunha was still able to defeat the 7th grade goblin in the end, after which a turquoise-colored diamond was left lying on the ground. The boy completely recovered and turned to Yunho, saying with a smile on his face that that was it, and he could finally catch his breath. Yunho didn't hesitate for a second and just rushed over to hug his comrade while admiringly saying that he was a real hero to him. Yunha tried to get away from the embrace, but he couldn't because now Hyan was also rushing towards him and was just as delighted by what she saw. The girl began to cry and tell how scared she was, but she was still not going to open her arms. Yunha remembered walking past the room a little earlier and overhearing a conversation about how the kids couldn't be found and didn't know what would happen to them now. The boy decided that he couldn't stay away and went in search of the boys. When he came to the playground, with the help of Manhwa, he decided to scan everything in the neighborhood. Yunho saw a figure with a large Manhwa and recognized it as Hyan, and then noticed Yunho too and was glad that the kids were okay, and both were able to escape. Yunho relaxed and rejoiced too soon, for in the distance he had scanned another figure, and it did not bode well because that monster was approaching the place where all the others were hiding. After noticing the monster, the boy decided that he should first kill the goblin that was approaching the gymnasium and then return to Yunho and Hyan. The beast froze and tried to smell those it needed, and the goblin himself looked very intimidating in doing so. Yunho went out to meet him and was going to take this fight because he felt he had a duty to take care of the safety of all the boys and his teacher. The monster, as soon as he saw the boy in front of him, instantly rushed at him, wanting to destroy him once and for all. Yunho used his strength, and with the clerical knife in his hand that served as his weapon, jumped high up and was able to leap over the monster. The boy, of course, engaged his mana and intended to attack the monster with as much force as he could. Yunho was at the monster's back, and the goblin couldn't dodge and was destroyed. The boy, after this battle, looked at his weapon and saw that the clerical knife was no longer useful and it would be unrealistic to use it, but it was still a great help to him. He threw away his weapon next to the crystal and rushed back to help the kids, thinking about who should break into the kindergarten like that. As soon as he got to the second monster, he would definitely deal with him. The boy rushed to run as fast as he could and thought only of making sure the kids could hold out until he came. He tried to send a mental message to Yunho and Hyan that he was on his way to them. Yunho came back to reality, where he was still being hugged by the kids who couldn't get over the shock, and he decided that it was better to let it be like this and he would be patient for a while. The boy suddenly saw teacher Tao rushing to their location, aid with a broom in his hand that he was going to use for the battle, and he was already shouting to them all, wanting to know immediately if they were all right. Yunho finally calmed down because he realized that everything was over and all the monsters that attacked the kindergarten had been destroyed. So he happily replied to their teacher that everything was fine with them all. After a while, a lot of people gathered on the territory of the kindergarten because there were policemen and worried parents who came to pick up their children as soon as they found out what had happened to them. One of the uniformed men was talking to Yoon, wanting to know from him personally if he was actually able to destroy the monster. The boy, shy and avoiding a direct answer, began to humor him a little and said that the goblin was just a little hurt and told him that he had just disappeared when Yunho struck him a few blows. The man was puzzled because even if the goblins were 7th or 8th grade, they were not weak enough to be overcome by a 7-year-old child. He knew very well that monsters could only be sent to the other world by destroying their core with a weapon that was infused with mana or a very strong physical attack. The man also started asking the boy about the goblin that was in the hallway. Yunho continued to look for a way out of the situation and so answered the man that most likely he was able to destroy the goblin that sent the other one to the other world, and after their battle one of them was very weak and so the boy managed to deal with him. The boy very much hoped that such an answer would satisfy the orderly and there would be no doubts, and in principle he was right. The man behind the podium said that on behalf of Sun Buk-gu's office, they deeply apologized to the kindergarten for the recent incident. Looking at all those gathered in the hall, the man went on to say that they would try their best to do everything possible for the well-being of this kindergarten. The man moved smoothly to the pleasant and joyous moments and pointed to their hero of the day. It was none other than Yunho, who received the commendation and was given a certificate that was awarded to the brave child for his bravery in saving the people from the monster's attack. All the people in the room applauded wildly for the boy's bravery, and especially his comrades and teacher admired him. Suddenly, the boy's parents appeared and heard what exactly their son was being rewarded for. They asked threateningly if he had once again done something without thinking, as he had done with the Kraken, and added that they wanted him to write a note of apology. Yunho heard his parents' reaction and was all but certain that he wouldn't get off that easily. Now the reporters asked the boy to smile a little wider so they could get a good picture. After a while, the school directorate decided to organize a festival at Doan Kindergarten. In this festival there was a character and a legend which said that a long time ago there lived a princess, Snow White, and her face was whiter than white and she was very beautiful. It was Snow White, and the legend was told that Snow White had a warm heart and in the forest lived 7 dwarves who loved her very much. The girl was actually very sweet and beautiful, and the dwarves protected her and shielded her from all troubles. These actions on the stage were watched by parents who sat in the audience and admired their children and their play. Yoon-hook grabbed his head and ran up to Yunho, whom he had recently considered his captain, and started shouting that he didn't know what to do because he had forgotten his text. Yunho didn't understand why the boy was so panicked since he had only been given one line to learn and sounded out his words for him once more. Yoon-hook was happy to have such help and thought that Yunho was a true captain who remembered everything, but Yunho thought about how the boy had changed a lot after the situation with the goblins. Yunho remembered how the boy had nicknamed him Warrior, but he didn't like it at all and urged him not to call him that anymore. So they agreed that Yoon-hook would call him captain instead of warrior. Yoon-hook said that he understood and promised his captain that he would show him how good an actor he could be. On the stage stood the prince, Prin, in a beautiful dress, and to her rushed someone. The girl who came on stage turned to the princess to look at this red apple in her hand that looked very appetizing. Princess Snow White took a closer look at this apple and decided that it actually looked very beautiful. The dwarves tried to warn the princess not to take anything from the stranger and were almost certain that the apple was poisoned. One of the dwarves yelled for the princess not to eat that apple. The boy, Yoon-hook, who was also on stage, shouted very loudly for her not to dare take it. The guys shouted to the princess all in one voice that she did not touch the apple and in any case did not eat it, and this game they came out perfectly. Their emotions were incredible. The teacher took a microphone in his hands and voiced everything that was happening on stage for the guests. At this time on the stage, the emotions only heated up more and more because the dwarves were trying to prove to the princess that she should not eat the apple, and the queen wanted to insist on her own. Parents and relatives of the kids who were watching the scene and everything that happened on it were delighted with such a game of actors. Yunha, who was still backstage at this time, watched Yoon-hook carefully and thought that the boy was playing like a robot and moving the same way. The queen, who was tired of waiting and persuading Snow White, threw an apple at her to finally eat it. The girl launched the apple, but it fell into the mouth of the wrong person for whom it was intended and got even angrier. One of the guys who played the dwarf did not hold back his emotions and cried because he thought that Yoon-hook went to the other world because the apple fell into his mouth. All the other guys froze in shock because the dwarf had eaten the poisoned apple that was meant for the princess. The teacher continued to comment on all the events happening on the stage and spoke into the microphone for the audience that despite all this, the queen did not give up. He went on to voice the further scenario, saying that the queen still made the princess eat the rest of the apple. The girl who played the queen couldn't stand it any longer and shoved it into the princess's mouth and told her to finally bite it off. Snow White, with a bitten apple in her hand, with horror said, "Mom." And the queen, who was running backstage, shouted back that she was not her mom but her stepmother, and reminded her that she had already asked her many times not to call her that. Hyen froze in place in surprise and still continued to hold the bitten apple in her hands. Snow White could no longer stand still because her legs suddenly weakened, and she fell. At this time, the dwarfs were carrying their comrade, who had accidentally gotten a poisoned apple, off the stage. The teacher carefully continued to watch everything that was currently happening on the stage and walked over to Yoon, putting his arm around his shoulders. He wiped away the tears in his eyes that came from laughing and told Yunha that apparently he could only rely on him now. The teacher told the boy in confidence that they had placed bets on which band would perform best. At this time, Snow White was already lying on the stage, and there were many beautiful white flowers around her. The moment had come that Yunha now needed to go on stage and play his part in this play. Hyen, on the other hand, lay motionless in the flowers with her eyes squeezed tightly shut, and the girl still looked very cute in her pretty dress. As soon as Yunha walked onto the stage, he immediately heard the audience whispering in the hall, wondering if he was really the one. Yunha stood beside Snow White, and the whispers from the hall were getting louder and louder. He heard people speculating whether this boy was really able to destroy the monster and didn't believe the rumors. But someone said that it was all true and he was even rewarded by the mayor's office. Some viewers still could not believe it because in front of them was just a child, and how he could do such a thing people did not understand. Yunha didn't regret anything because those were real monsters who were not afraid to sacrifice people's lives. But he was a player and it was his duty. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by loudly spoken words from the hall shouting that he was very good. And Yunha didn't understand who was saying that. Yunha was a bit confused and now froze motionless, trying to come to his senses a bit. The girl who was shouting words to the boy about how good he was while actively waving her hands from her seat was his sister, Yuna. Following his sister, his parents began to support the boy, and the first one shouted out his father what a very handsome son he had, and his mother said that she was also here with his younger brother. Yunha heard all the words of his relatives who tried to support him with all their might and decided that he would be able to play his role properly. The boy blushed and laughed and told his family that they were embarrassing him with their flattering words. Yunha was finally able to overcome his stiffness and confusion and approach the princess. The boy gathered all his courage and exhaled deeply, intending to do what he had to do. Yunha leaned over the princess and spoke his line for the play that said, "Could someone so beautiful exist in this world?" Next, the boy in the script was supposed to kiss Snow White on the forehead, which in principle he did. After that kiss, the princess was able to open her beautiful eyes a little. Yunha gave the girl a hand and helped her to lift herself up while the boy looked at her very touchingly and tenderly. The whole hall burst into applause after the skit, and his family was especially happy for their talented Yunha. Yunha and Hyen bowed low in front of the entire hall, taking their hands. The guys who were watching this scene backstage could not stand still any longer and rushed at the guys with shouts of joy. Yoon-hook, who could not have expected anything like this, was lifted up in their arms and began to toss him around while shouting at him how good he was. The boy began to worry about his safety because the boys were throwing him very high and he could fall. The boys still couldn't hold Yoon-hook, but they were able to catch him with strong, steady hands without letting him fall and hurt himself. It was his father's hands who immediately raved about how good he was on stage, and he was very proud of him. The boy, hearing these words, smiled happily and said that of course he was good because he was his son. While Dad and the boy were laughing, Mom came up to them and wanted to ask Yunha something. She smilingly looked at her son and asked if he had thought about what he would do when he grew up. Yunha suddenly thought about it and remembered his mom asking him the same thing just last year. The boy had a memory of drinking warm milk in his grandmother's yard and his mother wondering what he wanted to do when he grew up. The boy, with his eyes downcast, did not know the answer to this question. He still did not know what he wanted to do when he grew up, but now as he looked at all of his boys who were enjoying a well-performed play, he realized one thing. Yunha was sure for sure that he just wanted to be happy and didn't want anyone to stop him from being happy. And now the boy is thinking that he has to give his mom an answer to what he wants to be. The boy, sitting on his father's shoulders, smilingly said that perhaps he would like to become a warrior. Yunha asked his daddy to let him down, which he of course agreed to because that's what his rising warrior wanted. The mom looked at her son with pride and great love and couldn't help but be overjoyed. The boy was already running to his boys to celebrate his successful performance, and his mother added that he should do as he saw fit and she would always support him. Yoon-hook, seeing Yunha, immediately with a smile on his face rushed to hug and congratulate his friend, his captain. After a while, there was no longer a kindergarten building but an elementary school where all the kids went. The principal, from the podium, standing behind the podium next to all the teachers, congratulated all the children who entered elementary school on this beautiful spring day. Along with the buds blooming among all these children was Yunha himself, who was already 8 years old at that time, and according to the goddess's calendar, it was year 3. When Mindy saw Yunha standing in the row with everyone else, she was disrespectful because the boy was yawning and told him about it because at that moment the principal was speaking. The boy could not keep silent and replied that he thought she was just as strange. Hyen had already turned to the two of them and informed them that the teacher had asked them to be quiet. Yoon-hook couldn't keep quiet anymore and told Yunha that he thought there would be many strong children here and wanted to know when his captain would be in charge. But Yunha asked him to calm down because he wasn't going to do anything. The boy still didn't want to calm down and continued to speculate aloud that Yunha, as his boss, must be worried about Yoon-hook while Yunha was tiredly trying to convince his comrade that he wasn't worried about him at all. The headmaster was finishing his speech for the junior high school students. After the principal's speech, all students were assigned to their classrooms for further introductions and instruction. A girl spoke in front of the class and introduced herself. She said her name was Kim Mindy, and she was from Hano District. The girl told everyone that she went to Doan Kindergarten and she still wants to play and make friends, and she also likes to watch melodramas and listen to music. But listening to her, Yunha did not understand why she had to talk so long. Delicately interrupting Mindy, she was told that today they did not have much time for this and offered to tell the girl about it all another time, and said all this was the class teacher of the first year, boys number 4, Eugene. Mindy had nothing to do but to finish her story and sit down at her desk, making sure to continue another time, to which all the guys exhaled a sigh of relief that they would listen not now. The teacher asked the next student to introduce himself in front of everyone, and it was Yunha who was already standing up from his desk ready to fulfill the teacher's request. The boy, unlike Mindy, decided to tell his name briefly that his name was no Yunha, that he was from Doan Kindergarten, and the last thing he said was that he hoped they would become friends. Teacher Gina, as soon as she realized that this was the end and the boy was not going to tell anything more about himself, began to think about who to ask next to speak and get acquainted. Gina looked in her journal and selected the next child from the whole list, and it was student Yang Hyen, and she also asked the girl to introduce herself. Hyen stood up from her desk, but the girl's head was down low, and it was clearly visible that she was uncomfortable with the whole situation. The girl could not start because she was very shy and embarrassed that the whole class was looking at her so intently. She was only able to say that her name was Yang Hyen, but the girl stopped there and could not continue, no matter how much she wanted to pull herself together and overcome this obstacle inside her. At this moment, Yunha was watching Hyen carefully and became a little worried for the girl, seeing how difficult it was for her to overcome herself, but he hoped that she would definitely be able to cope with everything. Hyen once again tried to pull herself together, and for some reason, she remembered an event that had happened earlier. On the porch, next to the girl stood a man who introduced himself, saying he was Hyen's dad, and he was very pleased to meet his daughter's friends. The kids who all came to visit Hyan happily and with smiles on their faces said hello to her dad. The girls' dad knew that getting to their house was not so easy for the boys, and so he promised them that he would cook them a delicious dinner. While they were waiting, he asked them what they wanted to drink. Yunha, meanwhile, was looking at the girl's dad very carefully, and something was bothering the boy while he was wondering where he could have seen him. The boys were shouting to Hyan's dad about what they wanted to drink. One asked for a chocolate bar, another wanted mango juice, and Hyan herself told her dad she wanted yogurt. The man promised all the boys that he would bring the drinks they wanted and turned to Yunha to see what the boy would like to drink. The boy first asked the man for an espresso for himself, but then came to his senses, smiled, and said he'd better get some banana juice. In front of the guys was set a fancy table on which stood a lot of plates with all sorts of sweets, and the guys themselves looked at it all admiringly. The guys started trying absolutely everything on the table and thought it was all very tasty and excellent. Mindy said that Hyan's dad is a very good cook, to which Yoon Hook looked at her incomprehensibly and didn't understand why she was being clever, to which the girl replied that Hyan was her friend. Yoon Hook decided that Mindy was a gourmet, which he immediately told the girl, but she shouted furiously for him not to call her that. The boy continued to tease and annoy the girl, and he was doing a great job at it while Yunha watched from the sidelines. While Yunha drank his banana juice, he thought about how delicious everything on the table was and how the guys reacted like that. The boy continued to drink his juice, and suddenly, after a moment, his eyes rounded with incomprehension. Yunha was puzzled because he couldn't understand what he had just drunk, but his body was already covered in a blue glow. The boy looked at his glass in surprise and realized that his mana was being restored, and how it happened he could not understand. Yunha was finally able to realize what he had poured into his glass, which surprised him even more because it was a potion. Potions are elixirs that helped almost completely replenish mana in the human body. Players who fight monsters and beasts always carry this elixir with them since it was equal to their life for them. Hyan saw how Yunha had shoved that glass away from him and thought he didn't like his banana juice, but the boy assured her that no, it was perfectly fine and it was delicious. Yunha asked the girl a question because he really wanted to know what her dad's name was, but Hyan herself thought that such a question sounded strange. The girl still decided to answer because it was not difficult for her that her father's surname was Yang and her name was Sukin. Yunha heard the girl's answer about her daddy's name, and the boy's eyes glistened with anticipation. The boy rushed over to Hyan and suggested that they become very close friends. Yunha clenched his eyes and once again said the name of Hyan's father, but the boy admired him because this man had revolutionized the potions market. Young Sukin had always selected the ingredients very carefully, and he had the gift of filtration, which also allowed him to extract the mana itself. This man would definitely become the king of the potion market in the future, and Alice Groups, which was one of the 3 biggest companies in South Korea. Yunha thought about the fact that he had never heard of this man having a daughter before, and it was incomprehensible to the boy. He finally realized the reason why he didn't know or hear anything. About the man's daughter, the girl had survived because Yunha had been able to save her. Yunha touched the girl's shoulder, wanting to tell her something very important. The boy told her in all seriousness that if anyone at school was harassing her, she had to report it to him, and he wouldn't just let it go. The girl heard everything Yunha told her and lowered her eyes in embarrassment, but she agreed and thanked him for taking such care of her. Hyan remembered all of this, and after coming back to reality, she clasped her hands tighter and had the courage to tell her story in front of the class. The girl began to say that she was also from Do and kindergarten like Yunha and Minnie, and added that she liked to read and drink tea. Hyan admitted that she was still very shy when talking to people who were new to her, but asked all the guys to talk to her. Yunha was pleased that Hyan had the courage to talk about herself, but he didn't expect anything less from his best friend. Teacher Gina was pleased with the girl's story about herself and was sure to tell her what a good girl she was. Next, Gina informed all the guys that it was their turn to hear about another student whose name was Jin Sona. Yunha looked at the person their teacher had indicated and was surprised to find himself staring intently at another elementary school student. The boy noticed an unusual feature on the girl: furry ears on her head and more. Jin Sona stood up and lowered her eyes to the floor as the guys were paying attention, and the girl could hear them talking about her ears and tail, wondering if they were real and if she was a monster at all. The girl wasn't a monster, but she was a half-breed, and that was the name given to those people who were born with poor mana distribution. All people, when they met such half-breeds, were very wary of them and not at all friendly, and they had their reasons. People who lost their loved ones to monsters didn't like half-breeds because they were so similar to monsters. The girl, without raising her eyes, began to tell about herself, that her name was Jin Sona and she didn't go to kindergarten, but she would like to make friends with everyone. Yunha heard the boys discussing that some of them had been told by their parents not to go near this girl without much explanation, and the boy thought that apparently people just had too many stereotypes. Gina had no sooner announced the name of the next student than he jumped up from his seat and introduced himself to the class. It was Cho Yoon-hook, who liked to swing a sword and, thanks to his boss, was learning to control his mana. One of the boys asked in surprise which boss he was talking about, to which Yoon-hook himself only laughed, saying he didn't know who he was talking about. Yoon-hook didn't hesitate any longer and pointed his finger at the person he thought was his boss. And it was Yunha's disciple. He warned at once that Yunha was the most important and very strong in the class and immediately warned the boy not to even think about anything. Yoon-hook did not calm down and started shouting very emotionally and loudly to the whole class about what the best boss he had was, while the teacher was trying to calm down her student. Teacher Gina thought about the words she had just heard from Yoon-hook and made a decision for herself. She told Yoon-hook to stay after school and bring his parents because she needed to talk to them about something. Because of that, the boy was getting nervous because he hadn't done anything wrong. Yunha, after class, as his teacher told him to sit and wait for his parents, found it all very tiring. Yoon-hook was shouting all over the school and kept shouting that his boss was the best. But Yoon-hook was sent to the teacher's room, and the boy got angry and decided that from now on, training for Yoon-hook would not be as easy as before. After a while in the dining hall, Yunha thought about the fact that the mana tests for the first-year students were finally over. According to the results of these tests, Yoon-hook and Sona were definitely above the average level, but Hyen's mana was not even measurable. The teachers thought it was a mistake, so they placed her in the average level as well. Yunha thought about the fact that everything had gone without precedent, and that was the most important thing, so he could eat normally. But at this moment, his classmate Yoon-hook was already calling him to his table, shouting throughout the dining hall for the captain to go to him. Yoon-hook wanted to play his captain somehow, so he said he would bring more food for them. Minnie said in Yoon-hook's wake that this was the third time he was coming and that his cook would soon remember him. But the boy himself was already standing near the food distribution and didn't understand how the cook knew his name. The girl decided to be concerned and asked Yunha if he had eaten enough and added that she was thinking of going out and getting some more. The boy smiled and told Minnie that he wasn't surprised at all because he thought the girl was a glutton. While there was an argument between the guys because the girl was proving that she was not a glutton but just took less food from the other tables, the guys started talking about who had appeared in the dining room. The same guys kept whispering that the girl did have a tail, and they couldn't understand why people like that girl were allowed to enter their elementary school. The guys started talking louder and louder and asked each other not to make eye contact with that girl. Jean Sona was walking with her tray of food among the rows, and she could hear very well what all the guys were talking about. Sona stopped near one of the tables since the one seat behind it was unoccupied. The girls who were sitting at the table looked at Sona in surprise and did not understand what she wanted from them and why she stopped near them. Jean Sona plucked up her courage and quietly asked the girls if she could sit next to them and eat lunch. One of the girls proudly held her head up arrogantly and said that no, she would not allow her to sit at their table and eat lunch next to them. The guys who were watching all of this from the sidelines annoyingly said that out of all the possibilities, Sona decided to go to the table where Jean Sona and her company were sitting. At that moment, this same Jean Sona didn't understand and asked Jean Sona what she was thinking, who she thought she was, and what she was counting on when she approached them and wanted to sit at their table. Jean Sona's friends supported her and advised Sona to know her place, and it was definitely not near them. They generally advised her to pay attention to her appearance and what she was wearing. The girls did not hesitate to discuss Sona's clothes, and in general, they thought it would be better if she never came here and stayed where she was. Jean Sona was very confused and embarrassed, and so all she could squeeze out were words of apology for disturbing them. Minnie couldn't keep silent anymore and angrily asked why Jean Sona was acting like that, and if she was rich, she thought she could do anything. She didn't understand how she could be so mean and high-handed. Yoon-hook thought about how cruel that girl was. Even he staggered at such cruelty to a strange girl and muttered the same thing to his captain. The boy pointed at the girl who couldn't bear the insults and cried, while Yunha himself at that moment remembered something from his past life. Yunha remembered the time when he was an adult captain and destroyed monsters in his past life, and back then he knew for sure that not all half-breeds were good. In front of Yunha sat at that moment one of such representatives who told the captain that he probably thought that the poorer a man was, the further he withdrew from society and the kinder his heart became, but only that it was not true. The half-breed added that of course there are good people among them, and there may even be good children, but the bad ones still outnumbered them. The man gave advice from himself to the captain that he shouldn't treat them any better simply because they were half-breeds, and if he cared so much about them, the man felt it should be stopped immediately. Yunha turned to ask the man whose name was Jean Pan why he thought he was so kind, but Pan himself tried to explain that he wasn't talking about that at all. The captain suggested that perhaps Pan thought him weak and defiantly began to draw his sword, which was already endowed with mana. Jean Pan was frightened by what he saw and tried to justify himself to the captain that he didn't think he was weak at all, but Yunha went on to say that he had come to his tent in the middle of the night and was trying to harass him. Yunha clearly and confidently told the man to get out of here and that he should go to the sentinel immediately if he still didn't want to get any from him. After some time in the Abyss dungeon, Pan had already fought one monster and successfully managed to defeat it. The man breathed out a sigh of relief after that battle because that monster was quite strong compared to the ones that were here. No sooner had Pan finally gotten away from one fight than he was already being attacked by another monster. The man still couldn't react fast enough and missed this attack. The monster that attacked the man had long tentacles with spikes that were very dangerous. Pan saw a monster in front of him in its full height, which with its size was intimidating, and tried his best to come to his senses, but he did not succeed. Suddenly, the captain came to the man's aid and rushed to the attack with his sword. Yunha approached Pan intent on protecting him from the monster no matter what it cost him. The captain gathered all his strength and began to attack the monster, and it succeeded. Only the monster was even more enraged by this and lunged at Yunha with all his might, trying to reach him. Yunha reacted instantly, and that saved him. The man thought it was a good time to use his mana. The captain, for all his battles with monsters, used his weapon, and it was a sword that served him faithfully. Using the same sword, Yunha managed to successfully attack the monster again. The monster tried to fight back as best it could, but it was very difficult for him to fight the strong captain. Yunha concentrated on his mana and made a very strong attack on the monster, and this strike was the finishing blow. The captain, having successfully finished his battle, with all his might ran to Pan, who at that moment was lying unmoving. Yunha tried to give at least some help to the man to manage to save him. Pan advised the captain not to stop and to go as fast as possible because he had already managed to get this far and it was no time to hesitate. Yunha was already running towards the man with all his might, and the captain asked him to at least try to help Pan. But the girl was unfortunately unable to do it because she was very familiar with these wounds that no one can help, and as a result, Pan would soon go to the other world. Pan was calm because he knew from the beginning what he was doing and what the price of fighting monsters might be. The man was ready for it and didn't understand why the guys were still standing here instead of going on to fight the monsters. Yunha had to accept this whole situation, and he waited for the last words from Pan. Pan reminded the man of their conversation when he said that not all half-breeds were kind and that they shouldn't be treated better just because they were half-breeds. The captain replied that he remembered it well. He went on to say that there might be more bad guys in the world and the captain shouldn't turn a blind eye because Pan himself was no different from them. Jean Pan, before he went to the other world, had one last thing to say, that he himself was not a good man. Yunha thought back to that whole situation with his comrade back in the old days and made a decision for himself. The boy got up from the table intending to leave, but at the last moment he asked Minnie to do something. Yunha wanted Minnie to make some room at their table and went to get the person who was supposed to have that seat. He approached Sona, but the girl didn't even notice him. She was very upset and immersed in her own thoughts. Yunha took the girl under his arm and led her to his friends, telling her that there was an empty seat at their table. Jean Sona and her friends saw what the boy was doing and froze in amazement watching them. Sona wanted to tell Yunha that this was too much, and in doing so, she accidentally touched his hand. The girl quickly yanked her hand back, apologizing, but Yunha said it was okay and called her to his table. Yunha pointed his hand at his friends and said that they had already found a place for her. But at this moment Yoon Hook was already actively gesturing and calling the guys over to them. The girl tried to stop Yunha because she thought it would be worse for him and his friends if they helped her. But the boy was categorical and answered that he absolutely did not care about other people's opinions and he would not change his decision. The girls who were sitting at Sona's table watching the kids wanted to know what kindergarten those kids were from and thought they should probably ask for information on all of them. But Sona talked them out of it and said there was no need and it shouldn't be done. The girl was convinced that it was obvious from these guys that they were nothing and she was not interested in them. Minnie greeted her new acquaintance and told Sona that Yunha could be a bit stubborn sometimes, and she would have to get used to it. Yoon Hook also said hello to the girl and told her that lunch today was very tasty. Hyen offered barley tea to Sona almost immediately, but the girl was embarrassed by such attention and care from the strangers. Hyen didn't hesitate to offer her friendship to Sona right away, and the girl was even more embarrassed by it. Sona looked at them all attentively and didn't understand why they were so kind to her, and the guys themselves carefully advised her to drink the tea slower because it was hot but very tasty. The girl, with her hands around the cup of tea, looked at her reflection and tried to understand for what kind of merits she deserved their kindness and care. Sona took one gulp of the tea, which was actually very tasty. The girl started to eat, but she was still too shy to raise her eyes. Sona choked on her food because she was eating in a hurry, and Yunha carefully asked her not to hurry because no one was going to take her food away. From these words, the girl could not stand it and cried. The guys tried to understand why there were tears and tried to calm the girl, but she kept crying because she was not used to such attention and care, especially from strangers. After lunch, the guys decided to go out to the site together, and Yunha told them all that he would be driving and added that when he started, the guys would have to suppress mana in order to hide their presence. The boy also said that if someone wanted to beat him and run away, then he should use mana to improve his physical abilities. Sona was worried because she didn't know how to hide her mana and told the boy that she knew how to hide and was in very good shape. Minnie began to encourage the girl that she had to win with her strength, while Sona doubted that it was possible to win against him at all. Yunha realized that she couldn't use telepathy, which was her ability, and decided that he would teach her later. The boys started their game, and Yunha warned them that they couldn't hide inside the buildings and had to stay on the school grounds. Yunha turned away and started his countdown, warning all the guys that he would start after 100 seconds. The boy complied honestly and stood with his eyes closed, counting to 100. Yunha finished his countdown and shouted loudly to the entire site that he was going to search. The boy very quickly managed to find almost all the guys at once, which upset them and made them a little angry. Yunha realized that only Hyen and Sona were left, but he couldn't feel Hyen's presence at all, which meant that the girl had excellent control over her mana. So he decided to find Sona first. As soon as he decided he was going to look for Sona first, his luck ran out. The boy was sure that behind the bushes he would find a girl. But this is where his luck ended because the girl was no longer there. Yunha was able to spot the girl's tail when she was about to disappear around the corner. He tried to run as fast as he could, but he couldn't catch up with the girl. When Yunha's hand was about to reach the target, Sona jumped so high up that it was impossible for him to reach her. The girl said loudly and seriously that she wouldn't lose until Yunha caught up with her. And so far there was no way the boy could do that. The guys stood back and watched as Yunha tried to persuade the girl to immediately descend from the roof, but she stubbornly refused to do so. Suddenly, Yoon Hook, who was standing on the sidelines, decided that he had been found and caught, and so he was going to resume his participation in the game. Minnie didn't stand idly by, and in fact, she decided that she had been tricked and now she was eager to run. Yunha, who was Yunha's older sister, thought that it was fine because she really wanted to play again, and with the help of mana, she would be able to run much faster. Yunha, who saw that the guys had decided to take part in the game once again and not admit defeat, simply became furious. The boy grabbed his head and couldn't understand what was going on and when he was the one who lost control in this game. Yunha pulled himself together and decided that if that was the case, he should definitely catch up with everyone and prove to the guys once again that they were still on the losing end just like the first time. Sona watched the whole situation below with a smile but still remained standing on the roof. A little earlier, Hyen, who was also playing this game, had escaped into a building and was now trying to figure out where she could best hide. The girl heard Yunha shouting that he had already counted to 100 and was now going to look for them all. So she thought that she had to suppress her mana or the boy would be able to find her quickly. Hyen tried her best to suppress her mana so that she wouldn't lose this game or at least not so quickly. After a little while, she sort of succeeded, and then the girl remembered the rules of the game that she was not allowed to go inside and so needed to go outside. But before the girl could get out, she suddenly saw whole stacks of books unknown to her on the stairs ahead. Hyen, of course, couldn't pass by because her curiosity was much stronger, and she wanted to find out what this place was and why there were so many books here. The girl walked inside the room and froze in amazement because there were many books around her, and it was intriguing and mesmerizing at the same time. She walked farther into the room and couldn't get enough of what she saw around her. The girl, after picking up a few books, decided that this must be her personal paradise because of so many. Hyen suddenly snapped out of her reverie and began to think about where she was and what this place was all about. But she didn't forget that she needed to get out of here. The girl stopped abruptly because she saw a book that she was very interested in, and she could not pass by it until she recognized its title. Suddenly, a man behind her said that the title of this book was Alice in Wonderland. The girl was a little frightened because she didn't expect that there was someone else here besides her, and now she looked at the unknown grandfather. With glasses, the guys who went in search of Hyen because they could not find her anywhere suddenly heard incomprehensible phrases from behind the door that were about Alice, who went back and chased the rabbit. Yunha immediately went into the room because he thought that the girl was in danger, but from what he saw, he could only menacingly say the girl's name, Yang Hyen. Hyen at this time sat on her grandfather's lap, and he read to her the book about Alice in Wonderland. But as soon as the girl heard the voice of her friend, she immediately became nervous. Yunha said hello to the grandfather and explained that Hyen had disappeared when they were all playing a game together, and that's why he was looking for her. But the grandfather told the girl that she should have warned him that she was with her friends. The rest of the guys watched the action in the doorway and tried to be quiet, but Hyen told her friend that she'd just forgotten. Yunha was furious at this response and didn't understand how she could just forget. The girl herself tried to apologize because she was actually ashamed of her act. He told Hyen to warn them if she wanted to leave, and the girl said she would and apologized again for her actions. Yunha thought that if he continued to scold her, she would cry, and so he should stop. Yunha also apologized to his grandfather for interrupting him, but his grandfather replied that it was nothing bad and that he was bored until Hyan came to visit him. The grandfather told the girl to visit him again because it was nice to have a friend who loves books as well, and from what Hyan heard, she was very happy. Hyan emotionally said that she would visit him tomorrow because she wanted to finish reading the book she had found. But Yunha tried to take her home because it was already late. When the boys were on their way out, Grandpa suddenly asked them to wait. Grandpa suddenly decided to offer the boys a ride home. A black premium car was already waiting outside the school, and it looked very solid. Grandpa told all the guys that whoever wanted a ride home in this car should get in the back seat. Some of the guys ran to take their seats in the car without thinking, while Yunha watched from the sidelines and didn't understand who this grandfather was. Yunha, Hyan, and Sona took their seats and talked enthusiastically about what a great car it was and how soft it was for them to sit in. Grandpa took his seat in the car and told his driver to go. Yunha, as well as his older sister Yuna, refused Grandpa's offer to give them a ride home, so they stayed outside to watch the car drive away from them. Yunha thought about the fact that he had never ridden in such a car before. The boy realized that at that moment he was very jealous of his friends who drove away in that car. In the school, there was light in the windows because there were classes for students, but the weather was rainy and overcast outside. Yunha, on the other hand, sat at his desk and watched the rain drumming on the windowsill. At this moment, the boy was distracted from his dreams by the fact that he heard from the teacher his name and that he would be enrolled in some candidates. But he didn't understand what it was about. Yunha looked more closely at the blackboard on which the teacher had already written the election of the class president. And now the boy was even more surprised. The boy could not restrain his curiosity, and so raising his hand, he immediately asked the teacher why his name was written down. Minnie, sitting next to him, said that she didn't understand why his name was on the ballot because she had been told that Yunha wanted to be elected class president. The girl did not hesitate to point at the one who was sitting in the next row of their school class. Yunu was smilingly looking at the one he was basically thinking of, and it was a very pleased Yoon-hook. The boy raised his hand proudly, confirming that yes, he was the one who had recommended his captain. He was 100% sure that it was the captain who should be president, while Yunha himself thought about the fact that Yuku should no longer expect mercy from him. Yunha interrupted his teacher to inform him that he was declining his candidacy and did not wish to become the president of their class. The boy tried to explain his refusal by saying that he didn't think he was suitable, but the teacher said that he had already been chosen by Yoon-hook and she didn't think he should ignore it. Teacher Gina added that all children have limitless potential. Yunha didn't know who to get back at, so he asked his roommate Minnie why she hadn't told him anything about it before, except that the girl claimed that she had and no one had asked him to throw a tantrum. The teacher informed the whole class that Yunha was the only presidential candidate so far and wanted to know from the other kids if anyone else wanted to volunteer for this semester. Of all the kids, only one girl, Sina, responded by raising her hand up and thus attracted the teacher's attention. Yunha and the guys watched carefully what Sina was doing and were a bit surprised. Sina looked back and looked directly at the guys and said that she wanted to run for office. Yunha was already looking at her wearily and directly sensed that the girl was already up to something. In a big box, there were a lot of burgers that attracted the attention of all the guys. Sina informed all the guys that they could dismantle and added that her dad bought all those burgers. All the guys were happily piling on the treats, happy to have burgers for lunch today while repeating how great Sina is and that she's the best. Sina's girlfriends handed out treats to all the kids and told everyone that Sina said if she was president, she would buy them all burgers once a month and that's why the girls advised them to choose Sina. Yunha and his friends were watching it all from the sidelines, and so far none of them were in a hurry to run out and treat themselves. Suddenly, one of Yunha's classmates still held out a burger, but the boy didn't react in any way. That classmate was Sina herself, and she wanted to give Yunha a treat because she noticed that the boy kept staying out of it all. On every burger package that the girl handed out, it was written that she was thankful for every precious vote, and it was a kind of marketing move. Yunha, however, was not going to give in to such publicity and simply replied that he didn't want and wasn't going to eat that burger. The boy decided he wasn't really enjoying this interaction and so turned around and walked away from the girl. Yunha heard Sina continue to promise the boy something in return if she became president, and he was surprised that she was still a child, but she was already behaving like that. Yoon-hook still resisted and didn't take the treat, basically like all of Yunha's friends who refused the burgers. Yunha watched his friends and was proud that they were his friends who didn't give in but instead stood tall with their heads held high. The boy looked once again at the whole situation and decided to himself that well, let it be so. It was warm spring weather outside, and the entire elementary school was heading outdoors. The kids gathered in front of their teacher, ready to go on their spring field trip. Gina tried to shout to all the kids and let them know that she was about to do roll call, and when she called out a name, that person should raise their hand. The teacher asked for help from her president and vice president to help her make the roll call of all the children faster. The first name the teacher called was Sina, and she was the president of class number 4. The next one was Vice President Yunha, also a 4th grade student, but the fact that he held a position below Sina did not please the boy at all. The teacher continued onward with the roll call among all of her students. The children thoroughly enjoyed following their teacher Gina on the hike. Gina enjoyed telling her students about the different sights that came their way. After a short walk, it was time for lunch, and they broke into small groups and spread out their plaids and started eating the food they had brought with them from home. Yunha opened his lunchbox and was surprised to see that, "I love you," was written on top with ketchup. And that was the message his older sister Yuna had left him. The girls in his class read what was written on his lunch and exclaimed that it was wonderful and looked very appetizing, while the boy wondered when Yuna had time to write it. Minnie couldn't keep silent either and said that such an act from his sister who loved him was very nice. Yunha asked the girl to show him what kind of dinner she was having. Yunha inside Minnie's lunchbox saw foods that were neatly stacked and surely delicious. Hyen showed her lunch to the girls, and in response, they did not keep silent because they thought it was very beautiful. She had a whole work of art in her lunchbox. Especially cute was a teddy bear made out of food. Yuna remembered Hyen's dad as the one who loved and could create masterpieces in the kitchen and thought that everything was predictable. But Yoon Hook interrupted everyone and decided to loudly announce that for him, a bowl of noodles was the best food for the excursion. The guys were surprised at Yoon Hook's words and what kind of bowl of noodles he was talking about, and if he hadn't collected anything for himself. Yoon Hook told the guys that he didn't pack anything for himself because his mom told him that noodles were the best food for the excursion. The guys looked at Yoon Hook doubtfully and didn't know what to say to him or if they should answer him at all. Minnie felt sorry for Yoon Hook that his mother didn't bother to pack him a lunch, but Yunha supported his friend and added that he agreed with him because noodles were the best. Yunha thought to himself that he would have to reduce the amount of hard training in the forest. A frightened man tried his best to escape from those who were chasing him. As he ran off, trying to find a place to hide, he thought about what it was that was chasing him. He couldn't understand where the monsters came from in this area, and because he wasn't paying attention, he caught his foot on a stick. The man tried to keep his balance but could not and fell to the ground, hitting the ground hard. He tried to get up, but the blow was so strong that he could only crawl because the desire to survive was stronger. In front of him, a moment later, he saw the big furry black paw of the monster. The man was stared at by huge wolf-like creatures with red glowing eyes and jaws full of sharp teeth. The man took a closer look and was even more frightened because the 7th grade monsters in front of him were called hounds. He tried to call for help, but it was useless, and a 6th grade hellhound was already looming over him. The man realized that it seemed more and more unrealistic to save himself, and he did not know what to do next. The hounds didn't hesitate any longer and in a matter of minutes pounced on the man in an attempt to take him down and destroy him, which they eventually succeeded in doing. The monster leader's jaws were coal black, and his fangs could take out anything without sparing anyone. He wanted to subdue everyone, so he let out a mental command for them all to stop where they were and wait for further orders. The entire pack obeyed their leader, and in the same instant, their bodies were engulfed in a blue glow. All the riders froze in place at attention and waited for their ringleader's next order and prepared to comply. The ringleader conveyed mentally to all the racers that they were now allowed to run after him onward to the furtherance of their goal. The Hell Racers were running with great speed and trying to get as fast as possible to their goal, which was in the south. At this time, Yunha and his companions were laughing, remembering different stories and devouring each of their meals and suspecting nothing. All the guys had previously pulled out clue papers and started looking for surprises all over the area, and Yunha's friends were going to do the same, except that his companions were not very lucky because their papers were empty, and the boy himself did not give it any importance, considering this occupation not the best. Yoon Hook, when he heard that some of the boys had managed to find what was hidden, decided that he too was obliged to find the treasure, and at that moment his captain tried to calm him down and explained that Yoon Hook was no pirate to look for treasure. Minnie was also already involved as the girl's sporting interest had kicked in, and she didn't like to lose at all. The girls Hyen and Sona also wanted to get to work on finding their treasure as soon as possible, and only one Yunha categorically didn't want to participate and was going to leave. Minnie prevented the boy's escape and stopped him, saying that he had to go with them too. All of the boys were busy looking for something to do, and only Yunha was thinking about how much he wanted to go home because this was no longer a picnic but a hike. Yunha kept thinking that it would be better if they went to Koken Palace, which was much closer. Yunha was flooded with memories that brought him little joy because the Yijjangu area was just beyond this mountain. All the guys suddenly stopped because they heard an incomprehensible rustle that was near them. Sona froze fearfully, not knowing what it was, and the same emotions were experienced by Minnie. Yunha interrupted the girls' whispering and listened more closely, trying to figure out what had them all so wary. The The noise along the road of the monster's huge paws was exactly what caused the noise that was heard by all the guys. Hyen saw something ahead that she didn't expect and wasn't prepared for, and it scared the girl very much. A monster with red glowing eyes emerged from behind the trees and headed towards the boys. The monster looked with its fangs and claws on its paws very intimidating. Yunha was very angry when he could see who was coming at them and remembered an event that had happened in his past life. It was the incident of seeing the flowers on Mount Buchan when Seoul was protected by the cocoon. The monsters that flooded Ijongbu somehow managed to break through the cocoon and head south, and it was a tragic accident with many casualties. The guys were in great danger because they were the same monsters who were ruthless and very strong. The monster's mouth was full of sharp teeth from which saliva flowed, and the creature's gaze was insane. Minnie froze with horror in her eyes and could not even move because the fear paralyzed her, and she did not know what to do. The monster didn't hesitate any longer and jumped up to attack and completely destroy everyone he saw in front of him. Minnie caught on something and, unable to keep her balance, fell to the ground and now looked even more defenseless. The monster was almost at its target, and the monster was separated from the girl by mere seconds. Minnie already thought that she was about to go to the other side of the world and closed her eyes tightly and covered herself with her hand to try to delay the moment at least a little. Yunha came to the girl's aid and attacked the monster at the last moment and knocked it down with his foot. The boy, with his strong punch, was able to knock down and fell the monster, and it was very unexpected for the monster itself. Yunha activated his mana, wanted to attack the monster, and was immediately completely enveloped by the blue glow. The boy was going to attack with his weapon, and the first thing that came to hand was his lunchbox fork. Yunha was focused and ruthless, and all he wanted to do was to deal with the monster as quickly as possible before it could harm any of his comrades. They watched their friend's actions and were surprised because they didn't expect Yunha to be able to do such a thing. Yunha had managed to slay the monster and send it to the other world and now stood watching as the fire engulfed the monster whole. The boy, without even turning to face Minnie, asked if she was all right. The girl, though shocked, answered him that she was fine thanks to his help. In further actions, Yoon-hook turned to his captain, thinking it would be more appropriate to ask him about it. But when Yoon-hook asked him what he wanted to know, the boy answered honestly that he didn't know how to put it into words. The boy was worried about his friend because it wasn't the same captain he knew, and that's exactly what Yoon-hook spouted. Yunha realized that his friend had noticed the changes that had happened to him because of his emotions and memories, but he still tried to assure him that he was fine, just a little nervous. He knew that when he destroys monsters, he becomes an invincible player who hates monsters and ends up losing his mind in battle with them. Yunha knew he shouldn't have shown his comrade this side of him, but to control himself at times like this is very difficult and almost impossible. The boy decided for himself that in the future he would try to make more efforts to make this side not so brightly visible and noticeable for others. Yoon-hook asked his captain what they should do now, but Yuna was ahead of Minnie and said that it was not worth asking because they should run away as soon as possible. Yunha agreed with that. The boy knew very well that hounds always travel in packs and there were too many of them coming down from the mountains, and most likely he would not be able to save all of them. So there was only one way left. Yunha couldn't find any other way out, so he finally decided for himself and asked the guys to listen to him. The boy made a great deal of emphasis that they should listen to him very carefully, for it depended on it whether they could be saved. At this time, the students in their class unsuspectingly continued to search further for their hidden treasure. Spreading his napkin on a rock, one of the students decided he would take a break in this spot. Sina made herself comfortable on her napkin and told the boys to go and look for the treasure. The boys were not very happy with this instruction. The guys thought it was a bit too much and wanted to rest next to Sina. The girl's look was very contemptuous and promising them nothing good if they didn't start doing what she told them to do right now. The guys only had to take one look at their class president, which was clear without words, and so they immediately changed their minds and, leaving her alone, ran to find the treasure. Sina was relaxing, sitting in the sun and flipping through her cell phone, thus amusing herself. The girl was suddenly distracted from her study because she heard a foreign noise from outside. The boys ran away with frozen horror in their eyes and ran as fast as they could without sparing their strength. Sina was very surprised by all this, and she felt uncomfortable because she didn't understand what was going on. A whole pack of hounds raced after the boys, and the scraping of their claws against the ground was drowned out by the shouts that all the students raised. The girl ran past Sina and only managed to yell out that there were monsters chasing them, and from what she heard, she dropped her phone. One of the hounds was focused on Sina and intended to destroy the girl without hesitation. Sina was begging for someone to come to her aid, and at this point the monster was almost there. The girl kept calling for help and was more frightened than ever, but the monster only opened its mouth wider. Sina had no hope of being saved, and because she could no longer look at the monster in front of her, she closed her eyes tightly. At the last moment, a shot was fired at the monster, and it was the bullet that hit the monster that saved the girl. The monster was destroyed, but the boy who was struggling on the ground. Yoon-hook was pinned down by the hellhound, and the girls could see the fear in his eyes. They knew they had to act quickly. Sona, feeling a surge of determination, focused her energy and called upon her powers. The flames around her intensified, and she felt a connection to the very essence of the forest. With a fierce cry, she unleashed a wave of fire towards the hellhound, hoping to distract it long enough for Yoon-hook to escape. The hellhound, startled by the sudden burst of flames, turned its attention away from Yoon-hook, giving him the opportunity he needed. With a burst of strength, he pushed the monster off him and scrambled to his feet. Meanwhile, Hyen and Mi joined forces, channeling their energy into a protective barrier around Yoon-hook. The winds swirled around them, creating a vortex that shielded them from the oncoming hounds. The girls could feel their powers combining, amplifying their abilities as they fought to protect their friend. Yoon-hook, now standing and fueled by the support of his friends, felt a renewed sense of courage. He activated his mana once more, ready to face the hellhound and the other monsters that surrounded them. With a determined look, he charged forward, his stick raised high, ready to strike. The battle raged on, with Yoon-hook and his friends fighting side by side against the relentless horde of monsters. They moved as one, each supporting the other, their bond strengthening with every blow they landed. As the chaos unfolded, Yunha, who had been battling his own set of monsters, caught sight of the commotion in the clearing. He recognized the familiar figures of his friends and felt a surge of pride and determination. He knew he had to join them. With a powerful leap, Yunha soared through the air, landing beside Yoon-hook just as he delivered a decisive blow to one of the hounds. Together, they fought back against the onslaught, their combined strength pushing the monsters back. The tide of the battle began to turn as the friends fought with everything they had. The hounds, realizing they were outmatched, started to retreat, but Yunha and Yoon-hook pressed on, determined to drive them away for good. In the end, the clearing was left in ruins, the remnants of the battle scattered around them. The friends stood together, breathing heavily but victorious. They had faced their fears and fought for each other, proving that their bond was stronger than any monster they could encounter. As they regrouped, they knew that this was just the beginning of their journey. They had each other, and together, they could face whatever challenges lay ahead. Out how he was and if he needed help. Yunha, despite all his injuries, was the first to apologize to the girls for having to see all of this and for being scared. For sure, the guys were distracted by what they saw a moment later, and it was a girl who was coming straight down from above them. The girl approached the guys, but they could not relax and were unsure if she was a threat to them, so they huddled closer together. In front of the guys stood a girl from the 12 thrones who possessed divine wind, and her name was Shin Soyeon. She asked the guys to close their eyes for a second and promised them that now these monsters would get what they deserved and would regret coming here at all. Yunha, on the other hand, was still fighting alone against the entire pack of hounds, and now only a small ring of fire separated him from the monsters. The boy had a little time to recover and decided to get a thermos from his backpack, which was filled with Miggy's potion. Yunha decided that if he was still here, he should drink it because there might not be a better time. In a matter of seconds, the boy finished his potion and decided to pick up where he left off. Having gained strength from that potion, Yunha was ready to fight more than ever and was confident that he would soon deal with all the monsters. The boy concentrated on exerting his power and activated the heavenly walk. Yunha's blows were very strong, and all the monsters flew away from him as soon as they approached. The monsters were still eager to fight and all rushed at the boy, having only one goal: to get rid of him as soon as possible. Yunha was collected and delivered his blows one by one until there was no one left who could threaten his safety and that of the other people. In this battle, the boy actively used his weapon, which helped him a lot, but the battle did not end there. Yunha involved not only the dagger but also the gun, and the hounds were unable to deal with him. No sooner had he destroyed one monster than dozens of others swooped down on him from behind. He applied his mana, and at times like this, the boy could think of nothing but getting to the last one. Yunha was ruthless in principle, like all hounds, for in this they were very similar. It was not easy for the boy because this battle was tough and took a lot of energy and strength from him. Yunha was able to deal with all the monsters that came his way, and now there was only one left on the battlefield, and that was their leader. He gathered all of his remaining strength and used the heavenly action, hoping that it would help him win the victory. The boy's entire body was engulfed in a blue glow, and Yunha was well aware that he might not be able to get a second attempt. The boy felt his strength leaving him because it was already spent more than he could count on. It wasn't easy for the monster either, but like Yunha, it wasn't ready to give up and retreat, so it went all the way to the end. Yunha attacked the monster with his dagger, hitting it right in the mouth. The boy followed without wasting a second and pulled the trigger on the gun. Yunha saw that this was unfortunately not the end and that defeating the ringleader was much harder than he had anticipated. Everything around them was already engulfed in fire, but no one was retreating, and this moment of their battle was very tense for both of them. In this vortex of fire and constant attacks from the side, it was very difficult to see anything, but the battle did not stop. Yunha was still focused and attentive to every detail. Even though it was already very difficult for him, he did not stop for a moment to use his weapon on the monster. The monster was getting numerically wounded, but because the pack leader was very strong, it still continued to stay on all its paws. Yunha, in another fall, was able to barely get his dagger on the ground to keep from falling and continue to hold his opponent's gaze. The boy realized that he had no more ammunition and was left to use only close combat. Yunha also realized that his mana was already almost at zero, but he was glad that the monster had it as well, and so the odds were even. The monster, despite being attacked a large number of times, still had a very intimidating appearance. The monster thought the boy was an overconfident human and began launching large black clots of its energy at Yunha. Yunha turned to the monster with a sneer, wanting to know if it had any strength left for another attack. The boy noticed what the monster was releasing and at first thought it was a mark, but looking closer, he realized that the monster had begun to thicken the fog before attacking. The monster wanted only one thing: to get this boy to the other side of the world once and for all. Yunha was no longer standing still and pondering. He was already rushing to meet his opponent. The boy began to apply the rest of his mana and used his dagger to throw an attack, hoping it would be the final one. Yunha couldn't see anything around him. There was only a large black blob. The boy was trying to figure out what it was and, for reassurance, held his breath for a moment, thinking maybe it was some kind of poison, but then realized it wasn't. Yunha decided that if it wasn't poison, then he shouldn't delay any longer and should just get it over with. The boy acted only on instinct, and even now he realized that it was madness. Despite the best efforts of the monster, which was releasing fire, he continued to burst through it. Yunha did not see anything around him and walked forward towards his goal when he suddenly realized that his mana was gone and that he had completely used up all of it. The boy struggled to survive the fall, but now he could only hope. Yunha fell to the ground, breathing heavily, and all his clothes were smoldering from the fire released by the monster. After recovering a bit, Yunha realized that despite the large amount of mana he had spent on his defense, he was still badly injured. Yunha leaned, sitting on his knees on his weapon, and suddenly remembered a moment from his past life. The boy recalled how he was the captain of his team, and in one of the battles with monsters he was also without strength and could only hold on to his enthusiasm. That captain had then bent down on his knees when many different monsters stood before him, and someone was rushing to his aid, but one of his comrades stopped him and told him not to touch him. That comrade then said that the captain's name was Berserk for a reason, and that he didn't need anyone's help. He added that the meaning of the name Berserk was that the gift was activated only in a critical situation. The same happened now with Yunha. His gift and ability only activated when the situation reached a critical point. The monster could not have expected this, and so it froze, trying to understand what it was doing to its opponent. Yunha came to his senses and was no longer so defenseless, deciding that now was the final point of their battle and that the monster would no longer be able to escape. He attacked without sparing, and with one of his punches, Yunha managed to reach the hound. The boy didn't stop using his gift and rushed with his blade in a leap to attack the monster. Yunha tried to pierce the black clot of fog behind the monster with his punch. The boy failed to land his blow, and this blob turned into a huge ball with the monster inside it. Yunha, looking at this transformation, decided that the monster was thus hiding from him. He glanced at his dagger, which he had decided to continue to use in this battle, thinking that this blob of mist was not so strong that he couldn't break through it. The boy used his gift and decided to remind the monster of his words said earlier, that it would not be able to survive under any circumstance. Yunha was literally blasting his way through with his weapons and his strength. The boy repeated again his promise that the monster was about to go to the other world, no matter how hard it tried to hide from it. Yunha was able to get to the hound and was finally going to do what he had wanted to do all along. He put all his strength into attacking the monster one last time, and there was no more chance for it to survive. Yunha was finally able to win the victory, even though it was not easy for him, and the monster was already engulfed in fire. The boy sat exhaustedly on the ground and watched as everything blazed, and he managed to get his way no matter what. Yunha watched the sun set in the distance outside the city and was glad it was finally over. He didn't need to be strong anymore and he was able to exhale, and from so much expended energy he just passed out. At the same time, the events with Yunha's comrades took place on another battlefield, where one of the 12 thrones, Shin Soyeon, came to their aid. The girl was not going to spare them and was determined to deal with all the monsters that surrounded the guys. The guys themselves were shocked by her appearance and the abilities that Soyeon possessed. The girl was very strong, and that fan that she always held in her hands was endowed with special powers. She remembered for a moment how, in the distant past, when running away from the hounds, she had thought about why those people couldn't just do their job to avoid such consequences. Soyeon didn't wait any longer and used her mana to reveal her fan, which was already covered in a blue glow. Using her gift, the girl was able to summon large vortices that absorbed everything in the area, managing and fully controlling all the vortices that had formed. The girl thought about why no one had reported what was happening here. She pointed her finger at all the monsters and said with a creepy smile on her face that all of them had now come to pay, and no one would be able to survive. Large funnels absorbed one monster after another, and only the guys sitting on the sidelines were untouched. Soyeon actually spared no one and sent all the monsters to the other world, and she did it all very quickly. The girl was endowed with a special power against which it was basically impossible to resist. Finishing her work to perfection, the girl closed her fan with a light movement. Soyeon was so engrossed in the massacre of monsters that she even forgot about the existence of the children around her. Coming down on her little whirlwind looked simply amazing. Soyeon apologized to the guys for being so engrossed in her actions that she forgot about them and also apparently frightened them very much. The girl kept reassuring the boys not to cry and explained that they were no longer in danger. Yoonhook interrupted Soyeon, who was so enraptured by her that he couldn't hold back any longer and decided to say it out loud. The guys were so amazed that after a moment, no one could hold back anymore, and interrupting each other, they shouted how cool the girl was. Yoonhook wanted to know if Soyeon was part of the 12 thrones, and Minnie was trying to tell him that he should have been thankful for saving them in the first place. The boy was so amazed that he could meet personally one of the best players that he could not completely control himself and his emotions. The girl carefully watched all the guys and decided to herself that they must have lost their minds a little because of fear, as they all looked not very good. Soyeon decided that she should immediately check them all for internal wounds and used her abilities. What the girl saw in Hyeon surprised her greatly because there was a large amount of mana around her. Hyeon, from such attention that was showered on her, was very surprised. Soyeon rushed to hug the girl, and now all the guys were very surprised. The girl didn't hesitate and immediately decided to ask Hyeon about possibly wanting to become a player. Yoonhook suddenly wedged himself between them and shouted indignantly that he was the one who should become a player. Soyeon thought about the boy's words because, if you think about it, he had been doing fine on his own before she came. The girl decided all the same that it was fine, and now hugging the two of them and thinking these guys were very cute, Soyeon didn't forget to praise Sona too because she was the one who sent the telepathic message to the girl, and only thanks to her could they be found. Sona froze with tears in her eyes at such praise, thinking that she had done nothing but help herself and all the guys. The girl now threw herself at Soyeon with a hug for Sona, grateful just for coming to their aid. Soyeon told the boys to go down the mountain and added that the rescuers would be arriving soon. The girl herself didn't plan to go with them because she needed to help other people as well. After a moment, the guys heard a strange sound from outside, and it scared them a lot, but Soyeon was completely calm. Behind the trees, there was someone of enormous size with glowing red eyes. His hands were very large, and his body itself was unfathomable in size. The man who came out of the forest first asked how Soyeon could leave him alone because it was very difficult for him to get here. In front of the guys stood a representative of the Azure Ocean clan nicknamed Bulldozer, and his name was Kong Cole. Soyeon ignored the man's question and motioned for the boys to follow him. Yoonhook was against this plan because his captain had not yet returned. The girl was surprised at the boy's words and didn't understand what captain he was even talking about. Yunha, who was still unconscious, continued to lie in the same place, and in his memories, there was a fragment from the past where he was reproachfully reprimanded for taking care of himself in the tent. The girl was trying to convey to the guy that if it wasn't for her, Yunha would have already been sent to the other world an unknown number of times. They tried to explain to the guy that not only was he seriously injured, but he had also injured himself in order not to lose consciousness, and it was not normal. The captain, with indifference, said only that who cares what he does with his body, and the girl was very angry with these words because she was the one who treated his body. He couldn't understand why the girl was swearing like that, and Yunha was trying to convey that if she was watching over this body, then she had every right to resent its condition. The guy decided that it would be easier to just apologize than to prove something to her, and the girl thought that such apologies were no good. If he was even a little bit really ashamed, it was better to let him give her time on the weekend. The guys kept arguing, and each tried to convince the other that he was right and no other way. Yunha struggled but opened his eyes and tried to recreate all the events that had happened to him. The boy looked around and realized that he woke up in the hospital, but he didn't know how he got here. Yunha was examining his body, surprised to find no wounds on them, and at that time a visitor came knocking. The boy was very surprised because he had no idea who had come to see him. Yunha looked at the man who entered his chamber with great surprise. So appeared before the boy in all her glory and asked him if he was all right. While Yunha replied that he seemed to be fine, his thoughts were occupied with the fact that the 12 Thrones player himself had come to see him, and he really wanted to know what she already knew. Soyeon said that as soon as she found the boy, she took him to the hospital. Yunha thought that the girl should never find out that he was the one who fought the monsters. The girl said her name was Shin Soyeon, but the boy could call her Soyeon Nuna, to which Yunha couldn't help but laugh. But he had to be careful what he said. Yunha suddenly jumped up and asked the girl how long he had been lying there and what was wrong with his friends. The girl calmed him down and said that his friends were safe and that he had been there for about 6 hours. Soyeon revealed that Sona and Hyeon were very worried about Yunha's condition and added that she had taken care and called his family, and they were on their way to the hospital. The boy was very happy to hear that his friends were all right, but he had no idea what he would tell his parents. Soyeon said she needed to find out something, but to do so, the boy had to answer all her questions honestly. The girl recalled the moments that Yunha had experienced not too long ago, how he was surrounded by destroyed monsters, and so Soyeon wanted to know who had sent those monsters to the other world. The boy adhered to the version that he did not remember anything at all and said that he tried to run away, and that's probably why he was there. Yunha's theory was that someone had probably saved him when he lost consciousness. Soyeon listened attentively to the boy's story about his experiences, but she did not understand what had happened to the monsters and who had destroyed them. The girl didn't really believe Yunha's version of the story and told him that she thought it was the boy who had sent all the monsters to the other world. Yunha turned on his childish naivety and explained to the girl that there was no way he could have dealt with all those monsters by himself. Soyeon said she thought of him after she was able to see his abilities, and it was also a big factor that Yunha had already received the Brave Child Award last year. The boy insisted that it was all just a coincidence. The girl was persistent and did not believe in such a coincidence that the boy, by sheer coincidence, was able to straighten out the hounds. Yunha was adamant that it wasn't him, and then Soyeon asked what he would say about the fact that his fingerprints were found on the stele. The boy looked at the girl and realized that if he made another excuse, it would look too ridiculous. He realized that Soyeon already knew that he was the one who destroyed the monsters, and unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Yunha looked at the girl carefully and decided that the right thing to do would be to try to negotiate with her. Soyeon thought it was pointless to negotiate with the boy, but Yunha was persistent and persuasive, so he informed her that he could share important information with her. Yunha mouthed that he wouldn't just tell her anything because it would be part of the contract. Soyeon heard all the words said by the boy and realized that he was no longer trying to justify himself. The girl didn't know what Yunha could tell her that was so valuable and what he wanted in return. The boy surprised her with his answer because he didn't want anything special from her in return, and he wasn't going to ask for it. The girl didn't believe it at first, but Yunha told her again that he didn't need anything from her in return. The boy just wanted to live a normal life in his town like a kid his age should. The girl was already leaving the hospital late at night after a long conversation with Yunha. Soyeon went outside, where she was already met by the driver near the car, and he bowed low to the girl. The girl got into the car and told the man to take a closer look at the ICE's Dangun company. She recalled Yunha's story once more and added that it was the ICE's who should be looked at more closely, and they also needed to check all the relationships between them and the Azure Ocean clan leader. The girl warned the boy that she didn't like and wouldn't tolerate it if it all turned out to be some kind of joke. Soyeon was still wondering if Yunha would take responsibility for everything he said. Yunha was as calm as ever and assured the girl that if they found nothing, he would join their clan. Soyeon heard everything and tried to explain to the boy that the Azure Ocean could not be accessed by every person. She met Yunha, who still remained calm, and asked if Soyeon wasn't already sure that he was the one who had killed all those hounds. Soyeon didn't like this arrangement because she thought that this agreement only benefited the boy. Yunha argued that she could either make sure her husband was faithful or she would have a valuable shot. She told the driver to check the heirs of Dangun's company but advised him to focus on the female side. She also asked him to look for any suspicious connections to her husband and to update the report on the monster classes in Gangnam. Soyeon said to update the report because Yunha had advised her to do so, since they were involved in the stabilization of the Gangnam area and should beware of new monsters. The boy insisted that if they underestimated them, they would regret it. The girl wanted to know how Yunha knew all this, but the boy interrupted her and added that she should say that she was the one who handled the incident on the mountain herself. Soyeon informed her driver that she would close the case of the incident on Buchan herself. Yunha then explained to Soyeon in their conversation that it would all be very profitable for her if only she agreed to fulfill his terms of agreement. The boy added that he just wanted to continue being a regular student in elementary school. The girl heard everything and realized that she was very amused by Yunha's self-confidence. His very worried parents came into the room, and Yunha realized that he must be in trouble again. There was news all over the city that at 2 p.m. this afternoon, a 7th-grade monster and 100 hellhounds had attacked Buin Mountain. All the news channels reported that player Shin Soyeon, a member of the 12 Thrones, had handled all the 6th-grade hellhounds by herself. It was also reported that the girl was now investigating the incident on Mount Buchan, and it had already become known that among the 34 victims was an elementary school student who was just on a hike on Mount Buin at that time. The television broadcasted that player Sil Sanken, lord of the Azure Ocean clan, was expressing his sincere condolences over the tragedy. In all the newspapers, the biggest news was that the families involved in the incident on Mount Buchan had started a protest against the Azure Ocean clan, claiming that they had turned a blind eye to what had happened. The next equally important news was that there was an unexpected event where Kim Kunin resigned, and further on, the headlines showed the Vice Lord bowing to the entire nation. The news did not end there, and it was written in all newspapers that Vice Lord Kunin was found in his house, where according to preliminary data, he came to an extreme decision. Further events at the school with the students took place a few months later. Student Sona was being congratulated by everyone that day on her upcoming 8th birthday. Sona was very impressed and didn't understand how they knew that today was her birthday. Minnie replied that it was simple because she was their friend and they couldn't help but know for that day. Yunha taunted the girl, saying that she was trying to be the best even though she complained to her teacher all the time. Minnie got angry and told the boy to shut up. Hyen congratulated her friend on her birthday and gave her some homemade chocolates, which touched Sona even more. Meanwhile, while everyone's attention was focused on Sona, Yunha tried to sneak out of their classroom. The boy couldn't stop thinking that the surprise house party they were throwing for the girl was going to be awesome. The guys were trying to discreetly discuss all the details about the surprise party itself. Sona paid attention to their strange whispering and wanted to know what was going on, but the guys kept silent, saying that everything was fine and the girl just imagined it. Yunha was someone who couldn't keep secrets and so just ran out of the classroom at full speed and shouted that she didn't need to know any of this. Minnie tried to divert the girl's attention and said the first thing that came to her mind, which was that the morning gathering had just started. Sona looked at all the guys and thought their behavior at that moment was very strange and not understandable to her. All the guys gathered in the house, and they managed to get Sona inside. As soon as she crossed the threshold of the house, she immediately heard congratulations and the explosion of clappers. The kids all shouted the words, "Surprise," very friendly and loudly, and carried her presents. Sona could not hold back her tears because of her emotions and was very touched, even though she knew that her companions were secretly planning something for her. A very beautiful cake suddenly appeared in front of the girl's eyes, and she was jokingly told that she would cry later, and now it was not to that. Minnie told the girl that she had to blow out the candles, make a wish and cut the cake, so she had a lot to do. Sona closed her eyes to make her wish before blowing out the candles. The guys were having a really great time, and Sona was excited about her birthday. Minnie was worried if Yunha was okay because SAA had threatened the worker to make sure his father came to the party. Yunha realized what he was talking about and remembered that KK's company was the 7th in all of South Korea. The main spheres of influence of this company were electricity, architecture, and advertising. They didn't have much influence on the medical industry, and Yongsoken also merged medical companies to monopolize the potion market. Yunha unexpectedly tapped Minnie lightly to make the girl immediately remove such a silly expression from her face. The boy reasoned that if Minnie was KK's direct heir, then her last name should be Kim, but his last name was Jin, and so it was clearly not him. Yunha added for her to stop worrying and just eat. Minnie was angry at the boy because she was very nervous, and Yunha told her to just calm down, so she told him to do what he wanted and left to eat the birthday cake. Yunha took a portion of cake for himself as well and thought about how things had gotten a little complicated but seemed to stay fine. The boy looked at his family and realized that it didn't matter to him whether it was KK Pharmaceuticals or KK Company, because it wouldn't make a difference. Yunha knew for sure that if any of them were to disturb his family, he would destroy each one without a second thought. Yoon-hook was preparing for the competition and assured his captain that today he would show what he had learned all this time. Yunha advised him not to stumble as Yoon-hook ran away, shouting that he would be okay and do his best for the team. Yunha thought about how much confidence he had in him. Suddenly, Yunha felt something, and it was some kind of tension. The boy was trying to figure out what it was. The boy in front of him saw his classmates, and this tension was coming from them. But what it all meant, Yunha didn't realize yet. The boy asked for an explanation from the boys, and they revealed that the teacher said he would buy them nuggets and pizza if they won. The teacher at the same time counted out her money and tried to convince herself that everything would be fine. But then she realized that it was simply impossible to feed these guys. The start of the relay race was near, and all participants were given the command to get ready. Yoon-hoo, with all the competitors, was already at the start, and the boy couldn't stop thinking only about how surprised everyone would be at his speed. Before the boys could react, Yoon-hoo was already well ahead of them all, and only a column of smoke from beneath his feet remained behind the boy. Yoon-hook's comrades cheered for their classmate and supported him as best they could. Minnie shouted out Yoon-hook's name very loudly, and Yun-ha was wondering what to do with him. At this time, Yoon-hook wanted to show off to his captain to see how fast he was so he could reach the finish line first. The boy suddenly felt that something was wrong with him, and his body became too heavy, making it harder and harder to move. Yoon-hook collapsed to the ground, exhausted just a few meters before the finish line. Yun-ha saw what was happening to his classmate and was not particularly surprised. Yoon-hook was suddenly picked up in the girl's arms, and she told him to hold on while the boy himself couldn't handle the fact that the sky above him was spinning very hard. Yun-ha knew that it would be that Yoon-hook would overdo it, and so the boy decided that he would definitely need to work on his temper and teach him to keep his composure. After a while, the boy rejoiced at the victory of his sister, who came first in the 100-meter race and became the first among the 5th graders. Yun-ha was very proud of Yuna's achievement and wished her good luck in the next event. Minnie, looking at this whole picture of Yuni and his sister, realized that he was not Mom's son but Nuna's little brother. Sona came running in tired and told her friends that Yuna was very fast, and Yun-ha was proud of his sister. The girl reproachfully asked Yuni why he was rooting for his sister and not their team, but the boy claimed that he wasn't and was just thinking about dinner. Minnie added that she saw him looking only at his sister the whole time, and Yun-ha decided to divert the girls' attention by asking how Hyeon was doing. The girls decided that they would let this situation go now, and in the distance they spotted Hyeon running. Hyeon ran very happy and rejoiced that she was able to find the ones she was looking for. The girl ran up to Yun's neighbors. It was the couple Juliet and Bruno, and asked them for help. Hyeon grabbed Juliet's hand and said that they should run as fast as possible, and she would explain everything on the way. The girl brought Juliet to the judge and tried to explain something to him and change his mind. Obviously, it worked out for the girls, as a moment later, they both looked very happy and satisfied. Hyeon was finally able to sit down and get some well-deserved rest, and Yun-ha, meanwhile, wanted to know how the girl had managed to get Juliet to come. The girl embarrassedly lowered her eyes and said that it was all about the American, and Yun-ha didn't understand what that had to do with it because Juliet was from Italy. Hyeon said that she spoke to her in English, and only Juliet was interested. Yun-ha was surprised that the girl had succeeded in deceiving them. For Yun-ha, it was all unexpected, and he found it hard to believe that it was the same girl. He remembered well how at their first meeting, Hyeon had been a common crybaby, and now she had even learned to be sly. Yun-ha noticed how the girl had already matured a lot since then and had become much more confident. Yoon-hook, who still couldn't come to his senses, realized that this was how he felt after taking the potion. It was announced over the loudspeaker that the gathering of everyone would take place in the afternoon, and Yun-ha at this time hoped that Yoon-hook could become at least half of what Hyeon had become. The boys settled down to finally taste their well-deserved and long-awaited lunch. Yun-ha gave the girls fruit and snacks and added that his mother had asked him to give them some. The girls were grateful for such a treat. The boy quietly asked Hyeon who the woman was next to her. Yun-ha was very puzzled because he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The boy decided to go for a little walk after lunch as he heard someone saying hello to him in one of the tents. At a sumptuous table inside the tent, next to the man and their guards, sat his classmate Saa, who asked the boy if he might be hungry and offered to buy him a cup of tea. Yun-ha completely ignored her suggestion and went on his way while Saa jumped out at the same time and tried to stop the boy. Sina pointed her finger to her daddy about Yun-ha and that he was the one she had been talking about recently. A man of formidable appearance who was the CEO of KK Pharmaceuticals, and his name was Jin Yen. Yoon realized that it was this boy who was bullying his daughter and wanted to know what Yan's father was doing. Yun-ha exhaled tiredly and realized that Sina had already managed to snitch to her father. The boy didn't hesitate to tell the man that, in his opinion, both father and daughter talked too much with just a small pharmaceutical company. Jin Yen was very angry at such words from the boy and swung around, wanting to teach Yun-ha a lesson and thus point out his place. The man didn't understand how this young man could talk about his lovely daughter, much less himself. The man wanted to know how such a young lad dared to allow himself to express himself like that. Yun-ha, looking at this man and the guards that were always by his side, thought that he acted as if he was the president. The boy didn't allow himself to be touched and, as if mockingly, asked Jin Yen if he was already scared. The man was furious at the boy's words and was now determined to teach him a lesson. Yun-ha remained completely calm and unwavering to all of these actions of the man. Suddenly, after a moment, the boy saw someone he didn't expect to see at all. To the boy's aid came his father, who decided to stand up for his own and punish the offender. The man managed to overpower Sina's father and threateningly told him how dare he raise his hand against his son. The boy didn't understand what he was hanging himself for, but Dad was very worried about who and wanted to know if he was okay. Jin Yen was still sitting on the ground, puzzled because he couldn't understand how someone so homeless could do such a thing. The man immediately gave orders to his guards to take Yunha's daddy and punish him. Yunha was angry that he was going to solve everything by himself, and in the end, his father was already involved. The boy was certain that if Jin Yen dared to do anything to his father, he would destroy him. Yunha looked at the guards approaching them and began to worry, but his father reassured him that he would be fine. Jin Yen was outraged and wanted to immediately find out who this man was that he allowed himself to behave like this with him. The man remained completely calm and turned to Jin Yen with a question. Yun's father wanted to know if he took off his glasses and tucked his hair back if he would be able to recognize him. The man in front of him froze in wild horror that he could still recognize who it was standing in front of him now. Yunha's dad stood confidently, and he was also the head of the department in Sirius. Jin Yen couldn't understand what he had forgotten in this place and how he had gotten involved in all this. Yunha, standing behind his protector's back, realized that SAA's father was a member of the hired Daku. Only the boy was himself surprised that his father was a superior in Sirius. Sirius was a top 2 company in South Korea, and not everyone could get in. This company was in the business of supplying cars and devices to players, and the boss of this particular company was Yunha's father. Jin Yen saw on Yunha's face that he finally recognized him, but he still didn't understand what the boss was doing here. The man abruptly changed the manner of his conversation and, in a more affectionate tone, said that he was just very interested in what the head of the strategic department was doing here. Yunha's father replied in a calm tone that he had come to see his children perform, but he saw that Yun Yen and his son must be having some problems. The man finally realized who the boy was to him. Jin Yen was angry that people like KK couldn't even get close to big companies like Sirius. The man was also angry that he was one of the main workers in the development of Sirius's devices. Sina's father hoped very much that they would accept his most sincere apology. The man knew very well that he shouldn't have provoked his boss, but after all, he was one of the company's heirs. Jin Yen pointed to his daughter Sina and said that she too wished to apologize. The man could barely contain his emotions and spoke through his teeth for Sina to apologize as soon as possible. Sina looked at the man in front of her in surprise and was even more surprised by her father's behavior. The girl still couldn't recover, and what she heard shocked her even more. She heard the guys whispering that there was an argument between Sina and Yunha. They were fighting, but in the end, Sina lost. The guys laughed when they heard the news and were sure that this is how girls should be because she always bullies everyone. The girl froze in horror as the guys started laughing at her and continued to make unflattering comments about her. Sina tried her best to squeeze out an apology, but her pride was higher. The girl could no longer fight her emotions and ended up running away in tears. The boy's dad decided that apparently that was the end of their conversation and they would bow out. The man added about what had just happened. He thought they were even. Yunha assured him that nothing had happened at all. Jin Yen bowed low to Yunha's dad and wished him good luck and that he take care of himself. Yunha thought that he might be in trouble because of this whole situation, but Dad managed to surprise him. The man insisted that if something like this happens in the future, the boy should not try to solve everything himself but should inform his parent. The boy's dad was very convincing in his words and hoped that Yunha heard him. The man said that asking his parents for help a little more often is absolutely normal because the boy is still too young and he needs his mom and dad. Yunha experienced a pleasant emotion and felt warmth from such words of his father. The boy thanked his dad for everything and felt confident that he wouldn't let Yunha lose him again. In a deserted place and in a partially destroyed house at sunset was a man waiting for an important meeting. The man turned to ask the man who was hiding his face from everyone if it was really necessary to go to this particular abandoned place to hire him. He wanted to offer the hooded man a big deal and added that he had some people bothering him. The man wanted the hooded man to help him with it all. The stranger was interested in money and asked about it without taking his eyes off his phone. After this question, a small gray suitcase was brought into the room at the order of the customer. In that suitcase was a payment up front. It was $1.5 million, and if the stranger returned with success, the surcharge would be the same. The hooded man smiled a little too sinisterly and replied to the customer that he understood everything and used his abilities, which were directed at the suitcase with money. The man who continued to hold the suitcase was very surprised that a vortex suddenly began to form around the money. In a moment, that suitcase with $1.5 million disappeared, and so did the man hiding his face. The guards were shocked and even frightened because they could not understand what consequences awaited them. The male customer continued to stand quietly and finish his cigarette, only chuckling at the whole thing. The dawn was very large, and it took a while to get around. Big Sister Yuna, when she walked inside the mall, was very impressed. The girl saw many people moving non-stop up and down escalators. It had been a while since he had been to the mall, but it was still tiring. She said, looking at the boy, that they had all just gotten here and really hoped that Yunha wasn't tired yet. Yunha stayed with Bruno, who made sure he was safe while Juliet and his sister went shopping. Contentedly, the boy looked at the man and felt an ominous aura around him, unable to understand what was wrong. Yunha couldn't comprehend how an ordinary office worker could hide his mana so perfectly. The boy applied his powers and decided to take a closer look at the man. Bruno noticed the boy's overly intense gaze and immediately asked what Yunha was worried about. Yunha decided to create a bit of a distraction, mumbling that he wanted to know where his Nuna was and what was going on with Juliet. He was sure there was something wrong with the man. Bruno said that the girl and Yunha had gone to the 5th floor, and the boy realized that it would be hard to find them because his sister could now also mask her mana. The man took out a smartphone and showed it to Yunha, indicating that he didn't need to worry. When Yunha looked a little closer, he realized what it meant and was very surprised. With this device, it was possible to track their location. Yunha realized that Juliet herself probably didn't even know about it, and Bruno confirmed his guesses, saying that it was a secret and the girl shouldn't divulge it. Bruno suggested that the boy go up to look for the girls, but Yunha thought the man was suspicious. The man, who was hiding his face from everyone, was talking on the phone at the time and told his interlocutor that it was time to start. Yunha suddenly stopped and felt something very strange, trying to figure out what was going on. The boy turned his attention to that stranger and was even more surprised. Yunha remembered that he had already met this man in his past life and could recognize him by the tattoo depicted on the stranger's arm. It was the same man and his name was Nameless. Just by that name alone, you could tell that the man wasn't easy to deal with. Yunha was trying to figure out what this Nameless one was doing here, and he didn't believe in random coincidences. The boy decided to share his thoughts with Bruno, informing the man that something very strange was going on. Bruno took Yunha's words seriously and decided to look around. He managed to spot 3 people and pointed them out to the boy, noting that they gave him a strange feeling of foreboding. One of these men was dressed all in black and was moving in their direction, while another man sat a little apart from everyone else, still hiding his face. Yunha was watching them all carefully, so he decided to use his mana and formed several small clots that glowed brightly with a blue color. The boy launched that energy at the 3 men who were in different directions. All the men reflected that energy without much difficulty. At that moment, Bruno decided it was time for them to leave and informed Yunha. The boy looked at the men as he left and confirmed his conjecture, having guessed that the 3 men were gamblers. Bruno looked at them and concluded that those men were very well trained. Yunha, for his own reasons, was interested in exactly the last person who was hiding his face. Nameless watched everyone but never revealed his position. The boy thought all such actions were extremely strange and suspicious because something was obviously wrong. Yunha saw one of the men slow down a bit and wanted to pull something out of his pants pocket. The man threw a small stone on the floor that had a bright blue glow. Yunha took a closer look and almost immediately recognized it as a magic stone, which confused the boy. He could finally understand what these people were up to and couldn't believe it. Yunha saw how, after a moment, everything around him spiraled into a blue vortex, and a black hole formed in the middle of it. The boy, watching all this, realized that somehow the mana was being redistributed through this vortex. A large number of monsters of different classes and categories began to appear, causing panic among the people. The monsters did not hesitate and immediately began to attack anyone who got in their way. Monsters kept appearing one by one and were already everywhere, causing great harm to humans. The mall declared an emergency because the monsters were inside the building, but all guests and employees were urged to stick to the plan and go to shelter. Yunha heard the man who was hiding his face talking on the phone, saying that if someone got in their way, they should be sent to the next world. Without a second thought, the boy understood that it was a terrorist attack on the mall. Before his return, no one would have thought of such a thing. He realized that after the incident with the Kraken, the future had completely changed its course, and it was hard to predict further developments. Yunha didn't immediately pay attention to how a monster behind him was about to attack. In a leap, Bruno came to the rescue and, with a punch, knocked down the monster, thus saving Yunha. The man urged the boy to be more focused and attentive because his safety depended on it. Bruno told the boy that they now needed to find Yuna and Julie as soon as possible. Despite the chaos around them, the man and Yunha went to the top floor because finding the girls was their first priority. Bruno used his phone to track the girls' location and saw that they were still on the 5th floor. He became worried, thinking that something had probably happened since they were still there. A man and a boy were going up the escalator when suddenly they heard a question. In front of them stood a man in a Panama hat who wanted to know if Yunha was the one who had used mana first and also wanted to know where they were rushing to so quickly. Yunha didn't hesitate because there wasn't much time and used mana at once. The boy thought that the man's rank was about A, B, or C. He had not yet had time to fully use his abilities, as the picture that appeared in front of him surprised him very much. Without wasting a second, Bruno immediately attacked the man and managed to knock him to the ground. Yunha watched this battle and thought to himself that if Bruno was this strong even without the device, then he was far from average level. The boy suddenly asked Uncle Bruno to stop and calm down a bit. Yunha explained that there was no way they could send him to the other world, and he also thought Bruno should stop because if he destroyed him it would be too easy. Yunha remembered how many complaints he had heard before his return because he simply didn't know who this nameless one really was. The boy was about to go up the escalator when he saw Bruno leaning over the man and doing something. Bruno wanted to shut the offender down, but he couldn't because modern children are very curious. A couple of minutes ago, Yunha and Julie had also heard that an emergency had been declared because monsters were inside the building. The guests and employees were urged to go to a safe place. The girls heard the screaming and panic of the people and couldn't fully understand what was going on and whether the mana had redistributed. Yuna tried to get her emotions under control and calm down because she had to see how many monsters there were. First, the girl found 3 monsters behind the wall to their left, but that was unfortunately not all of them. Yuna saw that there were 2 monsters on the other side of the room and another monster in the center of the room. The girl was glad that there were only 6 of them and realized that she would have to run to avoid meeting them all. The girl tried to be brave and told her aunt not to worry because she could protect them both. Juliet didn't even give Yuna a chance to speak and shouted a warning about the danger from behind. The monster was already almost at the target, planning to destroy the girl in a matter of seconds. Juliet, without wasting a moment, grabbed the girl's arm to pull her away. The girl was able to save Yuna and prevented the monster from harming her, but she put herself in harm's way. Yuna was very worried about Aunt Juliet, fearing that she might get hurt because of her. But after a few seconds, her aunt amazed the girl. Julie, at this point, used the hanger as her weapon and applied her abilities using mana. The girl was very agile and was able to attack the monster and take it down in a matter of minutes. Yuna was surprised, for she had never known or suspected anything like this about her aunt. At this moment, apparently still under the effects of the recent battle, Aunt Juliet was looking at the broken rack with which she had attacked the monster a few minutes ago, thinking about whether she would have to pay for it. While Yuna was trying to realize the fact that Aunt Julie was a player, she told the girl that they needed to evacuate immediately. Bruno and Yunha would be waiting for them. The other 3 monsters didn't waste any time and rushed towards the girls, intending to get even with them. Juliet was going to protect Yuna at all costs, but she needed a plan to do so. The girl didn't stand still any longer and grabbed Yuna's hand, saying that they should run away now and as soon as possible. Julie stopped for a moment to apply mana and defend herself against the monsters, but the girl had underestimated the monsters a bit, and they were a lot faster than she had anticipated. Juliet knew that at this rate, her mana would quickly run out, so she tried to find something nearby that could be used as a weapon. Yuna tried to run away and spotted an escalator ahead, immediately informing her aunt about it. Juliet tried to yell at the girl to run to the escalator and go down it. Suddenly, she noticed one of the monsters trying to attack Yuna, but there was no way she could let that happen. Yuna froze with fear and couldn't budge while remembering a fragment of her past. The girl recalled how she and her younger brother Yunha fought against the Kraken, and it wasn't easy. Yuna convinced herself that she wasn't afraid of anything anymore, and using her strength, she ran, pushing past the monster with a powerful kick. There was no way the monster could have expected such a turn of events from the girl, and this surprise was visible to the naked eye. Yuna thus managed to push the monster right over the railing, and it was very spectacular. The girl was now finally able to exhale a little and realize what was going on around her. But because of a bad landing, Yuna twisted her leg, and it was very painful. Juliet was able to get there just in time to pick up the girl, so she wouldn't hit the floor. The girl was very scared for Yuna and asked her if she was okay. As soon as she heard Yuna say that she was okay, she sighed in relief. But they could not afford to rest for long because they were surrounded by monsters on all sides. Juliet had a crazy idea. She wanted them to jump onto the escalator ahead of them, and Yunha supported her. They didn't wait long, and as soon as they applied their mana, they put their plan into action and jumped. The height was decent, but since the girls were very brave, it did not stop them, and even the monsters looked at them in surprise. Yuna and Juliet managed to land successfully without hurting themselves. The girls decided to go down as soon as possible, but the monsters were not going to let them go so easily and followed them. As Julie ran, she thought about the fact that without the device, it would be very difficult for her to defeat the monsters, and she needed something she could swing. One of the monsters had almost caught up with Juliet and was about to kill her. As soon as possible, Julie grabbed the first thing she could get her hands on, which was a metal rack. The girl swung the bar with all her might at the monster, trying to overpower it. The monster, not expecting such a blow, lost its balance and rolled down the stairs. Thanks to her strength, Juliet was able to defeat all the monsters that were blocking their way on the escalator. Yuna admired the girl and thought she was the best. Women's cosmetics were scattered on the floor because of the fuss and hurry. Yunha was just collecting this cosmetics and planned to use it as his weapon to attack his opponent with it. The man struggled but still managed to fend off the kind of weapon the boy had thrown at him. Getting angrier, the man lunged at Yunha and tried to harm him. Yunha wasn't that easy to deal with and was able to stand up for himself, not only dodging the attack but also striking back. The boy brought his case to an end and informed Bruno at once. But the latter had already disposed of everyone, so they decided to go up. Yunha suddenly asked to wait because he thought they could see the girls from this spot. The boy actually managed to find them. Bruno and Yunha just stood astonished, watching one monster after another fall from the top floor. They could not immediately believe their eyes that someone could deal with monsters so skillfully and quickly. After they were able to see that they were the same girls who were destroying the monsters, they realized that they were both perfectly fine. Yunha decided that he and Bruno should take their weapons and go up. The man also wondered if they needed protection. The boy was sure that this weapon would be enough and showed the sword he had found. Bruno didn't immediately realize what was happening to Yunha because he became very focused and looked away very carefully. The man's attention was caught too, and his expression became as serious as the boy's. They stared intently at the man with the tattoo on his arm, who was still hiding his face from everyone. Bruno suspected that this was the one in charge, and the boy agreed with him. Yunha asked the man to watch the girls. The boy had long ago decided for himself that he would take care of this character who hides his face. The two male bandits suddenly saw someone and couldn't help but be happy that they were lucky and that their fun was still going on. On their way, they met Juliet and Yuna, who were frightened and clinging closer to Aunt Julie. The men planned to leave as soon as possible before they were caught. But meeting the girls on their way changed their plans a bit. They decided to have a little fun first, thus revealing their whole selves. Juliet found such actions of the men disgusting, but Yuna only shrank more from fear at the words she heard. The girl asked Yuna to hide somewhere for a while, and then she would surely find her. Yuna was against this plan and wanted to stay close to her because she could also fight and help her aunt. But Julie was persistent, thinking it was dangerous to stay close to her and that it would be better to hide. The man who heard the girls' dialogue laughed because they didn't plan to let anyone go, including Yuna. Yuna heard another man's voice behind her, confirming that they would not let anyone go. Juliet didn't waste any more time and rushed to attack whoever was communicating with Yuna at that moment. A gunshot suddenly sounded, scaring the girls even more, especially Yuna. This action prevented Juliet from attacking his partner with his weapon. His partner was a little stunned and indignant at such a loud pistol shot. Juliet was already furious and reprimanded her abuser that he shouldn't have done it. The man wanted to involve the girl in his games, which were of interest only to him and not to Julie. To Yuna, the man offered to leave one by one until the cops arrived, and then he would like to leave this place as soon as possible. The girl was inclined, though she was strongly against it and tried to understand what she should do next. The man had cornered Yuna, cutting off all possible escape routes. He tried to convince the girl that he wasn't that bad of a person, even though his appearance said otherwise. Yuna didn't hesitate any longer and ducked to the side, trying to escape from the man. The girl started to use her abilities and mana while he tried to reach her. The man still managed to reach through the mana and grab the girl's hand tightly. Yuna was able to break free and, through her abilities, pushed him back behind the dome, separating them. The man was very surprised by what he saw and tried to understand how a girl at such a young age could have so much mana. He decided to use a different tactic, using his weapon to break through Yuna's protective dome. The man looked at how strong the girl was and decided to sell her afterward because for him, it would be a jackpot. He didn't understand why it was so hard for him to break through that barrier, but he kept trying over and over again. The girl was still able to block his attacks with difficulty, realizing that it was only because of Yun's training. The man was frustrated and angry at the same time because he realized that at this rate, he would not succeed. Yuna couldn't believe her eyes because she had managed to keep herself safe. When the girl had already relaxed a little, the man was still able to break through her dome. He grabbed Yuna's hand tightly and didn't plan to let go again, finally bringing his case to an end. The man was overjoyed and, looking at the girl, never stopped smiling wickedly. On the lower floors of the mall, the battle was already in full swing, and the evacuation of the injured was being handled by the members of the Shinra clan, who were hurrying as fast as they could to help and save as many people as possible. Suddenly, the men who were involved in the rescue saw something terrible in front of them. An 8th-grade swamp slug had been discovered. Now their captain was commanding the others to bring in the ranged players immediately. One of the captain's subordinates felt overconfident and decided that they didn't need help and that he could handle this monster on his own. The captain tried to stop him, but the cocky man thought that all monsters were the same and that they just needed to be chopped up, and he would be finished. The swamp slug gripped the man's weapon tightly with its jaw and had no intention of letting go. The monster did not stop there and used its tentacles to wrap around the man's body. In a matter of seconds, the monster was able to send him to the other world. The captain ordered everyone to retreat back because the monster could not be taken down by physical damage, and then told them to report the situation so that they could bring mages to their aid as soon as possible. While they were still holding on, one of the villains who was watching from the upper floors was glad that their arrival had just given them some time. The man then immediately turned to Juliet, who was hiding behind a column, and said that he should hurry up with her and finally get it over with. The girl saw how, at this point, he still managed to get close to Yuna and was now holding her tightly. Yuna tried to figure out how he had managed to get through her dome since she was sure she was fully protected. The man thought about how he wouldn't be able to call himself a player anymore if this girl could stop him. He was able to put up a protective barrier around himself at the last moment, hiding from the flames that were trying to attack him. Juliet released those flames with all her might and tried to yell to Yuna to run away as fast as possible. The man struggled to hold his dome and was very angry that his prey was running away from him again. The second villain, who had approached the girl from behind, gave her a standing ovation, for he had not expected her to be capable of such a thing. The man immediately built a barrier around himself using his mana so he could protect himself. Juliet tried her best to apply the same technique to the second villain. But unfortunately, it was useless, and the man advised her to just give up. Yuna ran away as fast as she could, as Aunt Julie had asked her to. Juliet tried to calm down and figure out as quickly as possible what she should do next. The girl concentrated, gathered all her strength, and attacked the man with a new attempt. The man thought it was cute that Julie was trying to use her powers, but he informed the girl that it wouldn't work on him. Juliet released a powerful jet, trying to send the man to the other side of the world, no matter what it cost her. The man's self-confidence was a little shaken by the fact that Julie could reach him. He was also surprised that the girl's strength had increased dramatically. The girl didn't stop and kept attacking him again and again, very hopefully believing she would succeed. Meanwhile, another villain was trying to chase Yuna, who was hiding in a children's store. The man shouted at the girl that she shouldn't run away because it was useless and a waste of time. He tried to talk Yuna into stopping and being a good, obedient girl. Yuna used her mana and jumped to the top shelf of the racks. Thanks to her abilities, the girl started throwing all the boxes she could find on the shelf at the man. The man managed to react in time and set up a protective dome, thus saving himself from all the boxes that the girl threw at him. He could not fully believe that she was serious. Yuna was pissing him off with her actions and suddenly decided to jump off the top shelf. The man was starting to get excited that finally, she was coming right at him, and he could get even with her. But the girl was not going to give up so easily and used her power against him. Yuna attacked with all her might and really hoped that she could defeat her enemy. The man was angry but continued to hold his protective barrier and began to think that it was probably time to end these games. Yuna applied the attack very concentratedly, trying to find the man's weaknesses. Each blow the girl threw at her opponent was harder and harder, and she couldn't afford to lose. The battle was very tense because no one was going to concede, and both believed they should come out the winner. After this fight, the man was very surprised that the girl was so strong and assertive because he had expected to deal with her in a moment. Yuna suddenly remembered Aunt Juliet's use of her powers, and how she was able to release the flames, thus allowing the girl to escape. The girl tried to remember in the smallest detail all the actions of Aunt Julie and repeat them herself. Yuna was sure of one thing. She needed to gather as much mana as possible before attacking. The man was not prepared for such a thing, and now he realized that in front of him was not just a girl but a real threat. After a moment, Yuna was still able to gather mana, and as a result, there was a powerful explosion that blinded everyone around her. The man who had been injured by Juliet turned his attention to that explosion and tried to figure out what had happened there through the column of smoke. Yuna flew out with a bat in her hand and ran towards him with the sole purpose of helping Aunt Juliet. The man couldn't believe his eyes because it turned out that the girl was able to take out his partner. Not only had he run out of ammunition, but they were also delayed, and it would not be safe for him to go out against the two of them. But he could not run away because it would be a real disgrace for him. Juliet shouted with all her might for Yuna not to dare approach her and to stay there. Julie was only distracted for a second, but it was enough for her opponent to chain her legs in strong chains, preventing her from moving. The man was no longer going to underestimate the girls, and so he took them on in full force. While Juliet was trying to get rid of those chains, A man stealthily approached her from behind and grabbed her in a tight grip. Juliet had not expected this, and the man was well aware of it, so he could not contain his gloating grin. Yuna saw it all and was horrified, not knowing what to do. But she didn't plan to leave her Aunt Julie. The man advised the girl to stay away, or if she didn't obey, her Aunt Julie would have a hard time. Yuna continued to run to Julie's aid when suddenly the man threw her to the floor and held her tightly, angrily saying that people like her could not defeat a real player. The girl was lying on the floor and could not even move, and from this helplessness, she was even more frightened. Juliet was very worried that if things continued like this, she just wouldn't be able to hold on. Yuna surrounded herself with a protective barrier at the last moment, thus giving herself a small amount of time to have a chance to recover. The man was again surprised to notice how the girl's mana was able to increase even more. He realized that if she was left like this, she would simply explode. But the girl herself could not think about anything because all her thoughts were occupied with worries about Aunt Julie. Juliet tried her best to free herself to keep Yuna safe, and so she bit her enemy's hand with all her anger. The man decided that he had had enough and used his weapon to attack Juliet, rendering her unconscious. He shouted to his partner that they had no more time for games and should finish as soon as possible. The man decided it was a matter of principle and tried to reach Yuna to get even with her. He succeeded and was able to strike his blow, which was quite strong and went straight into the target. Yuna was completely disoriented from such an attack and struggled to stay on her feet. The girl still couldn't, and through the fog, she could hear a conversation between the men in which one insisted that she should be left behind, and the other regretted it because Yuna was quite pretty for him and she had plenty of mana. Yuna had already passed out, but her mind kept thinking that if she had been a little stronger, things might have turned out differently. The girl suddenly heard a voice, but she didn't know where it was coming from, asking if she wanted more power. The girl couldn't believe what she had heard, that someone could really give her more power. These musings were interrupted by a memory in which her younger brother, Yunha, urged her not to listen to anyone or ask for anything under any circumstances. Yunha had told the girl last time that it was very dangerous, and even though it had ended well then, it didn't mean it would be the same next time. The boy then told Yuna that he could teach her anything she wanted, but in return, his sister should just live a normal life. Yunha then held out his pinky finger to seal their pact and promised that Yuna would never listen to that voice again. The girl agreed without any hesitation and promised her brother that she would keep her word. Yuna mentally apologized to Yunha and, back in the present, was certain she wanted to be able to protect others. The girl thought of her family and friends and wanted to be able to provide them with security with her own hands. Yuna was determined that she just needed the strength because she needed to protect her Aunt Julie. At this point, the man was surprised that the girl was rising again. He no longer wanted to give the possibility that Yuna had come to her senses and decided at that very moment to send the girl to sleep while using his force. Yuna repeated and asked for only one thing. She asked to get more power for herself. The next moment, something happened that no one could have expected. A precise and strong attack in the form of a man's hand flew at the offender. The man who saved Yuna and punished her abuser turned out to be her uncle Bruno, who showed up right at the right moment. Bruno, having put his jacket on the girl, was now going to get even with the second offender. The man praised the girl, saying that she did a great job and made it through this time so honorably. Bruno added that now Yuna could exhale and relax because now it was his turn to take care of them. The man with Juliet on his shoulder, who was still unconscious, was not very happy about the appearance of this protector. Uncle Bruno did not waste another minute and rushed to the attack, determined to get even for all those moments he had caused to his beloved girls. The man took the injured girl from the hands of the villain and had high hopes that his Julie would be okay. Bruno tried to bring the girl back to consciousness, but unfortunately, he had no luck. The offender at this time wanted to get to his weapon unobtrusively and get even with the man. He had managed to pick up a weapon and was now running hard at Bruno to launch his attack. Uncle Bruno's counterpunch not only stopped the villain but completely incapacitated him. The villain tried to escape and even called for help, but Bruno was ruthless and was going to punish the man for all that he had done to Julia and Yuna. Uncle Bruno approached the man and said before destroying him that no one and nothing could help him. The last thing the man heard from Bruno was that one must always pay for one's actions, and he was no exception. A few days before the terrorist attack on the mall, in a cabin in the woods, a man struggled to convince his interlocutors that he had done everything possible that was asked of him and now couldn't understand what else was wanted of him. The man who tried to persuade him was Kim Kwan, and he was not going to give up but persistently proved that he was not at fault. When the man realized that the outcome was already decided for him, he desperately grabbed his weapon and was about to attack the man who had never shown his face to anyone. Kim T. One was going to send his interlocutor to the other world and then do the same to Sang Hun. But just before he could begin his battle, the man was immediately defeated by the hooded man, who applied a gift that distorts his opponent's perception. The man who was hiding his face overpowered the man without much difficulty and mouthed that the man was talking too much. The man used the rope, thus covering his tracks and distorting the events that happened there, and at the end added a message from the lord of his clan. The message said that his family would be looked after and that he should not worry about his wife, as she would be taken care of too. The man was thanked for his hard work up to that point and said goodbye. These were all the words Kim Kwan heard before he went to the grave. In all the newspapers was the most sensational news that Vice Lord Kim Kwan was found in his house, and the investigation suggested that he had come to such an extreme decision on his own. At the Dawn Mall, the men were gathered at the distribution warehouse, and one of the men received a call from the captain informing him that the Shinhwa clan had already entered, adding that they were not allowed to cross paths with them. The hooded man spoke to his interlocutor about how those were faster than expected and now they needed to leave, thinking it was pointless. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a child who was behind him, and turning around, the man looked at him carefully. There was no way the man could have expected this, but there was actually a boy standing behind him, and that boy was Yunha. Yunha considered and informed the man on the counter that it was very timely that he was able to spot him. The man was now trying to figure out who this boy was and, more importantly, how long he had been standing there and what he had been able to hear. Another man approaching them realized that the hooded man didn't know the boy but couldn't understand why he was looking at Yunha so intently. He decided that the best solution was to get rid of the boy, and that was it. The man who came up immediately turned to the boy and said that he should not have followed anyone like that, adding that otherwise something very bad could happen. But he should have thought of that a little earlier. Yunha didn't want to listen to him anymore, and so in an instant, he attacked the man with his weapon, and he was destroyed. The rest of the team, who were watching from the sidelines, were shocked. The boy looked around and realized that he probably shouldn't have sent the man to the grave like that. The whole team jumped to their feet and was about to get even with the boy for their partner, but the hooded man managed to stop them and added that this wasn't just a kid as it seemed at first glance. Yunha scoffed at them all, for they all began to shake as soon as the boy spoke to them in their language, and he did not understand why they were so afraid of a child who held a small weapon in his hands. The boy continued to taunt them and again mouthed that they were scared of the kid. After all, the boys were first shocked and then angry and lunged at the boy, intending to get even with him. Immediately, Yunha used mana to apply heavenly steps and was able to overpower their entire team in a matter of seconds. The boy turned to the hooded man and didn't understand why he was standing there. Yunha warned him that if he didn't approach him, he would come to him. The man looked at this picture and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that it was impossible because the boy had destroyed all players above rank B in just a second. The man who hid his face realized that he couldn't fight the boy in the open. He speculated that perhaps Yunha was preparing to be a player of thrones, but even if that was the case, he still wouldn't be able to sense him. They didn't waste any more time talking or thinking and rushed to attack each other. The boy threw his blows one after another without giving the man a chance to do anything. Yunha looked at the man and realized that now he didn't think that the nameless man was such a big problem for him. The boy added that the only reason people still remembered the man was that he had always been an outcast. Nameless became furious at such words from the boy and was going to punish him for it. Each of the two applied mana and used their strength, and the man tried his best to attack the boy, but it was unsuccessful. Nameless couldn't understand how the child managed to dodge all of his attacks so deftly. The boy told the man that he was very familiar with the feeling and thought the man was useless without his gift. Yunha was able to get very close to the nameless one, and making his jump, he was almost at the target. The boy's attack was successful, and with his weapon, he was able to dispatch the nameless one to the other world in a moment. A large number of people had gathered in the building and were trying to clean up the mess. Nuna arrived at the scene and said that the place was a mess, and Yunha asked her to cover for him. Son was willing to cover for Yunha but mentioned that he would then be owed a debt, and the boy was agreeable to such a condition. She wanted to know when the debt would be repaid, but Yunha assured her that he would do her a favor someday. The boy wanted Son to help him with the unnamed boy, and when the girl was already on her way to the man, Yunha decided to stop her. The boy wanted to start by taking off the man's glasses himself because he was always very interested in what he was hiding under them. Son agreed and stood back, waiting for Yunha to remove the glasses from her ring finger. What they saw amazed them both, for the sight was horrible and not for the faint of heart. The boy voiced his thoughts that he felt like he was looking at a flounder. Suddenly, Yun's attention was caught by the people who leisurely entered this room. Juliet came in holding her wounded arm, and next to her stood Uncle Bruno and his older sister Yuna, who was already actively waving to her brother. Yunha, seeing them all healthy and virtually unharmed, began to smile broadly in relief. The boy could no longer contain his emotions and ran to meet his sister Yuna. At this time, all the channels were reporting that today, on December 17th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, At the Dawn Mall, a terrorist attack was committed by a group of mercenary and monster players. The organizer was a man known as Nameless. The man who had been closely following this news heard that Divine Wind Shin So-yoon, player of the 12 Thrones, and the Shinra clan had arrested the players who were behind this attack. It is very unfortunate that 23 people could not be saved and went to the other side of the world. The goddess government expresses its deepest condolences to the families of the victims. On this occasion, the man who was watching all this news held his attention on one of the video frames that was shot by the cameraman from the scene. He saw Yunha with his sister and Aunt Juliet with Uncle Bruno in this shot. The man looked at them more closely, especially the girl, and was suddenly happy because he could finally find her. A girl set up a barrier inconspicuous to other ordinary people in one of the cafes in the city. This was all quite similar to the greatest magician in Korea, So-yoon, who was at this moment sitting at the table with Yunha. The girl emphasized that this was the first time the boy had ever decided to meet her. Yunha wanted to start by thanking her for her help, and he had something else for her. So-yoon was intrigued and wanted to know what happened that the boy decided to have their private meeting. While the girl drank her lemonade, Yunha said what interested him, namely that this was the first time the government had announced the execution of Nameless. The boy wanted to know who hired them, but So-yoon apologized and said she couldn't share that information with him. The boy wanted to know what had happened to Don's company, so he asked her. So-yoon revealed that President Liu Yuni has returned and all the heirs have stopped work and are fully focused on the public. The girl decided that this was the end of their conversation and told Yunha that she had to go, as she still had a lot to learn. The boy didn't want to delay her any longer and agreed, thinking to himself that the future of Don's company had changed. When Yunha was alone, the man who was serving drinks came up to him and said that other children would be here soon and offered him to stay and play with them. The boy didn't mind the offer. While Yunha waited on the children, he pondered the fact that before his return, the three sons had started a battle for the inheritance, and as a result of the struggle for the inheritance, the eldest son was able to sit on the throne and rule the company. Yunha recalled how his family had survived the Kraken attack and had not forgotten the miracle his sister had performed. The events that had happened in kindergarten and the minimal casualties from the Buchanan incident added to the memories the boy related to these memories. The failure of the terrorist attack on Dawn Mall and how the future of the legacy at Don's company had changed all this could only mean one thing. That the future had already changed, and this time everything would work out differently. Yunha couldn't help but be happy about it. The whole Uni family was eating at the same table when his sister Yuna decided to announce something very important. The girl had the courage to tell her parents that she wanted to become a gambler. Yunha didn't expect that. The boy looked at his sister in surprise and hoped that he had either heard it all or Yuna had just made a bad joke. Yunha wondered and couldn't believe if this was all happening because the future had changed. Suddenly, unexpectedly for the whole family, the boy thumped his hand loudly on the table and announced that he was strongly against it. The boy did not calm down and began to express his opinion that it was very dangerous to be a player, and in general, he thought that this kind of activity would not suit Yuna. Yuna disagreed with her brother and told him that no one would know about it if she didn't at least try it. The girl made a strong argument that she had talent and that Yunha himself had said so. Yunha explained that he was doing it so that the girl wouldn't get mana depletion and could live a long, healthy life. Yuna was determined and didn't care what her brother had to say because she still wanted to become a player. The boy convinced Yuna that she shouldn't do it because gamblers are honored. But it's far from luxury and riches. It's completely different. The girl was sure she wanted to be the kind of person who could help others. Yunha once again tried to explain to Yuna that she no longer wanted to stand uselessly behind the backs of others. Their mother held their little brother in her arms and told him to let Yuna do as she wanted. The child cried because of his brothers and sisters' screams. Yunha's mom said that his little brother's crying right now was his fault, and she tried to calm him down. The boy did not understand why his parents were so calm about Yuna's decision and whether they did not realize the seriousness of the player's activities. His mom replied that she was well aware of how dangerous it was and what the consequences could be. She was of the opinion that since Yuna had already decided everything for herself, she wanted the girl to do it, and she and Dad would always support her. Yunha didn't approve of his parents' reaction like this, but from the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to influence their opinion. In the office for the meeting, Seo Yen-hong was asked to narrate a summary of the latest news for everyone. The man told everyone that the terrorist attack on Dawn was for a reason, and there was definite confirmation that it was planned from inside the company. The story went on to say that the Dawn company was currently divided between President Yuni and his three sons. The main suspects were the middle son and the eldest son, while the youngest son had too little power according to them. Bunzen was known for his violent nature, and in principle many people thought that he would inherit the company because he was the eldest. But on the other hand, the middle son, Yunin, had very good personal qualities and was also a capable manager. The woman at the head of the table tiredly stated that the blundering Bunzen had initiated a terrorist attack on a shopping center that was in Yen's jurisdiction. A grown man who was also sitting at the table asked if the president himself knew about all this. The woman replied that of course, the president was already aware of everything, and that is why he had returned from house arrest. The man who had initially started to bring everyone up to speed on the situation drew attention back to himself and asked everyone present to look at the information on the projector because, unfortunately, this was not their only problem. He told everyone that Bunzen had brought not only the Nameless Ones but most likely it was the Azure Ocean clan. Some men hearing this information could not contain their emotions and thought it was too much. He explained that 92 hounds had been neutralized on Mount. The Azure Ocean clan had taken 7 mana stones, but they had only offered 3 for sale, so the terrorist attack had been caused by summoning hounds using the stones. There was a suggestion that perhaps the Azure Ocean clan was just waiting for the demand for mana stones to increase. But the man found a contradiction here as well because 7th grade mana stones were easy to find. The woman really wanted to know what the chance was that the Azure Ocean used mana stones to attack. The man said that he had previously scrutinized all the information on the number of mana stones allowed on the market by the Shinra clan, and the likelihood of their involvement was 0. The older man made it a point to emphasize that it was somehow just a theory and no proof as such, but still, everyone should realize that such a version has the right to exist and it should be taken into account. The man proceeded to bring everyone present at this meeting up to date on all the events. The woman suddenly decided to report that this April it was revealed that Jill Sangan was having an affair with the Dangun Eyes. And when Soyoung found out about it, she was furious. It was obvious to everyone what Sangan was thinking. As soon as the focus on Dangun fell, they would immediately focus on Dangun. The woman explained to everyone present that this was the reason she had called everyone. Now there was speculation about whether this was the beginning of a real battle between them, and everyone was wary of the consequences. One of the men feared that the Azure Ocean clan had a divine wind, but the other assured him that Azure Ocean was not alone in having a throne under them and that they had a Lightning King, which was not a bad thing either. But there were doubts about their advantage because the Lightning King was still too young, even though the guy was gifted, but for him, the battle against Soyeon would be very difficult. The woman got up from the table and informed everyone that unfortunately, they could not take part in this battle, but she knew for sure that they couldn't just leave the Azure Ocean clan behind. The woman destroyed all the information that was on the piece of paper and said that they would support Yunin as DA's successor. They should all start a meeting so that they can discuss countermeasures to be able to contain the Azure Ocean clan. The boys had already advanced to 2nd grade, and all of this was happening in Heavenly's 4th year. Yunha looked at all the guys and realized that they were all in the same class again and didn't know whether to be happy about it or not. Yet Mi also noticed that they were in the same class again, and Sona told everyone that she was very worried about it and worried that they would be in different classes. Yunha was very happy that Sena was in 1st grade, and it was a relief that he wouldn't have to be in contact with her. He hoped that they would get through the year in peace. The boys' thoughts were interrupted by Yoon Hook, who persisted in trying to get his captain's attention. He pointed to the guys off to the side who had been staring at them for far too long and intently. Yoon Hook was about to attack the ones he thought couldn't look properly, but Yunha stopped his friend and asked him not to complicate things. When Yunha himself looked at the guys, they pretended that they weren't interested in anything or anyone. Mi wanted to know for herself if they were really going to ignore this misunderstanding, and Yoon Hook was already raring to find out. Yunha didn't understand what the girl was even talking about, and then she explained that very quickly rumors spread that his father had successfully attacked Sena's father, President KK Medicine, and now because of that the whole school was afraid of the boy. The boy couldn't understand why he and his father had become villains because of that situation. Sona was very worried about Yunha and asked him if he was sure he was going to be okay. The boy was fine and thought about how comfortable it would be that no one would touch them. Yoon Hook was very emotional, reporting that he had been practicing on the captain's advice and regularly drinking the juice that Jan's father makes. Yunha, on the other hand, remembered that he had told me and Se to also drink this juice to get mana. The boy suddenly realized that in addition to the mana itself, his friends had also become taller, and now he was the shortest of them all. Yunha decided for himself that from now on he would also have a drink regularly, and his thoughts were interrupted by a classmate who informed everyone that their new teacher was approaching the class. As Yoon Hook ran off to his seat, Yunha himself watched very carefully who entered their classroom. In front of the entire class stood a man named I'm Dun, and it was the man who would be their class teacher this school year. The man had a very presentable appearance and was scrutinizing the entire class with his gaze. Yunha was focused and attentive because the teacher's mana flow was clearly not that of a normal person, and it was all very suspicious. The boy wanted to know who he was. Grandfather was sitting in his favorite chair in the library holding a book that the girl Hyen really liked. A man came up to him with a report in his hands. The man reported that the issue with the parents of the students who insisted on expelling half-human Jean Siona had been resolved as requested. Grandfather thought it was a job well done. The report also revealed that KK Medicine tried to get into the class arrangement to separate the children involved. But the promise was kept, and Yunha was enrolled in the same class as the rest of the kids. Grandpa, watching Hyen from the window, decided to clarify that KK Medicine was the company the family owned, Kim Gaona. The man confirmed that this was the case, but now the grandfather was puzzled because how dare he interfere with the child that Minjunik treats as his own granddaughter. Grandpa had heard afterward that the Hyen class had been dealt with in such a way that they had put a man there who had retired earlier after being seriously injured but was still competent. This person used to be part of a regular client agency, and they think it was a good choice. Grandpa listened to all this information about the man very carefully and decided that this man must be trustworthy. Grandpa remembered earlier asking Hyen who she would like to study with in 2nd grade. The girl answered at once because she would like to continue studying with her friends in the same class. But her father said that it was quite problematic. Then the grandfather promised that he would fulfill her request. Hyen thought it probably wasn't necessary to do that since she was old enough to understand how the world worked. Grandfather smiled and apologized for treating her like a little child. Then the man decided to be a little devious and suggested to Hyen that he could make a prediction. The girl was first surprised and then very happy that even in the 2nd grade everything would remain the same. The prediction was that Hyen would continue to study with all her friends in the same class. Grandpa took great care of this book because Hyen liked it so much, and in general he found everything that was going on with this girl very interesting and amazing. The man himself could not believe that after so long there would be a child to whom he would treat as his own granddaughter. The guys were alone in one of the old abandoned warehouses in town, where everything was covered in dust. Yuna really wanted to hear the story of how Yunha met the girl who wielded the divine storm. But the boy himself was evasive and said that they just managed to get close after one meeting. The girl shifted her attention, looking to the side where a large column of smoke rose, and Yuna realized it was her coming. Funnels of wind and dust formed in front of the guys, and it became very difficult to see everything around. Yuna watched the picture in front of her with admiration and still couldn't believe that all this was really happening. A girl with a fan in her hands lowered herself in front of the boys and apologized if they had to wait long for her. Yunha was a bit picky, so he said that they had to wait for her. After all, the girl just smiled and said that other people were getting nervous because they couldn't meet her at all. Yuna greeted the girl and bowed low in front of her, thus showing how she felt about her. The girl asked not to be called 12th Lord or Divine Storm but could just be addressed as Sister Seo Young. Sister Young looked at the girl and saw that Yuna had an unbelievable amount of mana, and it was most likely just what she could control. The girl was well aware that as soon as others knew about her, she would become a hot commodity. Yunha, tired of listening to these pleasantries, did not ask if the girl had brought what she had promised. She answered in the affirmative and showed him what she had brought. The girl handed the boy a device and a magic stone that was covered in a bright blue glow. Yunha took the magic stone in his hands and began to examine it very carefully. After the boy examined it carefully, he concluded that the magic stone was in good condition. Yuna decided to make sure once again, so she asked her older sister Yuna if she was sure she would be all right. The girl replied convincingly that yes, she was sure she would be fine. The boy heard his sister's answer and decided that he would stop resisting it so much. Yunha warned Yuna that she would have to take the exam anyway, and showing her the device, he once again warned her to be very careful with it. The girl said confidently that she had it all figured out long ago. The boy didn't quite understand what his sister meant but decided not to emphasize it. Yunha didn't hesitate any longer and decided that it was time to start. He threw the magic stone to the side. Yuna gripped her sword harder, preparing to pass this exam with flying colors. But what she saw next left her in great surprise. A creature appeared in front of them, but it didn't look like a monster at all, and instead had a cute appearance. The girl saw before her a porori creature that belonged to the 8th rank. Yuna couldn't believe that this was the monster she needed to deal with, but her brother was persuasive, saying that it was a true rank 8 monster in front of her. Yuna told her sister not to hesitate and send that monster to the other world and thus confirmed that she was ready. The boy realized that even after everything that had happened and what he had talked to her about, he still hadn't managed to change her train of thought. But now Yunha was trying to make his older sister Yuna understand everything and could realize it. Yunha was trying to explain with this exam how brutal and hard the path of a player could actually be. Yuna looked carefully at the creature in front of her and was certain that he was not dangerous at all and carried no threat. The boy managed at the last moment to warn his sister not to be distracted and to be more attentive. Yuna couldn't understand what her brother was talking about because the monster had the appearance of a child's toy. But after a moment, something incredible began to happen to the monster, and it began to grow larger and covered with spikes. When the monster was already approaching the girl about to attack, Yunha managed to kick it away with his foot in time. The monster fell to the ground and didn't move, and its head part already looked like a real monster instead of a cute toy. Yunha was strict and so informed the girl that if she hesitated or judged the monster by appearance, she would end up going to the other world. The boy looked at his sister carefully and tried to see if she was ready to continue. Yuna was very thoughtful at this moment, and she was reminded of a fragment from the past, how Yunha had tried to protect her from the Kraken. Back then, the girl remembered the moment when Aunt Juliet tried her best to save her from danger. Yuna clutched her weapon tighter and decided that she no longer wanted to be protected by others, but rather she wanted to protect those she cared about. Yuna was certain that she couldn't leave this burden on Yunha alone, and so she had to deal with it herself. The girl did not hesitate any longer and attacked the monster, destroying it once and for all. After him, there was only a rock that continued to glow brightly. After everything happened, Yuna was panic-stricken and afraid of what had happened and couldn't even move. The girl threw her weapon to the ground and tried to move as far away as possible from where the monster had been a couple of minutes earlier. The girl who was watching from the side decided that it was good that Yuna was able to manage at least after the 15th attempt. Yuna could not hold back her emotions any longer and cried bitterly on her brother's shoulder, while he tried to comfort the girl, as best he could, and kept repeating that she was a good sister. Young watched and remembered that she too had once had a hard time becoming who she was now. Players must be strong. While Yuna continued to cry uninterruptedly, the girl thought about the fact that she had not expected the boy to make his sister destroy the monster so unexpectedly. The girl thought Yunha was far from a simple child, and it was very difficult to predict his train of thought. A few days later, in a school classroom, the teacher asked the leader to come out and get milk for everyone, and also reminded all the students to remember to return the empty milk cartons to the box. The boy came out and stood in front of the class and then loudly asked all the students to line up and take the milk one by one. Yunha didn't want to and offered to drink his milk too, but he refused. Yunha remembered the moment when Baeklen also didn't like to drink milk, but she was constantly told that she should drink it and then she could grow big. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by Yoon Hook asking him to take what he was offering him as quickly as possible. Yunha had found a magic item in his hand that could turn ordinary milk into chocolate milk. The boy wanted to know where Yoon Hook had gotten it, but he decided to share with his captain that he had bought it today at the stationery store. Yunha was a little worried that Yoon Hook might be in trouble if his teacher caught him for that reason. Yoon Hook was very surprised that his captain was afraid of such a thing. The boy offered Yoon Hook that he could heat his milk for him, and the boy was very happy. Yoon Hook, holding the milk carton in his hands, asked his captain if he knew what it said on the carton. Yunha saw that on the milk carton was written that they believe and hope that their compatriots who are suffering in Italy will be able to return safely. A boy at recess was walking up the stairs and thinking about whether he remembered correctly that his older sister Yuga was in the 4th grade of the 6th year. Yunha was well aware that that lesson with the monster was for her own good, but the picture of her crying tore the boy up inside. The boy walked to his sister and hoped only that she wasn't too upset after all that had happened. In the corridor, Yunha happened to run into a student who was older than him. By the looks of it, the boy started to get emotionally indignant with his friends and tried to ask him who allowed him to come here since he wasn't in 6th grade. Yunha told them that it seemed like he had been lucky enough to run into some strange people again. The guys demanded Yoon apologize immediately for saying such words and tried to understand why he was so brazen and bold. Yunha looked closely at his interlocutor because he seemed very familiar to him. The boy in this young man recognized the one who was in Yun's past life, and his name was Lee Kong-hak. Lee Kong-hak in Yun's past life was a player who reigned over the nooks and crannies of Kbuk-gu. He was not a very strong player, but he was good at manipulating people and successfully commanded his surroundings. Without any exaggeration, it was safe to say that absolutely all of Sonic Gu's information passed through his organization. Yunha came back from his memories and decided that the guy must have lived in this place since he was a kid, and maybe that was why he was able to become an information broker. One of the boy's companions pushed Yunha from the back and said that children in their time had become too arrogant to stare so intently. Kong-hak decided to teach Yunha a lesson and teach him the proper manners of how to behave with others. Strangers. Yunha didn't resist and let himself be grabbed by his sweater. The boy was just trying to figure out what to do with his company. The boy didn't look worried and was completely calm because he had already used his mana and was about to use his abilities. But the guy was not given the opportunity to complete his work to the end. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the school corridor. Kong Hyuk didn't expect to see this particular girl who addressed him personally by name. Yunha's older sister stood in front of the guys, and her expression let everyone know that she wasn't happy with what she had already seen. Yunha had already told the guy many times not to bully anyone else, and he was now trying to justify himself, saying that it wasn't what she thought. Yunho was surprised to see that he liked his sister. The boy was very angry that Kong Hyuk dared to pay attention to his sister. Yuna. One of the guys was trying to justify his comrade, telling Yuna that Yunha ran into Kong Hyuk and didn't apologize for it. but they just decided to teach him a lesson. Yuna heard this ridiculous explanation and said loudly for all to hear that no one dared to offend her younger brother. Yoon. The girl moved closer to her brother to make sure he was perfectly fine. Kang Hyuk immediately apologized and tried to convince the girl that next time it wouldn't happen again. He tried to ask Yoon if he was hurt, but the boy thought it was too much and let his sister lead him away. Kang Hyuk shouted to Yoon that if anyone dared to offend him, he should immediately contact them, and they would deal with his offender. Yunha didn't understand what he was saying because the next time he met him, he would destroy him. When they were far away from the group of boys, the boy did not hold back and asked Yuna if she liked him. Yuna assured her little brother that he didn't have to worry about anything and that she liked Yunha himself the most. He froze and looked at his sister in surprise because he didn't expect her to say that. Yuna offered to take Yunha to his classroom. Yunha accepted Yuna's offer and thought that her words were pleasing to him. A few days earlier, the woman was returning home at a late hour, and it was raining heavily outside. The woman was carrying her purchases and suddenly thought about the fact that her children had not visited her for quite some time. The grandmother spoke to her family via video link on her phone and realized how much her grandchildren had already grown up. The woman loved her family and missed them very much, but she hoped to be able to see them soon. Walking down a dark alleyway, the woman suddenly heard strange sounds and tried to understand where they were coming from. The grandmother stopped and listened, but the sounds were not repeated, and then she decided that perhaps she had imagined it all. As she was about to go on, the woman heard a rustling noise coming from the garbage cans that stood in the dark alley. Grandma was not afraid and decided to look inside the trash can, but she did not expect to see what was inside. In the trash can sat a half-human child who shrank from fear and cold, afraid to even raise his eyes. The woman was shocked that he was so young and already had to go through such a hard journey. The grandmother hoped he was okay. She touched the half-human child with her hand and realized how cold he was, which meant that he had been sitting there for quite some time and was therefore frozen. The half-human, after the woman touched him, remembered all the moments from his past, and there was nothing good in those memories. People had touched him first and then wanted to sell him or use him as a punching bag and throw him away afterward because no one cared if one half-man disappeared. When he remembered it all, he couldn't stand it and screamed loudly, trying to curl up even more into a ball just so no one would touch him. The half-human jumped out of his hiding place and shouted for her to leave immediately and not touch him. The woman took a closer look at his appearance and realized that no one had taken care of him at all. It was rainy weather and he was injured. No matter how much the half-man shouted at his grandmother to go away, the woman realized almost immediately that she couldn't leave him here. The woman covered the half-man with her umbrella from the rain and said that if he had nowhere else to go, he could go to her house. The grandmother went outside to meet her children and grandchildren, who finally decided to visit her. The woman first hugged Yuna and Yunha and noticed how the children had already grown since the last time they saw each other. Dad said quietly to Yoon that his mom was a little upset that the boy was acting like a child with his grandmother but with her in a completely different way. The woman, smiling and looking at her daughter, said that even though she was able to give birth to 3 children, she still behaved like a child. The grandmother decided to make fun of her daughter and sympathized with her son-in-law because it was probably not easy for him to live with her daughter. The woman turned her attention to the youngest member of their family, a girl named Dunai. They had met before, but that was last year, and apparently the girl didn't remember her grandmother anymore. The grandmother asked her granddaughter how old she was, and she happily ran out from behind her mom, showing 3 fingers and shouting that she was 3 years old. The woman hugged her granddaughter with great love because she missed them all very much. Grandma assumed they must all be very hungry, so she invited them into the house for dinner and added that she had ordered chicken for everyone. The whole family took their things from the car and walked to the backyard of the house, anticipating a delicious dinner. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Yunha immediately felt something, or rather felt the presence of someone else. The boy managed to warn his older sister Yuna not to rush into the house. Yunha scanned the house with his mana and noticed that it wasn't a monster, as his sister had suggested, because whoever was inside was too calm. The guys assumed that maybe it was a thief who had broken into the house. But even if it was, Yunha couldn't let it go because he wouldn't let anyone break into his grandmother's house with impunity. They saw a half-man inside the room who was watching some program on TV. At that moment, Yuna decided not to wait, and before the rest of the family members entered the house, she rushed in to attack whoever was inside. The grandmother was waiting for her children to get all their things and go into the house when she heard a sound. Yunha had already managed to scare the half-man at this moment and scattered some of the furniture around the room with his attack. The boy looked more closely at the intruder and could only recognize him as Jin Pang at a young age. The half-human didn't know what Yuna was talking about or who he was and held his head, which had already developed a large bump from the attack. The grandmother told her family the story of the appearance of a half-man in her house, And the children replied that the woman should have told them all this at once because they had no reason to say no. The woman was not going to make a secret out of it and was going to tell them everything as soon as they came to visit her. That's basically what she was doing now. Yunha looked at the guy who was eating chicken with great speed and thought that, basically, if you think about it, this was his hometown too. The boy just couldn't even think of their relationship starting this way. And Yunha also didn't know from all the events that had happened how much the future had already changed. Jin Pang, devouring his chicken with great enthusiasm, asked Yuni why he continued to stare at him so intently. The guy suddenly thought the woman wanted to take away his chicken and threateningly replied that it was his and he wasn't going to share it with anyone. The grandmother reminded him that she had asked him to be polite. Yunha continued to scrutinize all of the half-man's actions, what he was doing and what he was saying. The grandmother tried to smooth things over by saying that Yun's eyes always look like that. But Jin Pang continued to be rude and insolent to the woman. Yunha remembered that when he had met the guy for the first time in his past life, he had also thought he was not quite adequate, and apparently this change in the future had not affected him in any way. But the boy could not allow him or anyone else to insult and harass his grandmother. Yunha decided that he should then fix this guy's character from the beginning and told his grandmother that he wanted to play outside with him. Jin Pang didn't understand why Yunha suddenly thought he would go out with him at all, much less play any games. Grandma thought it would be great if the boys could get along. The boy's mom still asked him to be careful. Yuna wanted the boys to take her outside to play too. But Yunha was against it and said it would be best for her to stay inside and continue eating her chicken. The boy stood beside Pang and waited for him to finish his meal and go outside with him. But the half-human was in no hurry to go anywhere with Yunha. Yunha leaned over him and said so that only Pang could hear him that it would be better for him if he went without disturbance. The boy went outside the gate and was going to teach this guest good manners, and that he would not even dare to be rude to his grandmother. So he didn't bother to be ceremonious and restrained himself and just threw the boy out into the street. Pang was angered that Yunha wasn't particularly trained in culture and manners either, for he didn't even give him a chance to finish his chicken. Yunha wasn't going to make excuses for his behavior to the guy and thought the guy deserved it. The boy placed a protective dome over them so no one could hear what was going on inside, and that's when Pang got really scared. Yunha said that the guy had himself to blame and everyone should be able to take responsibility for their words and actions. The boy was sure that everything he was doing was just so that Jin Pang could become a normal person. Yunha didn't like him, and now he thought he wanted to fight him and teach him something. Pang was attacked by Yun's abilities and was able to realize that all talk was over and now they were moving to action. Yunha didn't keep quiet and told the guy that he didn't like him because he hadn't been taught basic manners. Pang dodged the attacks as best he could, but Yunha still managed to hit him with a cannonball and didn't plan to stop there. Yunha was punishing the lad for the harsh words spoken to his grandmother, who was a savior to Pang for she fed him and sheltered him in her home. The woman took care of him and cured him, but he treated her so ungratefully, and this behavior was something Yunha was going to eradicate. Yunha was angry and determined and didn't plan on stopping until Pang had finally internalized everything. The guy's manners were completely absent in Yun's opinion, and it was not good because he continued to live in his grandmother's house. Pang tried to call for help, but Yuna said it was all useless and the adults wouldn't be able to hear him and added whatever happens inside stays here. Yunha suggested that he use his telepathy ability because that was the only way he could call someone for help. The boy didn't know how to do it and tried to crawl as far away from Yunha as he could. Pang added that he was only 10 years old and that he had no idea how to use telepathy. Yunha remembered him from his past life and how he said he had been able to use telepathy since he was 10 years old and realized that the guy had been deceiving him. The boy was angry that he had even dared to deceive him and decided that he would teach him a lesson for this act as well. Pang had already hoped it was over, but to his great regret, it was just beginning. Yunha had placed a protective dome where they were, and so whatever was going on inside was not audible to anyone at all. The next day, Pang could only think about how much it hurt him because Yunha had hit places that were invisible to everyone else. He thought this behavior of a 9-year-old boy was very strange. The whole family was sitting in the living room, and the topic of their conversations was the half-breed Jin Pang. Yun's parents said that Pang was 6 years old and that by his age, he should be in 3rd grade by now. The main topic of their discussion was the boy's education, except that Pang himself was not even going to go to school. The boy was gripped with fear that he would be forced to go to a middle school where there would be a large crowd of kids he didn't know. Yunha remembered that before he went back, he had heard that Pang was often bullied at the academy. Pang had gotten to the year before him. The boy suggested that it would be better for Pang to go to the 2nd grade with him because then Yunha would help him adapt to the new environment. Yunha made the guy realize that it would be easiest for him to agree now or he would regret it. Pang had no choice but to tell everyone that he really wanted to go to school, but not to the 3rd grade, but to the 2nd grade. Yunha pretended to his family that he was very happy that they could go to high school together. Yun's folks noticed that the guys managed to become friends in just one day, and it was great. Pang was trying to figure out what kind of friendship they were all talking about and how they couldn't see that Yunha was threatening him right now. Yunha leaned over the guy and once again tried to let him know just by looking at him that it wasn't worth resisting. The boy decided to reinforce the lesson and was going to go outside with Pang again to play and let him know that if he argued, he would only make things worse for himself. As soon as Pang heard that it was about their walk together again, he was horrified. There was a private meeting among a narrow circle, and Goddess Limkul was present. Italian Ambassador Albert Valentine announced that they intended to help 4,000 Korean citizens who were stranded in Italy to return back to Korea. Another Italian ambassador, Yano Myron, was sitting next to him. The ambassadors voiced that they would do all this only on one condition: that they would help them deal with the monster in the North Atlantic. Theoretically, it was a powerful monster but not even first class. This monster, at worst, could bring disaster that would further doom the entire country. The monster's class was Leviathan. For them, it was all partly expected. Only the waters of it all could lead to very bad consequences. The goddess replied that it wouldn't be convenient to send the Korean players to a place they were unfamiliar with, so she offered to supply them with potions. Albert Valentine believed it was simply advanced technology that did not require direct injection into the body. The Italian ambassador was offered more. They could make an exchange for Mediterranean mana alloys. The goddess knew perfectly well that this was also something Italy badly needed. Ambassador Yano Myron suddenly used his mana and directed his abilities towards the girl. The man was thus able to destroy the table and turn it into small splinters. The goddess, with one hand motion, stopped her guards who were about to attack Yano, but the men didn't understand why the girl wouldn't let them. The ambassadors repeated that they were just asking for a little help in exchange for the return of their own men. Yakin Myron believed that the Korean players were weak and for that reason, they could not leave their goddess. Albert Valentine told Yano that he was already overreacting a bit and shouldn't be so harsh in his remarks. Yakin Myron saw that the girl continued her meal as if nothing had happened and added that was why he didn't like Koreans, because they were only interested in the proverbial kimchi. The goddess heard everything perfectly, and she didn't like what the man was saying and decided to teach him a lesson. A force unknown to the men threw one off the chair, and one they certainly could not have expected. When the ambassadors were more than aggressive, the girl informed everyone that just for the sake of the Koreans who were stuck in Italy, they would give their full support. The goddess went on to say that besides Divine Spear Namgung Sen-won, who was the strongest in their country, they were willing to send 2 more players from the 12 thrones. The girl believed that this would be enough to bring back their citizens. Goddess Lul snapped her fingers and once again decided to show the ambassadors that they should think about the consequences before saying anything. Force was used on the men, and it became very difficult for them to breathe, which might even have frightened them a little. Albert Valentine could hardly stand on his feet, but when he saw the girl leaving, he decided to shout that her actions would not go unpunished. The goddess replied that if the men wished to speak out against her decision, let them do so, for then the right people would know that Big Mama had sent someone disguised as ambassadors to the Mana Control Bureau. The ambassadors were furious at what they had heard. Yano could no longer contain his emotions after such words from the girl, and was about to rush to attack, but his comrade was able to stop him in time. Force was again used over him from a man whose eyes burned with a bright blue glow. At that moment, Yano could realize that if he moved even a little bit, he would go straight to the other world. The goddess saw that the men were no longer trying to rush to fight and was pleasantly surprised that they could at least reason adequately. Before slamming the door behind her, the girl informed the ambassadors that their meeting was over and they should leave the building immediately. Yano was furious that he couldn't respond and attack and was now trying to deal with his emotions. The man in the blue house said that such an act was reckless and in the future, one should definitely control oneself. He explained to the girl those things that were obvious to him, that she was no longer a Korean folk artist but a goddess. The goddess didn't realize he was saying all this as her bodyguard or as actress Lim Kul's manager. Lee Yoonhong, who was also in the office with them, wanted to know if he was so confident in his words and actions and how a man could know for sure what the woman was thinking. The woman said he shouldn't say things like that and that the report was delayed because of him. Yoonhong asked the girl to reflect on the fact that Italy had imported the Maserati Gran Turismo as a gift, and it was for a reason. The man had heard about Big Mama sending this car as a token of friendship and suggested that maybe it was better than the ambassadors they had. The goddess was sure that this gift should be sent back and told him that she didn't need it. The girl had never met Big Mama before, but had heard many times that she wasn't as friendly as she might seem at first. But the way she sent those men as ambassadors could mean she was up to something or just being arrogant. The girl told Yoonhong to find trusted people to put the Italian ambassadors under surveillance, and if there was any trouble, it should be reported immediately. Park Sanan thought that luckily for them, the deal ended better than they thought. The girl agreed, but it was all thanks to the potion from Alice Pharmaceuticals, and they owed a lot to engineer Yang Soken and Alice's company. The goddess felt that they should definitely show gratitude. Their gratitude, but only after they had already finalized the deal with Italy. Sanin repeated again that somehow it was extremely dangerous to provoke the Italian ambassadors. The girl knew that the man was speaking as her bodyguard, but she was calm because at the moment of their negotiations, in the next room was a man who wielded the divine spear, and so they were not threatened. The goddess understood perfectly and was sure that if there were any problems, it would only be with the ambassadors. On the streets of the city walked a girl in very high spirits because she was just happy. A little earlier, the doctor had told her the happy news that she was already 6 weeks pregnant. That girl was Juliet, and she was overwhelmed with emotion at such happy news. She decided to call her husband, Bruno, because he was the man who made her so happy. Juliet wanted to tell her husband everything right now, but she decided that it would be better to wait until they met in person. The man was interested in how the girl had gone to the hospital and whether she was all right. The girl reassured her man and replied that she was fine but asked Bruno not to stay late at work and to come back early today because she had something to tell him. Juliet had finished talking and was already excited to see the man's happy face after she told him everything. The girl's happy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice of someone she had never expected to hear, much less meet. Juliet saw Jenko in front of her, and horror was written on the girl's face from this encounter. The man informed the girl that she had gotten a lot prettier since their last meeting. But now the girl was not doing well at all, and she realized that she would not be able to escape. Jenko grabbed the girl's face and prevented her from screaming and calling for help. The man informed Juliet that the games were over and it was time to go back to her golden cage. Bruno was at work when suddenly his cell phone rang, and he saw that it was Juliet calling. The man immediately thought that something had happened because they had just been talking. The girl in their phone conversation was very brief and told the man only that she was very grateful to him for what he had done and asked Bruno not to look for her. Bruno was very excited and even a little scared and tried to understand what had happened to the girl. But their conversation was cut short. Yanko, who was listening to all this conversation, said that the princess made the right choice and made the right decision. The man felt that Juliet should be allowed to live an ordinary life with the man she loved. The guys were returning from school, and because it was very hot outside, Hyun suggested that the whole group go to her father's cafe because there was a good air conditioner there. All the boys agreed to the proposal, including Yunha. The boy only told everyone that he would go to his house to drop off his bag first and come back later. Minnie warned Yunha not to play with Yuna or he would forget the time and be late. The girl reminded him that she had to wait for him for a long time last time, and the boy tried to ward off these warnings by covering his ears. Suddenly, the attention of the boys was attracted by a car on a neighboring street in which Juliet was getting into. Yunha looked closer and saw the men who were accompanying the girl, and it seemed suspicious to him. In one of the men, the boy recognized Jenko and tried to figure out what the Italians were doing here in the first place. Yunha remembered that Italy and Korea were in the middle of negotiations. The milk carton said that Korea believed that its countrymen who were suffering in Italy at this moment would be able to return home safely. Yunha recalled a moment from a past life when there was the subjugation of a leviathan that was many times more powerful than the second rank, and in order to save the Koreans who were stuck in Italy at that moment, necessary measures were taken. The divine government at that time dispatched 3 of the 12 thrones, and because of that, Korea suffered serious battle losses. At that moment, the divine spear, Numan Sun Gun, lost his left arm in battle, and the Ratron player named Shin Menon became more incapacitated later on due to BK's mana, and the florist Bangi went to the other world during that mission. That's what people thought. However, Bang Enji was not destroyed. She was kept in confinement in Italy, and Jenko Moran was responsible for all this. This particular man was one of the ambassadors who was visiting Korea at the time. At that time, many countries, including Korea itself, held protests and eventually ended up with Big Mom ordering him to be publicly sent to the other side of the world. Yunha came back to reality and realized the seriousness of the situation because there was a man next to Juliet. The boy asked Minnie to wait for him here and that she should not follow him. Minnie couldn't understand what the matter was, but Yunha repeated to her once again not to follow him. The boy planned to determine where they were going, and after that, he wanted to contact Shin Seo-yoon or Bruno. Yunha crouched down and tied his sneaker laces tighter and applied his mana. The boy used his powers not to miss that car, and so he ran as fast as he could. The car had stopped and people had already gotten out of it and Yunha was just in time. The men wondered who was watching them so intently, and it turned out to be just a child. Yunha realized that there was no point in hiding anymore since they had already noticed his presence. Mayan stepped closer to the boy and asked him what questions he had for them and what he wanted in general. The man didn't make much of a fuss and sort of just patted his hand on Yunha's shoulder to ask him his questions. Only he wasn't going to lower his strength. Yunha felt great discomfort about this, and so he did not tolerate it and bounced away from the man a great distance thanks to his abilities. Miran, looking at all this, came to the conclusion that even children in this country could handle their mana well. The other counselor thought that this child was very strange and that something was wrong with him. The man decided that he had no choice and therefore he should get rid of the child immediately. Miran wanted to destroy Yunha, and so he attacked him, but the boy managed to duck in time. Yunha had already realized that the man was not joking and was trying to send him to the other world. So the boy actively used his mana to survive. The boy used his abilities not only for his own defense but also to attack the man, and he did it well a few times because Yunha was doing all this in the air, which was not easy. He decided to use his mana in his foot and use it to strike. No one was particularly inferior to anyone else, and their battle continued. Yunha formed a small sphere in his hand. The boy threw the sphere at Mayan, but he was able to put a block on it at the last moment. Yunha bounced off into the distance and was now planning his next moves on the attacks. The man was already looking at the boy differently because his mana distribution was at a serious level, but even with all that, to Mayan, he was still just a kid. The man was able to get close to the boy and grabbed him firmly by the throat, thus blocking all his movements. Yunha tried to free himself, but he couldn't get free, and then the man looked at him and said that he wasn't the only one who could use mana. The boy realized that at this rate he would soon go to the next world, so he had to think of a way to get free. Yunha's help suddenly came from a place he hadn't expected, and it was Juliet. Juliet turned to Genko and reminded him that he had made a promise that he would not harm her acquaintances. Mayan heard the girl and was surprised that she knew this boy. Juliet tried to persuade the man to let him go because he was just an ordinary child. Miran didn't think Yunha was a normal child, and in his experience they should be sent to the grave at the first meeting. The girl was already losing hope to save Yunha, and so she tried her luck and turned to Albert Valentine. Yanko Miran realized that it was useless to argue with them since they decided to let Yunha go. The man threw the boy to the ground, and he tried to catch his breath and regain consciousness. Juliet had already run to the boy's aid and was very worried about his condition. The girl thanked Yunha for helping her and asked him not to do it again and wanted to help him get up off the ground. The boy wanted to ask Juliet what was going on. Juliet suddenly took the ring off her finger and asked Yunha to be sure to give it to Bruno and said she was sorry. The girl added only that up to that moment she had been very happy and wanted Bruno to hear exactly those words. Juliet didn't bother to answer any of the boy's questions and just turned around and walked towards the car. Yunha didn't want to let Juliet go like this because he knew she wasn't happy, so he tried to catch up with her and stop her, but he wasn't allowed to do so. Yanko Miran pushed Yunha away with all his might and didn't give him even the slightest opportunity to approach the girl. The man warned the boy to get out of here while he was still kind. The car with Juliet had already left, but Yunha was still lying near the trash cans and trying to come to his senses. Until that moment, he was almost sure that his second life would be different. The boy remembered that he had managed to save his entire family, who were about to go to the other world. Yunha thought of his friends, whom he had also managed to save, and that was no small matter. The boy was also able to minimize the damage during that incident on Bucking Mountain, and all of these changed moments gave the boy confidence. He didn't understand why or with whose permission the girl had followed the past so much that it wouldn't let her go. Yunha tried to pull himself together and realized that Juliet should never follow the past when he himself was trying so hard to change the future. After all, a boy's happiness includes a girl's happiness as well. The boy was fully convinced that Juliet shouldn't exclude herself so arrogantly either. At the cafe, Father Hyan was working hard and was already very exhausted, but the man still had a lot of work to do. He received an order. He needed to hand over 100 potions by next week. In order to fulfill this order for potions from the state, he would have to minimize his sleep. The man thanked Minnie for the glass of water and said that he was doing well. Not to worry because he was happy. A phone call caught the man's attention, and he was called by his daughter's friend Yunha, who apologized that it was so sudden but that he had an urgent matter. Yunha said in a phone conversation that something had happened, and so he had a small favor to ask of the man. The boy's request was that he needed his potions from his uncle for a very important matter. In a deserted area amongst the trees, a training session was taking place where the girl was teaching her older sister, Son. Son applied her mana and engaged the roots of the trees in this training. All those roots were now aimed at Yuna, intending to attack the girl. Yuna dodged as best she could and tried to get away and not fall into this trap set by her sister. The girl stood back and watched Yuna and saw that the girl's reflexes were incredible. Son decided to complicate the task a bit and see what would happen if she used her ability with the vortex. In a matter of minutes, a large tornado formed and instantly engulfed Yuna. Now the girl wasn't particularly sure if Yuna's reaction was as good as she had thought just a short while ago. But then Son saw something that surprised her, namely how Yuna was able to cleverly get out of that vortex and get around it quite well. The girl thought that it was better to warn about such things in advance, but Son was sure that practice was more useful if it was similar to reality. Son was pleasantly surprised and convinced that Yuna was quite good, and that she was not wrong about her after all. The girl decided not to stop but instead to make the task even more difficult for Yuna. Yuna had lost her footing after a moment and was now falling from quite a height. The girl was almost before the ground, and at the very last moment, she used her mana and was able to form for herself a kind of cushion that would soften her fall. When it was only a few meters away from the ground, Yuna was still able to get her balance and rushed forward. Son was pleased with what she saw and thought the girl was persistent, which was undoubtedly a good thing. Yuna wanted to attack the girl, but naturally, she failed, and Son herself thought her imagination was unbelievable, but that was probably because she was still a child. Son was surprised that Yuna had enough mana not only for defense magic but also for restrictive magic. The girl knew that Yuna was a kind of diamond, but even so, she still had a lot of work to do and a long way to go. Yuna thought she was getting closer to her goal, but suddenly a lot of roots appeared from under the ground and grabbed the girl's legs and lifted her up. But even so, Son still said that the girl had gotten much better during those 3 months. Yuna was already giving up and asking to just let her go, but Son was against it because going down on her own was also part of her lesson. Son lost interest in the girl when her phone received a call from someone who rarely called her, and so the girl was even a little worried. Manhwa was the person who called her. The girl listened to her interlocutor and couldn't believe that that man was causing trouble again. Bruno, at this moment, was gathering all the necessary weapons in a small suitcase that would most likely be very useful in the near future. The man double-checked everything again and made sure he had packed the essentials. Bruno looked at himself in the mirror and noticed that, unfortunately, he was no longer in the same shape as before and could no longer be called Grizzly Valentine. The man remembered a moment from his past where just at the mere sight of him, the men already had a frightened look on their faces. The girl pointed at the man and complained to Bruno that he had touched her. But the stranger tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't recognize Princess Valentine and he fully admitted that he was wrong. But the princess herself didn't think that was an excuse. Bruno didn't realize that there was still someone in Sicily who might not know this lady, namely Princess Juliet of the Valentine family. The stranger kept making excuses that he didn't really know the girl because he had come here on vacation. Bruno still didn't think it was an excuse. Bruno tentatively took off his jacket and informed the man that he was still hurting the girl one way or another. The bodyguard avenged the girl so that the stranger flew a very long distance away. The princess got her ice cream and was happy that Bruno was always there to protect her. Juliet informed her bodyguard that she would always be grateful for what he does for her. There was a meeting going on in the house, and the big news was that Big Mom had chosen Miran as rulers of Sicily. Not everyone agreed with this decision, and they didn't like the fact that they had to be under some means and were generally worried about what would happen to them now. One of the men informed everyone that there were those in this room who had already defected to their side, and they considered it nonchalant. The man who was at the head of the table could not stand it any longer and did not tolerate this baganza. So he shouted loudly that it was enough, and after that, there was complete silence in the hall. He added that it's already been decided that Valentine will team up with Mayon, and it's not up for discussion. Juliet could not keep silent and told her father that it was not an alliance, and she was supported in the belief that the Mians would just control them. The man insisted on his decision and said that it was all for the protection of their family. He was sure he was doing the right thing and that they were just temporary allies who benefited them in this situation. The man added that as a symbol of their union, Juliet and Vincent Myron would go to the wedding, and it would all be for the good. The girl couldn't believe that her father meant it. The girl remembered Mayon's club party lover, and if it was the son of their family's boss, then it was definitely someone who was not pleasant to Juliet, to say the least. The father also told his daughter that not only was she to marry Vincent Myron, but that she was also to have a child with him. The man was sure that with the help of the girl's gift of enhancement that increases the effectiveness of mana, the child that would be born as a result of their union would be able to get this effect, which all meant that that child could get a gift stronger than any of Valentine and Myron, and then they would take him away so he could carry on the Valentine family work. Juliet listened to all this and still couldn't believe that her father was serious. Bruno thought about the fact that the man was going to team up with those people whom he disliked, to say the least, and regarded others as things. Bruno didn't realize that the boss now only cared about the stability of the family. All the men at the table began to say to the girl that she should think carefully because Valentine's future was in her hands. They kept convincing the girl, saying that the guy was quite good, and they were sure they would have a great heir. Her father said that if Juliet considers herself part of the Valentine family, then she must endure her new status and thus do her best for their family. Juliet did not want to put up with this state of affairs and tried once again to reason with her father, but the man was adamant and said that the girl, as the owner of the surname Valentine, just had to do everything possible for their well-being. The girl then decided to turn to someone who was dear to her, and she hoped that he could help her in this situation, and it was her brother. The man lowered his head and looked away, and that could only mean one thing: that Juliet could not rely on his support. The girl had nothing else to do but to agree, and that was the end of the meeting, and everyone left the room except Juliet and her bodyguard. Bruno looked at the girl and saw how hard it was for her and tried to think how he could help her in this situation. Already in the girl's room, Bruno said that Juliet could tell him everything that was on her mind. The man leaned near the girl and took her hands, hoping that the girl would not shut herself in but, on the contrary, would tell about her worries. Juliet couldn't take it anymore and screamed that she didn't want to get married like that. And even more, she didn't want her baby to be considered a thing. Bruno was a little shocked, and it surprised him that the girl said she didn't like the place. The man looked at the girl and promised her that he would protect her even if he had to fight the whole world, and offered Juliet to leave with him. Juliet had not expected such words from the man and was now a little confused at his suggestion. It took the girl only a little while to think it over, and after a moment, she smiled and said yes. Bruno and Juliet did not hesitate and left through the window that was in her bedroom. They went against all odds, and the man gave Juliet hope that all was not yet lost. Bruno came back from his memories to the present and tracked Juliet's location through his phone. The man was not going to back down and promised himself that he would definitely get the girl out the door to look for Juliet. He didn't expect to see someone there. Yunha stood in the hallway and informed the man that he was going with him, and it was not negotiable. Bruno was well aware that Yunho would be stronger than many of the players, but now they were up against the Gishes, and the man didn't want to drag the boy into a dangerous situation. So the man told the boy that it was not too late to turn around because it would be dangerous there, but the boy refused, knowing it all perfectly well. Yunha reminded him that they had discussed all this earlier and he was still going with him, and he wasn't intimidated by the danger. Bruno did not change Yunho's mind any further, thinking that he had warned him as much as he could, and if the boy wanted to go with him, so be it. Yunha asked Bruno if he knew where Juliet was now, and the man said yes, and it was all thanks to her phone. Bruno reported that the girl was now at Alice's hotel, and also advised Yunha to put on armor because it was dangerous to go unprotected. Yunha didn't mind the armor, but because he was too young, none of it would fit him, and the many armor straps he was wearing also restricted his movements a bit. Bruno looked at the boy and listened to his reasoning, noticing that for Yunha it was like a routine rather than an upcoming battle. The boy told Bruno that he had taken the ring the man had given him earlier, and the most important thing was that Yunha knew how to use it. It was a mana-enhancing wedding ring, and it was actually ingenious, the boy thought. Julia had done a good job. Yunha recalled a moment from a past life when, in the 26th year of the goddess calendar, the Southern Alliance had made a successful foray into the abyss. At that time, everyone on Earth thought that it was simply impossible to survive there, and everyone then admired the team that was able to return from the Black Dungeon. The joy after a successful sortie took absolutely everyone because previously it was considered impossible to do. The players were excitedly and very carefully studying the mission summary and noting all the smallest details, except that the truth that was written there was disgusting. The Italian players who went to Vanguard were now named Mian, and the woman who was used only to reproduce the strong DNA of Mian was then called their mother. Yunha thought that most likely, before his regression, Bruno was unable to save Juliet and went to the other world. Bruno and the boy arrived on the scene, and the man really hoped that Yunha wouldn't regret his decision. There were two men standing on the doorstep of the hotel, trying to figure out what the two men were doing there. They were already walking towards Bruno and Yunha, chasing them away, saying that this was a restricted area and they didn't belong here. Yunha and Bruno didn't waste any more of their precious time and rushed into the attack, intending to clear the way for themselves. Inside the hotel, Yak and Mayan sat relaxed on the couch and were angry that they didn't understand why they had decided to change the hotel. One of the men was sure there was probably some reason for it, but the strange thing was that they had decided to do it the day they found out about their meeting. Juliet was also in that room and decided to sarcastically tease Mayan a bit, saying that just people like him were not liked anywhere. But one man correctly pointed out that no one knew then that Miss Juliet would be here. Yakin Miran added that he too would not have known where the girl was if one day the news had not shown her. In fact, if it hadn't been for that, it would have been unknown when they arrived. Mayan, at that time, when he saw Juliet on the news, didn't believe it, but only when it was confirmed by the girl's own brother were there no more doubts. Juliet could not keep silent. It was very amusing to her that several men were chasing one girl all the way to Korea. She thought that the Mian guys must be familiar with the feeling of shame. Mayan warned Princess Valentine that she had better sit still and preferably quiet, advising the girl not to be so sure that they wouldn't hurt her. The man said they didn't touch her because they felt so sorry for the girl, and Juliet should watch her language. After all, Yakin Mayan loomed over the girl and said that if he wanted to, he would have had his own kind of fun with her a long time ago. The man's words made Juliet very angry, and she couldn't cope with her emotions and spat in his face. The man couldn't believe that the girl could afford such an act, and apparently, she was ready to go to the other world right now. This showdown between them was suddenly stopped by the girl's brother, and thus stopped Mayan, preventing him from striking. Yak and Mayan chuckled and teased at the fact that is this really how brotherly love played out. He couldn't listen to any more of this absurdity and told Juliet's brother that he'd better get away from here for a while and get some fresh air. Juliet suddenly decided to ask her brother, Albert Valentine, to go to a convenience store and get her a bento because she was already very hungry. She added that she would also like bread and dessert. Albert redirected this request to Tom Marin, but here was a man thinking it would be much easier to just call a servant to do it.